Hello and welcome to NXTGEN Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all. Hello, good evening and welcome ladies and gentlemen, and a happy new year to you all as we usher in 2025 and with it an all new year of racing at NXTGEN Racing, and most importantly an all new year of racing and the resumption of season 8 of the NXTGEN Racing Touring Car Championship as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC known as iRacing and powered by none other than Doble Motorcycles. That's right ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a bang today and we are back for the second half of the season with 6 rounds lying in wait, and we begin what is that absolutely incredible set of 6 rounds with round number 5 of 10 here in Germany at the one and only Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, or the Nürburgring combined. Being the best part of 14 or so miles, perhaps more towards 15 miles, this 170 corner circuit is an absolute Goliath when it comes to motorsport legend. Named appropriately perhaps the Green Hell in reference to its Nordschleife loop, which runs over the Eifel mountains, that term being coined by none other than Jackie Stewart in the 70s. It is a circuit which absolutely pulls no punches when it comes to seeing our drivers put through their ultimate paces. Being the conglomeration of both the Nordschleife loop and also the Grand Prix loop, or the Grosse Preisstrecke, which is perhaps more traditionally raced on these days, well, this layout you're going to be seeing our drivers race around in Germany is a layout that's typically used for what is the 24-hour endurance events from year to year. We can expect our drivers to have to keep their heads down. We've got plenty of clouds in the background as well, a high risk of rain, and to top it off as well, an absolutely packed grid, and we've got many a championship rivalry which we resume today. And after all the chaos and carnage that we saw at Monza to wrap up the first half of the season, well, there's been plenty of penalties, there's been plenty of points in shuffling in the championship, and this could prove to be a round that for many could define their championship well before they've made their way into the mathematical second half of the season, if you do it based on the number of rounds we've covered. But as we welcome you all to this broadcast live from circuit side, where you can be tuning in right now via one of 3 media platforms for your viewing pleasure. Firstly, you could be tuning in via one of the 2 official NXTGEN Racing media platforms, those being on YouTube at NXTGEN Racing, alternatively at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in either via YouTube, alternatively Facebook. Alternatively, we do have the unofficial broadcast available on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Twitch. And in the commentary booth, you have myself, Paul at TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on, and I'll be bringing you all your racing action as we roar our way into 2025 and get the second half of this season underway, and what a season we still have in store. But as this is going to be the first of our 2 feature race special rounds, we've got a slightly revised schedule for today, and we can see our times in Greenwich Mean Time as GMT, or Universal Coordinate Time UTC, and well, in just under what will be at 17 minutes time, we're going to be getting underway with a slightly earlier qualifying session, and that's why this broadcast has started 10 minutes earlier, and that will be our 25-minute qualifying session due to get underway at 10 to 8 this evening. After qualifying, we'll be making our way to the grid for our first of 2 races today. The first of those races being the 20-minute sprint race, and that being due to get set and underway and seeing our drivers absolutely roar their way around the circuit at what will be approximately 8:15 this evening, after which we'll be taking a brief breather, and at the very latest we should be getting underway with the grid at 9 o'clock this evening for our 60-minute feature race, the big 1 hours of racing here to wrap up proceedings at the Nordschleife circuit, or indeed the Gesamtstrecke Nürburgring circuit I should say. And what a pair of races we've got ahead. Remember, this is the feature race round that's been brought back from season 7 after what was the spectacle at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps that was won by none other than Andy Fox, the prime driver to enter the history books as the first ever overall winner in a feature race round. But could it be Andy Fox who makes it 2 out of 2 today when we get to that 60-minute feature, or could we see a new name take to the top step? And that's not to forget about who could take to the top when it comes to the all-important sprint race before. But as we head into today, let's give you a reminder of the championship so far and what we've still got lying in wait. For as we can see, it is the 7th of January 2025. But back then, my goodness, it was last year when we were back racing. Goodness me, it feels like it's been an eternity. But still, temporal jokes aside, we kicked off on the 26th of November 2024 at the Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli in Italy. After that, we made our way into December, and with it a visit to the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in round number 2. From Canada, we made our way back to the European continent for the Portuguese circuit at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and there we got to see some absolutely phenomenal racing with the newly introduced gravel mechanic as well on iRacing. And last time out on the 17th of December, it was at none other than the Italian Temple of Speed, that was the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. But after our 2-week break and making our way into 2025, we're here today in Germany only at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke. After today, we'll be making our way to United Kingdom for the Knockhill Racing Circuit in round number 6. It'll be Scotland the Brave all the way. Then in round number 7, it'll be to the circuit Charles Villeneuve, back to Canada for the second and final time this season. And then we'll make our way back to United Kingdom for the new entrant into our schedule calendar, and also to iRacing the Thruxton Circuit, or the fastest circuit in the United Kingdom, on the 28th of January. And then we'll make our way down under to Australia for a double header to wrap up the season. And that'll be in February. On the 4th of February, it'll be at the Sandown International Motor Raceway, or the home of horsepower. And then on the 11th of February, it'll be proving who is the king or queen of the mountain and the Mount Panorama Circuit, also known as Bathurst. And that's where we'll bring up the curtain down. And that's where we'll have our second feature race special round, which again will be in the format of a 20-minute sprint race followed up by a 60-minute feature race. Well, that's our championship calendar, and as we continue to unwind and unravel it, well, how are the championship standings set after 4 rounds? Well, we start off with the overall Drivers' Championship, and here we can see Mikey Doble leads the way on 529 points to the 418 of Adam Delmont. It has seemed as though Mikey Doble, well, that's a merger of the two, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing both Doble and Delmont battling hard today. But for Mikey Doble, it really has been a championship campaign that's starting to come together after what was bringing home his first victories towards the end of the first half of the season, and now looking to try and continue that momentum as he seeks what is a 4th championship title. Adam Delmont, the man who has yet to take a title in the NXTCC, is in second, and he is moving quickly up the ranks, but could he find himself, much like in Spa-Francorchamps only a season ago, could this be the round where instead of it all falling away from him in Season 7, it all comes his way in Season 8? We'll have to wait and see. Jaroslaw Cebula sits a further 30 points behind, and he's in P3 there, only 10 points ahead of Benjamin McCluskey. And then Andrew Pike, the ever-reliable sim-racing collective driver, sits in P5. Jamie Dory continues to push on, the 2-time NXTCC champion in P6, ahead of Nick Clibbins, the leading prime driver there, 4 points ahead of Lee Horn, with Daniel Downey and Dan Moll completing the top 10. And we'll have to forgive my error there in the fact that Nick Clibbins is a pro driver, not a prime driver, and the same for Downey. But outside the top 10 there, we have Isaac Doble in P11, as he continues to try and fight for his form this season, being best of the rest ahead of Sam Van Olst, with Gavin Garnett in P13 ahead of Toby Prosser, and then it's William Guthrie who completes your top 15. Ben Altrier sits P16 ahead of Stuart Wyness, with Reece Watt, Ben Gregory and Alex Meredith completing your overall top 20. And there we come on to what is outside the top 20 from 21st through to 40th. Well, there's Wayne Douglas in P21 ahead of none other than Kieran Smart, the Scottish driver there, looking to try and build up a little bit more momentum as time goes on. He's ahead of Tom Davidson, the Sim Racing Collective prime driver, who's looking to send strides today, and I do hear from the team that he's a little bit of a Nordschleife specialist when it comes to that particular part of the Nürburgring circuit, and we look forward to seeing what he can do in his Honda Civic Type R. However, you have the close company of Matthew Sheraton and Sam Smith, who complete your top 25, just ahead of Russell Fowler, and then Alan McCain, Joseph Doble, Sam Bradley, and then Andy Fox completing your top 30. Duncan Ryan sits in P31, and the Goldwing Motorsport driver will be very keen to try and make it another 1-2 in the feature race here after Season 7, where it was Fox and Marais are leading ahead of each other. And then we can see Matt Emmons P32 ahead of none other than Liam Delmont. And then we do, in fact, Lewis Delmont, as I get my surnames and indeed also my first names mixed up today. You can definitely tell that it's a new year, it's 2025, and we're allowed a couple of errors on our first round of the season. Well, the first round of the second half of the season. Well, then we do have Jack Osborne and Eduardo Gonzaga completing your top 35. Your leading AM driver is none other than Jonathan Collins in P36 out of Mark Sykes, with Jake Pitt, Josh Brown and Marcel Fritsch completing your top 40. And outside the top 40, let's not forget about them. It's Michael Lees, James Mazerscow, Kevin Smith, Gabriel Yilmaz, Andy Hilton. Then we've also got Lewis Mason, Andy Schell, Dylan Hunter, Jonathan Berry, Craig Tillotson. That completes your top 50. Then Sammy Reba, Gabriel Papaconstantino, Gilberto Struck, Sean Doby, Joshua Boot, Shane Abbott, Mark Kent being the last of drivers with points to his name, and then yet to score any points this season, Costa Chatsconstantino, Harley Bicknell and Joe Newman. But coming onto the Prime Drivers' Championship, with the points all adjusted for the Prime finishing positions, we see that Reece Watt leads, and he's taken the lead for the first time this season, only by a slender margin of 8 points. But then again, could this be the sign of something special coming, given the fact that Reece Watt has yet to take a Prime Championship crown, although he'd very much love to do so, given he has come close on multiple occasions, dating all the way back to Season 2. Well, he's got Ben Gregory for close company behind him, Stuart Wyness in P3 there, and the top 3 separated by only 13 points. Sam Van Olst is in a distant 4th, ahead of Matthew Sheraton, as the two of them continue to exchange blows and the right to chase down the top 3. Then we have Kieran Smart in P6. They're the second of the Track Scotland drivers, with the Track Scotland team continuing to make great strides forward. He's ahead of Toby Prosser, with Russell Fowler, Sam Smith and Alan McCain completing your top 10. In P11, it's Duncan Marais on 336 points, ahead of the 321 of Lewis Delmont. And then we have Matt Emmons, who on his arrival in the Pro-Am class from the Am Series champion in what was Season 7, he's definitely found it a challenging season so far. Can he break his way back into the top 10? Or will he be in the company there of close rival Sam Bradley, who's also trying to push forward? Michael Lee sits P15 ahead of James Mastersgal by 31 points. Then it's Jake Pitt, Jack Osborne, Gilberto Struck and Andy Hilton to complete your top 20. And then outside the top 20, we have last but not least Sammy Ariba yet to score any points. We then come to the Am Drivers' Championship, and with the points adjusted for the Am finishing positions, it's Marcel Fridge who leads once again, and there is a continued back and forth here between Marcel Fridge, Josh Brown and Kevin Smith. Brown has really led the way in the first half of the season, minus what happened at Monza, and Marcel Fridge will be very keen to now try and take the momentum forward and break away from Brown. But you can be reassured with only a 30-point gap between the two of them, Brown is not going to let it slide, and with the Vrano Esports teammate there of Kevin Smith, or the Vrano Academy teammate to Marcel Fridge from Vrano Academy as well, where you can imagine Vrano Academy's drivers are going to be very eager to try and push Brown behind them, but Brown for National Racing Team will be very eager to get himself back ahead of the pack. Jonathan Collins has fallen to P4 on 429 points. He's 8 ahead of Lewis Mason, but still the Aztec Racing driver there will be keen to try and put a fork in Jonathan Collins' plans, or will he find himself under pressure from Eduardo Gonzaga, who sits only a further 18 behind. It's then Mark Sykes in P7 ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz, with Andy Chell and Jonathan Berry for the Quartermass Motorsport team completing your top 10. Sammy Ariba not too far behind, and it's Gabriel Papaconstantou and Mark Kent who complete your top 13. Coming then to the Teams Championship, and here we can see Next Gen Pink lead the way, defending champions and looking to try and make it 5 in a row. Won 905 points to 717 at Doble Sim Racing. Their confidence will definitely be starting to build more and more, and it can be made a reality. But remember, points can swing very quickly, and SO and NXTGEN Gold know all about that as they've swung their way up into P3, with Goldwing Motorsport now leading the charge after the top 3 there in P4, only 63 points ahead of Full Tilt Motorsport. But note closely, in the battle for P5, Full Tilt Motorsport are only ahead of the Sim Racing Collective by 6 points, and it's a further 20 to Next Gen Orange Whiskey runners who at one point were running inside the top 5 quite comfortably, but they find themselves falling out of it and under major pressure from iRacing Esports, who are only the best part there, 12 points behind them. We then do have a notable gap to Aztec Racing in P9, but they're in their own intricate battle with Track Scotland to complete the top 10, and outside the top 10 from the 332 points to Track Scotland, it's the 214 of JMW Motorsports, and then we do have Vrano Esports in P12 ahead of National Racing Team, with Atomic Esport and Vrano Academy completing your top 15, and then Mellow Motorsports, Quartermass Motorsport, SJC Racing with 991 of Racing, 287 Motorsport with Autofocus Motorsport Media, and Atomic Esports completing your team's championship scores. But then coming onto our circuit for today, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough about the championships, but where are we racing? Well, we talked about it only moments ago, but let's introduce it a little bit more in full. We are here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, or that translates into the Nürburgring Combined, and we are running the short without arena layout, which does mean that our drivers will be racing only up to the touring car hairpin, after which they'll be then making their way upwards towards the Nordschleife Loop rather than doing the full GP circuit. And other drivers get set and ready to go today in the venue that's close to the city of Nürburgring in the Eifel district of the Rhineland-Palatinate state of Germany. We say a big thank you to iRacing.com for their circuit map, and indeed the absolutely brilliant simulator that comes with the full package here. And this is a circuit that is much a household name for its corners as it is for the fear it inscribes into drivers and spectators alike, or the adrenaline and the excitement it triggers within spectators in particular. But with over 170 corners, our drivers will need to keep their heads down and absolutely nail it, from whether it be the very first corner there in the run down towards the Yokohama S hairpin chicane sequence, all the way through to the final corners on the Nordschleife Loop of what is the Tiergarten and Horn Rain Complex, where there's something for everybody here, and overtaking is going to be challenging given the fact the only major overtaking spots are on the GP Loop, or the contracted GP Loop, and also down the Dottenahoa backstretch there, which extends all the way to the final few corners on the Nordschleife Loop. As we go into today, let's give you an update on the rules for today for the uninitiated. We continue to see fixed setups applied ahead of each and every race in each and every given round by our administration team. Driver classes, they were finalised as the conclusion of round number 3. But as for our races, the sprint race, the 20-minute race, well, the grid shall be set based on results of qualifying, and each driver shall have one fast repair available. In the feature race, meanwhile, the grid shall be set by reverse class drivers championship standings prior to this round. That means we will see the AM class starting ahead of the Pro-Am class, and the Pro-Am class starting ahead of the Pro class, but within each of those classes, the lowest placed driver in the championship class standings going into the round, they will start and pole their respective class. But if a driver has missed one or more rounds, they will be starting at the back of the field, but then again in this reversed order of AM ahead of Prime, Prime ahead of Pro. Each driver shall have 2 fast repairs available in the feature race, and there shall be 1 mandatory pit stop in which drivers must have a minimum stationary time of 55 seconds. That is from when they stop in the pit lane all the way through to when they start to roll roll forward again. And that pit stop must be served within the pit window between the end of laps 2 and 5. So therefore, coming to the end of lap 2, you can come into the pits, but you must come into the pits before the end, well, by the end of lap number 5. If you go on to lap number 6, you'll have missed your pit stop and you'll be receiving a hefty penalty post-race. But there are no requirements on what they do in the pits, although I get the feeling many of our drivers will take on the fuel to make sure they get to the end of the race unscathed on fuel capacity. But now coming on to our wider rules and regulations, we do have race stewarding in effect. As always, our independent race director is watching the racing for what is track limit infringements and the deployment of the safety car, of which we have 2 safety cars here today, given the enormity of the circuit. And our safety car drivers of Gaz Williams and Ian Manners are all fairly prepared and ready to go. You can see that our penalties are track limit infringements, and we should remind you that drive-through penalties must be reserved within 3 laps if they are accrued. Meanwhile, racing incidents shall be reviewed post-round. Add to this as well the fact that we do have our continued success ballast, and we should point out today that success ballast is still being applied on a race-by-race basis in the overall championship stands and also based on the Pram and AM classes. However, it is being applied to both the qualifying and sprint race and also the feature race based on the championship standings prior to the rounds. That means there is no update to success ballast after the results of the sprint race. Wherever you came into today in terms of your championship standings position, you will be taking that success ballast all the way through this evening in Germany. And that means, particularly for Mikey Doble, who leads the overall Drivers' Championship, he will be taking that maximum success ballast of 56.1 kilograms, as you can see on our table here, and he's got to take it all the way through tonight. Meanwhile, his rivals, who carry less weight or none at all, well, they will be unburdened. But of course, the flip side of the coin is the fact they will need to try and deliver and get the best possible result they can in order to strike back versus their championship rival, whether it be Mikey Doble in the overall championship, Reese Watt in the Brown Drivers' Championship, or in the AM class, Josh Brown versus Marcel Fritsch. Well, Marcel Fritsch is the man who's got all the weight, the 24.5 kilograms. But that's enough rules, regulation, everything between. You're here for the racing, and so are we. And well, as we make our way back to circuit side, well, let's take a look there. Cesaro drives making the way on the round right now, although Tom Davidson, as soon as I say that, decides to park up and I think is practicing a start. And will meanwhile instead look to Russell Fowler for Rano Esports as he weaves and winds his way on down, and as he does so, getting himself all set and ready to go is the number 73 driver. And I think many of our drivers here are absolutely itching to go racing. And well, we've got a qualifying session coming up in just under 4 minutes time, in fact in 3 minutes time as I say that. And well, it's going to be absolutely exciting to see who will come out on top in terms of qualifying for the sprint race, and well, can they keep it together? Because keeping in mind that with regards to qualifying, it is a 25-minute session, but our drivers will have the out lap and then they will have 2 flying laps in order to set their best possible time. But the man with a little bit of pressure on him is the number 21 driver, Andy Fox. And the reason I say that for the ever reliable Andy Fox of Doble Motorcycles is the fact he is the driver who has taken the first ever feature race win at Spa-Francorchamps a season ago, back when that was the single 60-minute race round and there was no other race in the calendar. And well, you can imagine that therefore in his mind today, he's going to be focusing on doing well in the sprint, but he'd also like to try and make it back-to-back feature wins and continue that run of being the only name associated with a feature race win overall after that superb performance from him and his Doble Motorsport team in Belgium only a season ago. And I did have the opportunity to catch up with Andy Fox in the build-up to today, and I'll tell you a little bit about what he had to say when we do go into qualifying. But as he makes his way on through there in the Hyundai Veloster, he'll be getting his head down today and feeling as though he's got all the hard work to do. And well, given the way the championship has gone so far, and it hasn't been the most comfortable entry into the Pro class of this season after running the Pram class of the previous season, well, I think the Doble Motorsport driver will be just hoping that today he can keep his head down and trouble does not come his way. But meanwhile, looking up further on down the field, we look to the AM class of DH Racing's Dylan Hunter in the number 26, a driver who was quite unfortunate at Monza to end up in a few altercations that weren't necessarily his fault. And we did have quite a few incidents, it must be said, at Monza. And indeed, I can tell you one thing, that whereas many of our drivers might have been enjoying their Christmases with regards to what is the Christmas holiday season, a number of our stewards were hard at work reviewing the incidents from Monza, but they have been sorted. And crazily enough, ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that we did have in the end over, I think, what was 30 incidents reported at Monza, and I think the best part of 20 of them were for the race-free incidents, many of you will remember, nobody has received any form of penalty that will be applied into the qualifying session or the races of today. So there are no qualifying bans, there are no pit lane starts. So Dylan Hunter there snapping it on the brakes into the last couple of corners and the car going into the wall there. And well, we won't do that when we do go into qualifying or racing, but very easy to do when you're running a lot of rear-wheel bias in the car. And well, hopefully he'll learn from that experience going into qualifying and not have it happen twice. You never want to make the same mistake twice at the Nürburgring. that's for certain. But the point being here, nobody is taking a form of penalty into this round, but a lot of our drivers, it should be pointed out, have carried multiple license point penalties forward and also multiple race strike penalties as well. And to put it in layman's terms, what these means is penalty points normally mean that things such as pit lane starts, qualifying ban will start to occur. If you pick up strikes for much more serious infringements at the discretion of our race stewards and our head steward and director, they can lead to you being disqualified from entire rounds of the season, or just being told, don't show up for this round, you're not permitted to race. That's putting it simply, but what that means is a number of drivers will be cognizant of the fact today that they are running on thin ice. It's a very cold circuit as well, as James Spazzaskal there comes loose on through the left hand, the fast left hand of none other than what was their Schweidenkreuz, and well into the wall, Arenberg is gone. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for qualifying. 25 minutes, 2 flying laps for all of our drivers. Who will come out on top? Let's find out. And as all of our drivers begin to make their way into the pit lane, well, it is going to be a crowded circuit, but I can assure you the fact that whilst we do have the best part of 50 plus drivers here today, they will all be able to fit on the circuit, given the scope and scale of the circuit. So therefore, we've got nothing to worry about there in terms of it being a crowded one. But the flip side of the coin being the fact, as we do say hello, and always a number of you in our respective stream chats, and we do say hello in the Facebook chat there to Verano Esports official account, who says, yay, racing is back. And well, thank you there, Verano Esports. Happy New Year to you as well. And we're cheering on the Verano drivers as always, and we look forward to seeing what they can do. And we also say hello there in what is the YouTube chat to none other than Mark Kent. Unfortunately, can't be on the grid for this season due to personal health circumstances, but always very happy to have Mark tuning in. And well, it's an absolute joy to have you here, Mark, and I hope you're keeping well, and a happy New Year to you as well. And well, I hope there's plenty of smiles coming your way in the fact that definitely it is a day where we're going to be seeing plenty of great racing. But as all our drivers get themselves up to speed as quickly as possible here in terms of this qualifying session, well, we do have a couple of what is new names here, or one returning name and one new name today, and let's introduce them appropriately. Let's start off with the man who's new on the grid today. I think it's only fair we talk about the newcomer to the grid. You'll find him in the AM class for this round. He'll be making some guest appearances later in the season as well. He is entering as a guest driver in the AM class, and it is none other than here for United Sim Team, Luca Munro, the British driver here in the number 56 in the Honda Civic Type R FK8, and as he makes his way on around, well, number 56 driver will be looking to give it everything today, and we look forward to seeing what Luca can do. Absolutely excited to be on the grid for today, and who can blame him? And well, we wish him all the best of luck as he makes his debut in his NXTCC career here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, and we look forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do over the course of our 2 races. And as he makes his way up in towards what will be at the start of the Nordschleife Loop, we also do need to welcome back a man from down under, the Australian driver of none other than what is Daniel Fritz, albeit I believe he has not got in the car so far, and he might be starting for the purposes of today from the very back of the grid, given he has missed what has been all the rounds so far. He'll be starting from the back of the grid regardless for the feature race, but he might be opting not to put in a qualifying lap. But we do have the return of the Whiskey Runners Racing driver, what is none other than Daniel Fritz, and we look forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do from where he starts on the grid and whether he can make it forward. And he will be as part of the Next Gen Orange with the Whiskey Runners with Next Gen Orange team, I should say. And well, Daniel Fritz, to be fair, is a driver who we've seen accomplish many a great driver over the course of his time in the NXTCC, and could he have some even more better drives today. But as the drivers make their way on around, and we do look to Lewis Mason. Well, here is Mason making his way on through the left-hander there and on to the Nordschleife Loop. And as he does so, well, many of you may be asking, what exactly do you need to be able to do here in order to be able to nail an absolutely solid lap at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke? Well, the key thing about this one is simply get the car around the entirety of the lap. It sounds simple on paper, as Lewis Mason there has some slight connectivity issues, but we do find him rematerialise from the ether. But the key point about this circuit, and the fact it's about surviving it first and foremost. And if you can do that reliably, you can remember your corner sequences and you can remember your lines, that's when you start to play the game of how fast can I go around the Nürburgring, as we see there an error for Lewis Mason that saw him take a trip out on the exit of none other than Hatzenbach and into the wall. In fact, that was a Hoheiken, I should say, not Hatzenbach, just before the main complex of Hoheiken, and well, that damage there will affect the car as it makes its way up the Quidbacher Hohe and in towards Flugplatz. But as we look to Andrew Pike, just making his way now onwards there, down into the compression and upwards towards Aldenau Ford. And what I'll do do my best to try and keep all the corners of the Nürburgring in mind as much as possible. Well, it is truly about survival, and once you have got the survival aspect down, then it's about nailing each and every corner and finding a way of extracting that lap time. Because whereas at most circuits, 2 to 3 tenths is a huge margin at the top of the game. Meanwhile, around here, a gap of what is half a second to a second is nothing. That is the equivalent of 1 to 2 tenths of much smaller circuits. But if you see somebody be able to put a lap time out there ahead of their peers, or what is the best part of 4 to 5 seconds, that is when you're looking at notable margins between drivers here. Such is the length of the circuit, being almost the best part of 15 miles. Therefore, all our drivers here will know that it's all about just getting the car around, seeing how best you can do so without pushing it too far to the limit, and then seeing where your rivals are putting their times in and whether you can match them or not. But you can make and lose time for each and every corner sequence here at the Nürburgring, such as we do see Andrew Pike make his way through Drive Rex, or the triple right-hander, a very challenging sequence of the fact that the car naturally wants to understeer on entry, but you need to manage that understeer now the second apex, and then go full throttle through the third apex before coming down here into the whipping and the hairpin. Perhaps the hardest corner to brake for on the circuit, given it is a curved entry braking zone where you're braking into a right-hand corner and then into the hairpin. We'll give you a full overview of a lap around here when our drivers come onto their first flying laps. As we do say hello there in the YouTube chat to Kitty Eames, who is wishing the best luck to the Verano team today, and it's nice to have racing back. It's great to have you back as well, Katie, no doubt about it, and happy New Year to you. We also say hello there to Mikey 3D, and well, and we're very happy to see you tune in, Mikey, and the fact you've made the car swap there to the Honda, and indeed that being there for a qualifying ban and needing to start from the back of the grid for race number 1, completely understandable. And well, we look forward to seeing how you get on. But the fact you're joining me at the moment, Mr. Lees, and well, you can just tune on in. It's always great to have a little bit of company here. And well, I do my best to remember the names, but I can't remember them all. So I do have my cheat sheet by the side of me if I do need it. But where I can recall the corners, I will do my best to. But as the drivers roar the way on through, and we say hello to Flying Bean, who is cheering on Isaac Doble, the youngest member of what is the Doble family out there, Doble Sim Racing outfit. The three brothers of Mikey, Joe, and Isaac. And well, Isaac definitely has been a bit of a dark horse over previous seasons. This season so far, as we see him there in the Audi RS3, the Doble Sim Racing machine, making his way on around there. And as he does so, starting to make his way up towards what will be the very highest point of the circuit as he heads through Hoax and now begins the downhill descent. A wonderful downhill descent here. The thing that's really been challenging for Isaac this season so far, at least to my mind, is the fact that he's had these moments of absolute brilliance, but at the same time as well, there's been these rounds where he's been a bit anonymous, whereas if you look back to season 7, particularly in the second half of season 7, he just came alive, and in the end, whilst he was never going to be able to get to the point of being able to challenge Wojciech Swierdajc for the title, given the points gap that's opened up for Swierdajc, given the end of round number 5, it really was a season where in the second half of the season, Isaac Doble on paper, if you exclude Swierdajc from the equation, he was the man to beat in terms of those performances round after round, but he hasn't quite refound that form this season. And I get the feeling the Audi RS3 hasn't been the kindest of cars to the Doble Sim Racing team. It's had a bit difficult to it, but they are acclimatising to it. Particularly Mikey is now starting to find his strides, but I think for Isaac it's just needed a bit more time. Plus also he's had a bit of misfortune with instance. He roars his way through the Stefan Beloff S sequence, also known as what is the Landsgarden Zwei section, and down here he goes even further as he roars his way towards the end of this outlap. But of course, with it being a 25-minute qualifying session, we've got plenty of time. We've had to extend the qualifying session to accommodate the length of the lap, as otherwise it would effectively be a one-lap shootout for our drivers, and that's not the way we wanted it to be. As he makes his way on around and heading on upwards there. We also do hello to Harry Shaw there, who's cheering on the Aztec Racing team, and saying out the fact that the team are absolutely flying. And we're speaking of the Aztec drivers out there. We do have plenty of them here today, including team leader James Mansfield, taking a brief trip to the grass there as he roars his way on around for the downhill segment and coming in towards what will be very shortly the corner known as YouTube Corner, also known as Brunchen, to give it its actual proper name. And we're making his way up towards Brunchen now. We're going into the right-hander shortly. We can see there that we deliver sign, and he'll be looking to deliver results today, no doubt about it. But as he comes on around there, I didn't have the chance to catch up with many of the drivers in the build-up to tonight, and many of them I think had their attentions focused purely on going racing. Completely understandable, given the fact that with the amount of cloud we have over the circuit, there is the risk of rain at some point in both races, and not in this qualifying session, and also just in general taking on the Nürburgring is something whereby you keep your head down and you just simply go silent when you need to do so. There are no ifs or buts here. You've got to get the job done. But speaking of a man who can get the job done and take us around for a flying lap, it's none other than Jamie Dory, two-time NXTCC champion, who will take us around for a flying lap of the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke. So as he makes his way up towards the timeline then and beginning his journey, will cross that timeline and make his way onto the redacted, what is Große Strecke Loop, or the GP Strecke Loop, as he makes his way in towards turn 1. He'll look to his left-hand side, and onto the brakes he'll go about 120 metres into the Yokohama S hairpin as he comes all the way down to second gear, right into left in, no Mercedes Arena section to account for, and as he exits out there, whereas many cars are being first, he's got to be in second for the Audi given the torque it has, and now coming in towards what will be the touring car hairpin, braking at 75 metres, need to go very deep here. Notice how the corner gradually descends downhill towards the apex, given the elevation change onto the back section of the lap, and now immediately coming into the left-hander here as he comes on through it left into right, and this is going to be the run in towards Bilstein as he rolls on through the right-hander. You'll notice that the Bilstein billboards out on the outside of the circuit, that's where the corner takes its name from in reference to the sponsor, and now it's going to be the run all the way up towards the Vidal chicane, and as he builds up the speed here, very shortly hitting top gear potentially, or will he egg it out all the way to the top of the rev range in 5th gear? In fact, he'll do the latter, and then break that at the 50 metre wood down to 4th gear and straight line the two apexes together. Now it's the end of the GP loop as he turns left rather than right and makes his way on towards the Nordschleife loop. Out to left-hander he going, up the rise he'll go before breaking out the end of the Nordschleife pit lane into Sabine Schmidt curve, named after the infamous female racing driver, and the one to try and take a Ford Transit van around here on the Top Gear program in under 10 minutes, but not quite being able to do so. Now it's going to be a flat-out run all the way through the right-hander there, and then up towards Hatzenbach corner, and he'll brake in nice and early to get the weight pitched over the nose before dropping the gears down into the right-hander of Hatzenbach and back on the throttle in 4th gear, and that'll be left, right, left as he continues the corner sequence, mounting those curves as the Audi can, but now heading in towards Hoheiken corner, the right into left here, where it's all about mounting that right-hand curve and then straight line it down, albeit completely unsighted for the driver, and now it's flat out all the way up towards Flugplatz. He'll have a brief breather, but not for long, as he'll bring the car gradually over to the left-hand side of the circuit, straight line his way up through the Pudelbacher, and now over the jump he'll go, lift off the throttle slightly there to settle the nose down, takes the right-hander of Flugplatz absolutely full attack here as he upshifts to 6th as late as possible, and now it's all about the flat-out run, going up through what will be Cottonbourne, the double left here where the car swings downhill, and then uphill go like a roller coaster ride here in preparation for Schweidenkreuz corner. A left-hander, it's all about a little bit of a lift potentially. In fact, he goes for full commitment, does Jamie Dory, using the front engine, front-wheel drive nature of the touring car racing machine in order to grip up and then attack the right-hander of Orenberg as he comes out of it, and now it's downhill all the way for a brief period. Because at this point it's flat out, down through Postbrook at first, he'd be left into right, and then it will next up be a Fuchsrohr before the compression. Fuchsrohr here in the right-hander, and now into the compression he'll go. This is where you'll suddenly feel all the weight of the car come forward, and then uphill you're jolted back into the seat, over the left-hand crest there, and into Ardenau Force, the right, left-right combination, as it's all about trail braking very gingerly down into left, and then into the right, holding 3rd gear, avoiding the apex curve as much as possible given how high the curve is, and it would unsettle the car if he otherwise took too much curve. And now onwards he'll go. That is the completion of the downhill segment for a brief period, and up towards Metzgertsfeld as he heads in towards the left-hander. A corner that's very tricky to get right. You don't want to touch that apex curve whatsoever, obviously it will propel the car to the wall, and now onto the brakes he'll go. Left into right here, takes a bit too much apex curve as he sets the run up in towards Kallenhard corner. Onto the brakes he'll go, then into Kallenhard, dropping down into 3rd gear. Late apex here, you need to go as late as possible, takes a lot of curve there towards the end, but settles it down the exit curve, and now left into right he'll go through the Spiegel curve, flat out at the best of times, and out into Dreifeld Rex. Here's the right-hander, takes an early tight apex, and in fact carries tight apexes all the way through, sacrificing a little bit of speed for more control of the car, and now onto the brakes nice and early for Verstappen. It's an unsighted hairpin, you have to brake the best part of what is 200 metres before it, and as he comes on through the right-hander to complete the Verstappen complex, now he can breathe for a little bit before going into Breitscheid or making his way over the bridge. Into the brakes he'll go short, using the right-hand curve, the end of the right-hand curve as his brake marker, and going through left-hander, and now into X Mueller, the right-hander that catch out many of the fact you drive into a depression, and if you dare let one of the right-hand side tyres touch that curve, it can unsettle the whole rear and send the car round into the wall. But none so for Jamie Dory as he flat-out runs now all the way through Extol and Lauder Links, the left-hander here, before going onto the brake shortly for Bergwerk, the corner where you can make or break a lap because you need to get a nice late apex, comes on in there and just about nails it in return to the throttle, albeit I think he would have liked a little bit of a deeper run into the corner, as now it's going to be flat out all the way up towards the highest point in the circuit here as he roars his way up through Kesselchen firstly, and then it'll be Klosterol as he makes his way at full throttle through the left-handers. And here it's all about, did you do enough at Bergwerk? Did you get back on the throttle as soon as possible in order to maximise that lap time as you head into 6th gear, and now just rely on the car reaching its highest point in terms of the RPM it can achieve, as very shortly you'll have the corner known as Bravery Corner to many, or Mut Curve as it's known properly, and it's the left-hander here, whereas he makes his way through full commitment. The car hits the apex curve and slides sideways, and Dory putting on some theatrics there, no doubt about it, as he now makes his way into the right-hander to complete the run up towards Stillstrecker. Now into the right-hander he'll go, braking nice and early, lets the car roll deep and immediately bringing the nose round there with plenty of rearward bias. He'll have the rotation in the car, and now heading up towards what will be the Caracola Carousel, or what's known more commonly as just the Carousel, as he heads onto the brakes. It gets nicely tucked in, and here it's all about balancing the throttle, holding 3rd gear, holding the speed, and then jumping out of the Carousel and going onwards, still gaining altitude as he heads up towards the highest point in the run over the Eifel Mountains. But firstly it's Poston of 147, the left-hander here in reference to the Marshall post of what is post 147, and as he then heads into left into right, it's heading all the way up towards Hoat Corner, and it'll be at this braking zone here for the right hand as he takes a lot of apex curb in the final right before heading to Hoat, but just about gets the car to settle down. Dory really dicing the curves as the Audi can, as he now begins the downhill descent through Hedwig to Hoat firstly. This is all about positioning, where he'll want to get the car nice and tight to left, then over to the right hander, mount those curves. You can get away with it now as he then makes his way uphill into Whipperman, and as he heads over the rise, lets the car roll out wide. It's unsighted on exit. You've got to have the faith you carry the speed. Rear cuts loose there for Dory, but absolutely balancing the car, and now coming down to the right hand here of Iceback as he does. Then it's on towards Brunschen, the follow-up right-hander, or YouTube corner, normally known for all the instants that drivers on track days make, alternatively what is toll days here at the circuit, but not so for Dory, as he then goes into left-hander here of Ice Curve, and now it's flat out unsighted, but you've got to believe the road's ahead of you, and it's flat out all the way down towards the jump. As he comes in towards the jump, let's listen in. Completely committed, but as soon as he lands onto the brakes, then lifts off the throttle to settle the car down through the double right and then into left, and that's going to be for the Stefan Beloff S section as he makes his way over the crest and down, and flat out all the way he goes here, Dory. It's commitment through Flanskard and Zwei as he heads onwards towards what will be the final major corner complex sequence before heading onto the Dottinger straight. Starting off with the right-hander here, open it up, it takes quite a tight line in fact, relying on the front end grip, and now through the left-hander of Schwalbentrons as he makes his way then up towards the Kleiner Carousel, the small carousel as it translates from German, and as he comes on in there, noticing keeping a tight line. Some drivers like to eject the car earlier there, but then they've got to deal with the fact the car's unsettled, and these touring cars will understeer wide, and then into the right-hander here of Galgenkopf, and all the way around he'll go, full commitment here, turns in nice and early, taps the apex curb there, won't want to do that on the next lap because it will cost a bit of time, and finally he can breathe and rest for the extension of the Dottinger straight. Now as he makes his way down here, depending on which way the wind is blowing, albeit he'll have it told in his ear by his race team, and the fact that if you do have the wind blowing in certain directions, in real life at least, you actually want to keep yourself over to the left-hand side of the Dottinger Hub, because the tree line there will assist you in not picking up as much wind resistance down it. But it looks like the wind's not blowing against the drivers today, as also a bit of a tow being offered there to the number 36 car as the 40B motorsport car makes its way on through, and I can imagine there that the car there has been absolutely held up for some time behind Dory using the tow, but Dory will use the time return now as they go at left, right, left here, coming on down through Tiergarten and into Hohenrain, onto the brakes as late as possible. You can see the car squirming all over the place, and as he makes his way out the last couple of quarters, well, the first times are coming in from Cebula and McCluskey, but that is a lap of the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke by none other than Jamie Dory as he heads towards the timeline. And what will it be for its first flying lap? Has he gone faster than Cebula and McCluskey? Has he not? And in the end, it looks like they're quite a bit off the pace, an 8:41.632. But meanwhile, William Guthrie, an 8:36.611. But nobody coming close enough to Jaroslaw Cebula so far. But we've still got one more flying lap for all the drivers, and then it's all going to come down to the racing. Meanwhile, elsewhere out on circuit, as we do see Sean Doby making his way around, he's coming on down through what is then none other than Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Hub. Well, he's got plenty to look forward to as he roars his way on down, and as he powers his way all the way onwards here. And well, Sean Doble will be hoping that he's done a good enough lap in the AM class in order to build up a little bit more in terms of placement on the grid, given the fact that so far this season for Sean, it has been a season of learning, and indeed being an AM driver, we do expect all of our AM drivers to really be going through their learning stage as they're racing the TCR class machine. But Sean really making his first entry into a touring car racing series for the NXTCC, which is great to see. I've known him beforehand, typically racing in what has been a Porsche Cup machine, so Porsche 992 Cup cars, but this is a very different kettle of fish, to use the British proverb, and well, I can definitely say the fact that right now Doble is rising to the challenge, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season we see him regularly contesting the AM podium. As he comes up through the last couple of corners then to complete his lap. Well, the first AM time on the board was from Gabriel Yilmaz, 23 seconds off of the provisional pole time set by Cebula, but you would expect AMs to be quite a way off here, given that the relative experience needed at the Nürburgring Loop at the best of times. But Doble there goes into P19, so the highest AM time so far. He's AM provisional pole sitter on a 49.166, but who will be able to get close as Mark Sykes? They're 2 seconds off, but 2 seconds for Mark Sykes here is the equivalent of approximately what will be 3 tenths on a much smaller circuit, so therefore time to be found for the drivers as they continue to push on. But as the drivers roar their way on through, we do say hello there to John Meredith, father of Alex Meredith, and speaking of the Master Meredith, let's look for where he is out of the circuit. And we can find Alex out there at the moment. Our cameraman still engrossed in Sean at Doble's car, and I believe Alex in the pit lane, in fact. So with that, that means that he has forfeited the right to another lap. Perhaps there was an off on his second flying lap early on, but that means the best he'll do is a P11 there with an 8:39.27, and well, he'll be hoping that holds up, as otherwise that could see him shuffled quite a way down the order, depending on exactly how things play out for the rest of the drivers. But remember, a second flying lap isn't always going to be faster here, in the fact the out lap is the lap in which you get the tyres up to temperature. The first flying lap is the lap where you've got more fuel, but that you've got the tyres in the freshest condition. The second flying lap, meanwhile, the tyres are worn, you've got less fuel, but it depends on how much you took out the tyres on the first flying lap, and that's why this qualifying session is going to be a bit of an interesting gamble, because some drivers may have opted to use the first flying lap as a very gentle banker lap, whereby they'll be a long way off the pace, with the idea that because the car will be light on the second flying lap, because remember, our drivers are not allowed to adjust the fuel loads in their cars, they must go out there on the fuel load they have been provided ahead of today's racing. So therefore, it does mean all these cars are on equal fuel going into the qualifying session. Unless they've got success bars, then they carry more fuel. That's how we do the success bars, to give the extra weight in the cars. But the point being here, everyone's coming in essentially with equal machinery, and it's going to come down to who wants to gamble on running a lighter car but with tyres that may not be as comfortable, versus those who want to get the lap in nice and early. But as we also say hello to Patrick Falconer in the YouTube chat, and great to have Patrick, also known as Paddy, up to friends and colleagues down in the paddock. And we also say hello to Average Joe there, and I believe that may be Daniel Fritz. Don't get me quoted on that, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. If you do know, then back on the grid in the AM class for this season. More Aura drivers making their way on around, and we do see there, put off to the side of the road, that is Josh Brown taking a trip down Grassy Lane, and what I would imagine has been off for Brown, and if so, that will mean that this second, well, in fact, this is his first out lap. Well, in fact, no, it's not his out lap, this is his first flying lap. So for Brown, it has been a bit of a disastrous qualifying session so far, and one of our major collisions in the AM Championship may find himself starting from the very back of the field for the sprint race, and if so, well, that is definitely going to be something up in his mind. I think right now he might be using this qualifying session just to build himself up with a little bit more familiarity, given the fact that learning this circuit takes a lot of time, and even after multiple practice laps, not always does that information go in the first, second, or even third time round. And as he makes his way out, we do look to Andrew Pike, the Sim Racing Collective Pro driver, who I had the pleasure of talking to in the build-up to today, and when I asked him what his pre-round thoughts were, the first thing he said to me, and I quote, "I fear for my simulated life." And, well, in the end, he was joking a little bit, but that is the respect and also the regard he holds the Nürburgring within. But then he mentioned to me, okay, being a bit more serious, he does love the Nürburgring Loop circuit, and he's hoping that things will all be with regards to sensible head today, so therefore we won't see a repeat of what happened in Monza. And I get the feeling with the number of talking to that our drivers had, I can tell you that our race director and stewards were there till late at Monza, telling our drivers off for a whole host of things. Well, it's one of those situations whereby I think Pike has come in to say, feeling as though today could be the day where he can land a big result. And he's also advised me, and advised us, I should say, to you guys, girls, tuning at home, to keep our eyes out for none other than his teammate from the Sim Racing Collective, of Tom Davidson, who is something of a Nordschleife specialist. And whilst he will be starting at the back of today's feature, given he has missed a round of racing this season, in fact he's missed 2 rounds, he's going to be trying to charge his way through the field, and he will be looking to try and go from the front of the field for the purposes of the sprint race. He's someone to watch out for, and as I try to roar the way on through, we are heading towards the end of this qualifying session. And one man who's not currently out there, but when I did catch up with Andy Fox earlier, the Doble Motorcycles driver, he was saying to me in the build-up to today that he does enjoy the Nürburgring and indeed the Nordschleife loop circuit, and he feels though he's got reasonable pace around this circuit, so he's hoping for a good qualifying lap and a good sprint race for a change, and he's thinking that a podium could be on the cards, albeit I don't think he's feeling the confidence that he could go for back-to-back over-wins feature races, but anything can happen around here, and that's the thing he emphasised to me. It only takes a split second loss of concentration and you're in a barrier, and that is your race done and dusted. And with the feature race, he feels as though it's going to be more about survival at first, but if he can avoid getting caught up in instance, and given the fact he'll be starting at what would be in the middle of the grid, he reckons he might just be able to charge his way in towards the top 5, especially if the weather decides to take a turn for the worse. Again, we've got dry conditions so far, so he's going to be quite conservative in the feature race. We can expect him to come alive as the race comes alive as well. But ideally, he would like for a repeat of the sparring during the round and just drive away in peace and tranquility. But it's anything but that in the NXTCC. I can tell you that, ladies and gents. Those are the faults I was able to garner from our drivers. As meanwhile, we do look to Gavin Gardner for Next Gen Pink as he rips and tears and roars his way on down the hill now, making his way very shortly there on through Icebank and in towards what would be Brunchen. And as he does so, tucked in the toe there of one of the Aztec racing machines. That's not going to be ideal for Gardner, albeit that will help him down the dotting her to a point, but the flip side of the point will be, as I believe he's tucked in there behind Matthew Cheverton, is that he will lose out here. He'll have to lift off the throttle as he makes his way down with the Stefan Beloff S and into what will be none other than Flansgarden Irons and then Flansgarden Zwei, in the fact that it will get so close to the back of Cheverton's car that in the end, if he goes any more on the throttle, he'll end up tapping the rear of that Hyundai Elantra, and well, that won't be a very happy Matthew Cheverton, it won't be a very happy Aztec Racing team, and I think there'll be a very unhappy word from our stewards as well, as he now comes through Flansgarden Zwei here, absolutely attacking the lap, and indeed Cheverton doing the same, and you can definitely see how the toe affecting Gardner's lap and giving him a lot of overspeed, but he's just not able to capitalise on that as much as he would like to do so. This qualifying session is definitely now heading towards its closing stages, and as it does so, there's not long left in the session, and it is going to be a session where qualifying is only going to be a very limited part of the story, as it looks like Jaroslaw Cebula right now is the man to beat in qualifying. Tries coming towards the end of their second laps, if they have put a lap in, and Matthew in the YouTube chat there asking a question, which is, has it started raining yet? Well, as I look out my commentary booth window and on our cameras, I can't see any rain, but I can tell you there's a lot of cloud coverage around here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some rain in the races today, and that could be a huge factor to contend with. Benjamin McCluskey improves to an 8:34.987. Meanwhile, Cebula does not improve by looks of things, but he stays on provisional pole. Can anybody dethrone him from that lap? As William Guthrie crossed the line, he improves by 6 tenths but stays P3. We've still got some more time to come across the line. Isaac Doble springs up to P5 on a 37.706, so a good lap there from Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing, and that will see him start on the third row of the grid behind any improvements. Mikey Doble moves up to P8 on a 38.273, given the 56 kilograms of success ballast. That is a very good lap there from Mikey Doble, it must be pointed out, and to put himself inside the top 10, well, that is a very good omen for today. Meanwhile, in the Prime class, Sam Van Olst is currently the fastest out there for Goldwyn Motorsports in the Audi RS3. Is anybody else out there on a lap where they're improving? Russell Fowler, he's on a personal best lap so far, as Adam Delmont moves up to P4, Gavin Gardner moves up to P8, and Mikey Doble now thrust down to P10. Meanwhile, Sam Van Olst still stays there as your prime pole sitter. Luca Monroe is meanwhile P25. He's your provisional pole sitter in the AM class, now down to P26. Fowler moves up to P12. So now it's Fowler for Rano Esports, who could be your prime pole sitter. He's managed to push Van Olst down to P14 overall. We've still got some times out there. Matthew Sheraton has finished his laps. He's P19. Alan McCain's still out there on the lap, as is Jake Pitt and as is Ben Gregory. In fact, Pitt's in the pit lane, so therefore he won't be going any further. He wouldn't be able to finish that lap with the time remaining, as far as I'm aware, in terms of the overtime that's been allotted his qualifying session. But meanwhile, there's one driver out there who is absolutely flying at the moment. It's Tom Davidson, and he has gone purple in a couple of the smaller sectors. He's also picked up a toe down the Dotting High. That's Marcel Fritsch, the fellow Honda Civic driver, who you can see that Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective making his way around the outside of. And as he makes his way into Tiergarten and, well, the last couple of quarters with it, well, Davidson right now, he's P29 initially, but I get the feeling he's invested all his chips on what has been this second flying lap with the car's lighter, and therefore he decided to just put in a very basic banker lap for that P29 initially. What will this be from Davidson? Coined as a Nord specialist coming into today by his teammates. Will it be as he crosses the line? It's P4 for Davidson, an 8:36.264, 2.1 seconds off of the overall pole time. That's a good lap for Davidson, and I think he'll be very happy to build from that when we do go green flag. Marcel Fritsch moves to P31 on a 57.7, so not a bad lap there for Fritsch, but he does start P5 in the AM class, and with the drivers out there, we've only got two more who are on flying laps, Alan McCain being one of them. As we do see McCain making his way on around, and as he comes on down there, what will be onto the Dotting High via Galgenkopf, just up the road from him is none other than what is Eduardo Gonzaga, and I believe Gonzaga's yet to get a lap on the board. In fact, Eduardo Gonzaga will have his first flying lap here accounted for very shortly. Everybody on slick tyres when they've done these laps, and as he makes his way on down there, the National Racing Team driver, well, he'll be hoping that things do come his way, given the fact that he ended up having a nightmare day at Monza, what was 3 weeks ago, but a bit of New Year magic could definitely bode well. As he makes his way on through the corners there, well, Luca Monroe has taken the AM provisional pole time in P27 by almost 5 seconds over Sean Dobe, who's P2 in AM so far, which is a very respectable P2 there from Dobe, but Monroe really springing the surprise, and Gonzaga across the timeline, and it's going to be from Gonzaga, P33, so he gets a lap on the board. It's not a lap where he's been able to get ahead of anybody else who's set a lap, but he won't mind that, because at least it starts him further up the order, and that is an accolade in of itself, in the fact that he'll start ahead of a number of drivers. Alan McCain comes into the pit lane now with windows, so he's not happy with that lap, and he'll start P5 Pro and P21 overall provisionally. We still do have Stuart Minus out there and Ben Gregory, the last two drivers to get laps on the board here. As he comes on down, what will Gregory be able to do? Well, given the fact that he has been very strong in qualifying over the course of the season so far, the full tilt motorsport driver, him alongside his teammates really have pushed everything they can. The two Bens, Ben Altrier in the Pro class and Ben Gregory in the Pro class, and what early this season, it really was Gregory who was absolutely charging after the fastest drivers in the Pro class before they got promoted, Daniel Downing and also Nick Clemens. But now, with the void in the Pro class still yet to be formally filled, what will Gregory do this time? It's P26 before he crossed line, and now as he crossed line, it's only an 8:42.948. He moves him up to P25, head of Jake Pitt, P9 in Pro-Am, and the last driver out there, he will get this lap in, will be Stuart Winus, the Track Scotland driver, who's had it all go wrong, it would seem, in the first half of the lap. You can see they're based on the sector colorations in the bottom left corner of your screen, where yellow means he's down on his personal best, or his previous best, meanwhile green means he's up on a personal best, meanwhile if it's purple, that means he's the fastest of everybody there. But Winus right now, well, he's not gone purple anywhere, but he'll be hoping that things just continue to go green all the way to the end of the run as he comes to the end of the first part of the Dottinger, albeit down there, but he could have been missing the slipstream that he may have had on a previous lap, but you never know what he might have been able to get over the course of the first lap versus the second. But this does seem to be a lap where the lap time has come together quite significantly. Last couple of corners in for Stuart Winus, he will be the last driver to get a lap on the board, and as he makes his way out there of what is the Tiergarten Hornrain Complex, what will be for Winus then as he comes to the timeline to complete his qualifying session? It will be, as we see him crossing that line then, the time's just about to be updated. It's P28 and 8:45.177, P11 Pro-Am. It's not the lowest time of all those in the Pro-Am class who set one, but it's not up there with the fastest, so it means, ladies and gentlemen, Jaroslaw Cebula takes pole position for the sprint race here at the Nürburgring on an 8-minute 34.090. Congratulations to him by just almost a second over Benjamin McCluskey. In Pro-Am, we will see Russell Fowler start P13 as your Pro-Am pole sitter, by the best part there of what was a 10th ahead of Sam Van Olst when all was said and done, albeit Van Olst 2 places back with Nick Clemens splitting the two. And then we can see in the AM class, on his debut as a guest driver, Luca Monroe has taken AM pole position, P27, ahead of Sean Dobe by 5 seconds. But Dobe has then taken the AM Championship pole position ahead of Mark Sykes. And what a qualifying session for Sean Dobe to do that in what has definitely been a challenging season so far. But could this be the sign of the ATT Racing drivers' efforts being rewarded and things pointing pointed upwards? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But also to keep in mind here that we have had what has been the best part of 20 drivers not set qualifying times. A lot of drivers opting to either swap cars and therefore mandated to start from the pit lane, or have just decided not to get laps on the board, or have not been able to get laps on board, and the likes of that include Josh Brown and Jonathan Collins in what is the AM class, and also there we can include Lewis Mason as a driver who wasn't able to get a lap on the board. So therefore there are a lot of big names who've not been able to quite get the laps in, and it could mean that as a result our drivers will find themselves in a bit of a challenging position when we go racing, as we're going to have some very fast drivers trying to tear their way through the field. Also some shout-out moments with regards to qualifying. Well, apart from Cebula taking that pole position, William Guthrie and Tom Davidson on row at number 2, P3, P4. That's going to be an enticing watch. We also do have that Isaac Doble, P8, the highest of the Doble family members, and back into the top 10 in qualifying, which is great to see for the Audi RS3 driver. He is the highest placed Audi RS3. And then we do have Gavin Garner, who starts P10, ahead of Mikey Doble. So we've got 3 Audis all pushing towards the top 10. And well, I've been hearing in my the Audi is the weakest of the cars here today in terms of the fact we've got low track temperature, and it seems to struggle with low temperatures compared to its peers. Elsewhere, further down the field, in the Prime class at least, Alan McCain starting P5 in the class. Not where he wants to start, but he'll be happy with that given he's in the top 5, but he will have Duncan Rice for company on that 11th row of the grid. And we can see a bit further down the order there, Stuart Wine is starting P28. Bit of a poor qualifying session for the Track Scotland driver. Not where he wanted to start, given what we've seen in previous rounds. But then again, anything's possible. And the same for Kieran Smart, who never got a valid lap on the board. So therefore, for Smart, he'll be starting from towards the back of the grid. But we are now patiently waiting, ladies and gentlemen, for the transition over into what will be the gridded procedure for race number 1. So therefore, you'll have to bear with us a little bit. We do need a bit of time to make this transition occur. But in the meantime, as we say hello to Rogue Gamer 1643, and also there to Ben in the YouTube chat, both cheering on Isaac Doble. Well, it's definitely going to be whoever you're a big fan of, whether it be Isaac Doble or alternatively the likes of Reese Watt here, as we see him parked up the sole car in the pit lane at the moment, and our cameramen experimenting with different camera shots before we get a closer camera shot there at the JW Motorsport machine. Well, there's plenty to look forward to here today, there's no doubt about it. But we are now just waiting for that transition, and well, I can tell as I look out the commentary booth window, the weather at the moment is still clear at this time. And well, with that in mind, as we do bring that weather up on the right hand side of your screen, and you can see that overcast, and well, at the moment 18 degrees centigrade track temperature, and ambient of 18 as well. No rain falling as it currently stands, but we do have a very high chance of rain and a high level of humidity. So therefore, we expect that rain could come at any point when the race does get underway. But as all the drivers sit and wait with bated breath, well, it's also going to be on the minds of our drivers here in the fact that if the rain does come, that could lead to what would be an absolute shake-up of the field, because it has been a dry qualifying, but will it be a dry race, or could we see some elements of rain? And also, keep in mind the fact that if we do see rain, it could be on certain parts of the circuit, not the whole circuit, and you do have that absolutely mad gamble of, do you stick it out on dries, or do you go to wets that may work well at first, but they may end up falling apart on the dry segments of the circuit later on. Well, for all that and more, those are the questions as qualifying does finally get registered complete, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time to head to the grid for our first race of the day. So as our drivers make their way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up for the sprint race of round 5 of the NXTCC Season 8, powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing. It is Jaroslaw Cebula who lines up on pole position for NXTGEN Pink. He is in the company of fellow teammate Benjamin McCluskey as NXTGEN Pink lock out the front row, but will that be the way it plays out in reality? William Guthrie starts P3 for Full Tilt V Motorsport, having taken over from Mark Kent just before the end of the first half of the season. Guthrie has made an early impression, and he'll be looking to do plenty more today. However, for company with him on the second row of the grid is Tom Davidson, the Sim Racing Collective's Nordschleife specialist, and that specialism could take him to Golden Glory tier today. Andrew Pike, his teammate, sits just behind a further 3 tenths off. That is nothing in real terms, and therefore an absolutely brilliant qualifying job from the Sim Racing Collective team. He's got Adam Delmont for company for SO and NXTGEN Gold alongside on the third row of the grid, starting P6, and then P7 it's Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport ahead of Doble Sim Race's Isaac Doble. We'll then have on row at number 5 to complete your top 10. We can see what is there? Ben Altrier for Doble Motorsport and Gavin Garner for NXTGEN Ping. We'll now have Mikey Doble started P11 for Doble Sim Race, the championship leader coming into today, and that's exactly where he'll want to qualify. If he can't be inside the top 10, be the first place out of it, and that could bode just as well as he gets himself all ready to go. He's got the company of Daniel Downing for Doble Motorsport starting P12, and then behind them on the 7th row of the grid, it's Russell Fowler, your prime pole sitter for Rhino Esports, and Nick Clemens, the pro driver for iRacing Esports, in his close company. It's the first time Russell Fowler has started on prime pole for this season after qualifying, but he'll know behind him, directly behind him on the grid in P15, is fellow prime driver Sam Van Ols for Doble Motorsport, and both of them will be absolutely chomping at the bit to take victory here in the sprint. On the 8th row of the grid, joining Sam Van Ols is Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and then we do have P17 Alex Meredith for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, just behind his teammate of Horn, but you can imagine that Meredith, if he gets a good launch, he could be leading in their inter-team battle before the end of turn number 1. Jamie Dory starts P18 for NXTGEN Pink. Not quite unleashing the time he wanted in qualifying, but I get the feeling he'll be one to watch in the race. And completing your top 20 is Lewis Delmont for SO NXTGEN Gold and fellow prime driver Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing. Alan McCain starts P21 for iRacing Esports, and he'll be in the company there of Duncan Rise on the 11th row of the grid, the South African driver for Doble Motorsport. On row number 12, it's Reese Watt for JWM Motorsport and James Smazesgal for Aztec Racing. And then we do have on row number 13, Ben Gregory for Doble Motorsport, who's had a difficult qualifying session, and he's in the company of Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, who starts alongside him. And the Welshman, much like Gregory, a little bit out of position in terms of qualifying, would have liked to have qualified closer to Sheraton, but then again, it may be that it's a circuit that doesn't quite bode well for the number 15 driver. Luca Monroe on his debut as a guest appearance for a couple of rounds this season. The United Sim Team driver takes the pole position, and well, congratulations to the Briton there, and he is P27 ahead of Stuart Winus of Track Scotland, with the Scottish driver starting P28 out of position compared to where he normally qualifies, but he's got his fellow countryman behind him. Sean Doby, his best ever AM qualifying, P29 overall, second place in AM class for ATEC Tech Racing, just inside the top 30, and that top 30 rounded out by third place AM driver Mark Sykes for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing. Gabriel Yumaz then takes P31 on the grid on the 16th row of the grid for Aztec Racing ahead of Rhino Academy's Marcel Fridge, with Gilberto Struck for National Racing Team and his teammate Eduardo Gonzaga line up on row 17. Row 18 goes to Dan Mull for SO NXTGEN Gold and Kieran Smart for Track Scotland, and then we do have the combination of Sam Smith, iRacing Esports and Joe Doble on the 19th row of the grid. Behind the Doble Sim Racing drivers to complete the top 40, we do have Michael Elise there, and what will be Lewis Mason will be moved up into the P40 slot for Aztec Racing, with Craig Tillerson for Rhino Academy and Sam Bradley for SO NXTGEN Gold then on the row behind them. Starting in P43 will be Daniel Fritz for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing ahead of Jonathan Collins for his same team. The two teammates there line up together on what will be the 22nd row of the grid. On row number 23, it will be Andy Chell in the company of none other than Sammy Arriba. The two Quartermaster Motorsport teammates will be lined up together. And then we will see Josh Brown starting in what will be P47 on the grid in the company there of none other than Dylan Hunter for DH Racing, who will be starting last but not least. 49 drivers on this grid, ladies and gentlemen, and that is how they will all start today. Well, in fact, 48 drivers, I should say, because we have our race director plus our two safety cars that will be parked up on the grid. But I can tell you one thing, it is going to be a race whereby, with the best part of 50 cars here, they will all be absolutely itching to get a good run down towards turn 1, and then the rest of it will be survival and just keeping your head together as you make your way around the best part of 15 miles of the ultimate venerable tarmac in the world. But as our drivers will sit on the grid, Benjamin McCluskey will know it's a short run to turn 1, and well, without further ado, we have not had Jaroslaw Cebula make it to the grid. He's starting from the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. So McCluskey inherits pole position. It's 5 red lights, and it's lights out and away we go for our first race of the day, a 3-lap race, or a 20-minute race if you will. And as they roar the way away, McCluskey gets underway here, and as he charges his way down towards turn number 1, it's a good launch from McCluskey as they head into the braking zone, and we looked at the blimp camera there, and over the top, looking as though McCluskey's nailed the start. Further back, the Constantina now plays out, and as it does so, oh goodness me, multiple contacts there as Clemens is turned backwards, and we also see there's some contact. SO NXTGEN goes down, Mould, I believe, and Jamie Dory, and take the long way round. around. We've also had a bit of instant for what is Andy Chell car round there. That's in the form of one of the Track Scotland cars. I believe that was Winus has had a bit of a pivot and was on tries all made the way through. Most of them have safely made it around. Albeit we look there, it's none other than Sammy Arriba with Dylan Hunter, and Hunter looking up the inside and Arriba on the outside. Car running wide there as well. That's Gabriel Yilmaz who's just rejoined. So it's been a bit of bedlam through the first couple of quarters, but for the most part, most of our drivers have made it around. But meanwhile, we now look for the blimp camera back down towards the track side, and Benjamin McCluskey is already starting to roar away here, as meanwhile William Guthrie's under major pressure. He's got into P2 in all this. The 40 motorsport driver is trying to get Pike and Doble to fight each other, as Isaac Doble tries to go outside to inside through the Vidal chicane. He almost makes it work, but Indian Pike gets ahead, and Isaac decides to back off. Meanwhile, running up the inside is brother Mikey, who looks like the inside of Tom Davidson, squeezes his way on the transition road up onto North Tri Flip, and Mikey Doble steals his way into P5 there with an absolute daring move. But sometimes you've got to be daring to dream, and Mikey Doble does exactly that. Now they roar the way down, and first up is the run in towards what will be the Hatzenback complex. As they come in towards the left-right-left combination, where you can see they're just behind. It's Davidson versus Bernals. Oh, there's contact. Davidson turns sideways. The prime leader turns Davidson around, and Davidson in the end is put to a standstill on the racing line almost. In the end, he rolls the car away, but it's without a front bumper there for what is Russell Fowler, who carries on, and Fowler is not quite your prime leader, but Davidson's race is in the wall for now, but he'll try and get it out of the wall when he can. Meanwhile, in the AM class, Luca Monroe is still leading the AM class, as we have a bit of incident for Jamie Dory, and I think our timing tower is having a few erroneous glitches here. We'll get you updated when we can, but some drivers have let their way forward unless I'm mistaken, and they continue to push on through. We'll look on the road right now, Ben Gregory and Mark Size of close company as they head over the rise. It's too wide there, and well, at the best of times, you go one way through floodlights. Car comes loose, the short Doby. Doby's into the wall. The car comes across the circuit, and well, for the 88 Racing driver, he tries to get the car to stop. Like, imagine the brake pad is probably not working at this point, and now, boy, he's going to try and get himself back up to speed in a very damaged car. But it's a frustrating moment for Sean Doby. He gets it back together. The 88 Racing driver who's looking so good. Well, in the end, it's all gone backwards as he tries to push on. But as he does so, we've got multiple drivers in the pit lane, including Clemens and Dory. And don't be fooled by the fact it says 1 lap 2 of 3. In fact, that is where we've had a couple of drivers towed to the pits, and they have been brought forward a lap, but they are under tow regulations. So therefore, what we will do is just show you the race time remaining, and that will give you an indicator how much it will say 30 minutes. But it is what is the best part, excuse me, of a 20-minute race or 3 laps, and a lot of drivers make the way on around. Well, Isaac Doble right now in P2 as he continues to push on. He has got the company of Andrew Pike and Mikey Doble behind, but these drivers right now all starting to settle down after a fashion and keeping their heads in the game as they head in towards what will be Callan Hard shortly. But as they come down through, we've got no moves happening there, but meanwhile going from Metzgetsfeld, that is a move up the inside by Matthew Sheraton on Bedell Trier, and Alex Meredith says can 2 play that game. I think Ben there has just been awful out of sorts, says Trier, as he now brings, oh my goodness, and into the wall. That is contact for Fox, and what is there? Matthew Sheraton, I believe, and well, Fox is going to be absolutely fuming about that one. I'm not quite sure what the story is there. We can see the fumes coming out of the car, and well, not just the driver, but the car itself as well, but we'll get you the story on what's happened there shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But a nightmare moment for Andy Fox, and definitely something that's pushed his race backwards, as we now look even further back down the order to some AM drivers who've had a solid race so far, including Josh Brown. Brown is on the move here as he chases after Eduardo Gonzaga, and well, we still got some smoke coming up there into their side from the corner. No safety cars called at the match. I think we might have a safety car that has been called a bit further up the road. We'll try to get an update on that when we can, ladies and gentlemen. But the racing continue to push on here as they make the way on the round, and as they do, well, as the drivers make the way on through, I can tell you, I've just had it confirmed in here that our safety car, in fact, is getting into position further up the surface. There were no safety cars deployed at lunch. We have multiple safety cars here today, but as our drivers continue to race on, the rest of the round is going to race on, more and more challenges. He's now settling down in these isolated battles, including the Lewis Delmont fighting with Eduardo Gonzaga as it's going to be around the outside. Smoke teeming out of Fox's car as he tries to get that along the road, and well, they want to be going one wide here as they make the way into Bergwerk Quarters. Fox is in that outside line, and he's just trying to get the car back to the pit lane. Meanwhile, back up the road, and well, P2 driver at the moment, Isaac Doble, will continue to roar his way further up towards what will be the fast left-hander of Mud Curve, and well, behind him you can see what is Andrew Pike, Mikey Doble, and Sam Van Olst, the leading prime driver there of Van Olst, who made an absolutely huge start, moving from P15 to what was 8 pretty much in the space of the GP loop, or the reduced GP loop, and he's broken away since then. And as our drivers make the way out of the Steel Striker corner and now towards the Caracola Carousel, McCluskey has absolutely disappeared off up the road in this race by comparison. Meanwhile, Isaac Doble, well, he's absolutely on a charge to try and continue to just push this race all the way through to what will be its natural conclusion, which would be a place on the podium, if not P2. But as the drivers head in towards what will be the second half of this lap now, making the way all the way up towards Hoax shortly, past Poston at 147, you can imagine now for Isaac Doble, he's got to try and put enough distance to keep himself as quick as possible, because otherwise his rivals will be looking for a run down the Dottinger, and that's where all his early achievements will suddenly unfold and go in the wrong direction. Looking further back now, the onshore 2 wide between Mark Sykes battling what is, I believe there, that's none other than Matthew Sheraton as they make the way side by side up towards what we close to 147, and as they come past the aforementioned Marshall's Post, well, you can see their Sykes in does get ahead of Sheraton and absolutely stamps his authority on that position. Sheraton decides to back out, knowing in 2 different classes there's no point fighting, but Sheraton's now got the company of Kieran Smart, and Smart there up the inside as Sheraton went a bit deep at Hoax. Now they'll make the way on down and coming on firstly through will be the combination of what is Hedwig tyre, and as they then make the way, oh, that's the car into the wall, and that's Sykes into the wall. So only moments ago, Sykes making progress, and I think Sykes taking too much apex curve there, coming down in towards Whipperman, and as a result, the car's gone to the barrier, and the next Show Whiskey Runner's car will now crawl along as best as it can. But from him, we looked at what is here, the car of Dan Knoll, the SRO NXTGEN Gold car, and well, he's got the company of his teammate Sam Bradley behind. Car rejoin, that's Josh Brown, the 3 wide, going on through the right hand of their bridge and corner, and will mould in the end, does clear the 3 wide, albeit emerges from it, having gained 1 place, but not both, with Brown holding firm in P24, and Mould runs a bit wide with gravel on the tyres. I think a lot of gravel has been kicked across the circuit, giving away. Now tries to run a bit wide out of bridge and corner. And as he heads on down in towards the jump here, well, as he roars his way for the Stefan Bell of S, and now on towards Vanguard Sly, will Mould at this point. We're just trying to keep Cebula behind him. Remember, Cebula started from the pit lane. He opted, well, for whatever reason, whether it was a technical issue with the car or whether he decided to start from the pit lane. Either way, you can see about it. He started from the pit lane, and he's already up to P27 out of this 48 car pack, and is looking to continue to try and pick the place up as quickly as he can. And as the drivers will even wind their way on through, will the NXTGEN pink driver here looking now around the outside, coming on through the left-hander that travels from the corner, can't quite find it on Mould, putting pressure on. And for those of you who are curious as to which tyre compound our drivers are running here, well, let's show you that tyre compound, because not everybody is on the dry compound. Cebula is one of many, much like Mould, who wanted to start the race on the wet compound, because the forecast has said we have got some rain coming towards the end of this race. We haven't seen any on our camera so far, but we'll have to see what happens. And will these wet tyres right now will be shredded on a dry circuit, but will they last the distance before that rain does come, if it arrives? Well, we'll have to wait and see, as meanwhile, after 1 lap of racing, when it's Benjamin McCluskey who leads this race by what is the best part of none other, as we try to get an update on the time gap. Well, he's leading this race by none other than 8.3 seconds over Andrew Pike. Mike in P2. Don't be fooled by the timing towel there on the left-hand side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Clemens and Dory are a lap down. They are not leading this race at the moment. There is a timing error, but it is McCluskey who leads the race ahead of Pike, who's P2. Isaac Doble is P3, ahead of teammate and brother for Doble Sim Racing, Mikey Doble. Then we have your prime leader of Sam Van Olsten in what is P5. William Guthrie P6. Then it's James Pascal P7, ahead of Adam Delmont. Although saying that, Adam Delmont here looking to try and make some progress, which Pascal says no to that, as they make the way 3 wide under braking here in towards turns 1 and 2. And in the end, Pascal will hold it, as meanwhile Delmont having to go defensive here, being surrounded and corralled by the Aztec Racing Prime drivers. And on his inside now, into the touring car hairpin, is going to be Pitt. Pitt going all in on this, trying to chase after Smadsesgal for what will be a further spot on the prime podium. And Adam Delmont drops to what is P11 on the timing tower, but in fact P9. And then we have Luca Monroe, who's found his way all the way up to P10 overall, your AM-class leader for United Sim Team. And right now Monroe is absolutely flying out there. But as he comes on through the corners here, the Briton absolutely doing everything right with team so far in order to have a debut to be remembered, no doubt about it, and a bit of a Nordschleife specialist. And going onwards, well, for those of you wondering how have we got 2 drivers who are the best part of what is 5 minutes ahead of the rest of the field, don't be fooled there. And in fact, we'll come to that full short. It's Adam Delmont now losing out to Monroe and having to fend off none other than Joseph Doble. And I would imagine that's the wet compound here. Adam Delmont is one of the leading wet runners. William Guthrie is the leading wet runner in what is P6. Well, right now, Adam Delmont on the wet tyre. That tyre is just not offering the lap time, but he'll hope that lap time does come to him as Joe Doble makes his way up the inside through Sabine Schmidt curve and tries to hang it all the way around the outside there. Albeit that's going to be very brave. He's going to go around the outside through into Hatson back corner, but in the end, Delmont backs out and Joseph Doble is rewarded for his perseverance and makes that move count. We're coming to our point only moments ago. Why are you seeing two drivers who are 5 minutes up the road in terms of Clibbins and Dory at the top of the time tower? Well, they were involved in an open lap incident. They towed to the pits, and for some reason that has caused the glitch in our timing tower, which unfortunately, as we do refresh our graphics there, the timing tower is going to continue showing them as on what is the lead lap and ahead of the field, when in fact they are not. So we do apologise for that, but we are now on lap number 2. That's one thing we can confirm. We will be going back to showing you the full session laps rather than the race time that's remaining, and we are to lap number 2 or 3. This is a 20-minute race, but it is 3 laps in totality, and as the drivers have made their way on around, they'll now be pushed by Ben Altrier as he's still waiting for the wet weather to come, and Altrier here surely will look to try and make a move as we ride on board with the full tilt Motorsport driver as he heads up towards what will be a Schrodenkreuz corner. Through the left-hander he goes, and having to back off there. There's no real opportunity to go too wide, and heading in towards what will be the right-hander of Ehrenberg corner. Altrier having to wait for an opportunity, but coming on through the right-hander. No move being able to be made at the moment as he heads in towards what will be the next set of corners, albeit Altrier all over the back there of his rival in the form of Delmont, but Delmont here just trying to hold on before the rain comes. Meanwhile, Altrier wants to make this move before the rain arrives, given he's on the dry tyre. In fact, I say that, Altrier's not on the dry tyre, he's on the wet tyre. And as they come on through, Ardenauer forced, will coming up through the left into right here. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm having it confirmed in my ear with regards to Clibbins and Dory that due to the erroneous timing tower there, in fact at the moment they are being registered as being on the lead lap, so both drivers have been told to come into the pit and serve what will be a minimum of a 5-minute pit stop, if not a little bit longer. The race director has just been on the radio to both Nick Clibbins at iRacing Esports and also Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink. They will have to pull into their pit stalls and they will have to wait for what is 5 minutes, if not more, in order to rejoin the race, but they will be required to drop back into the pack there, so that way they can't run away and in theory win this race. So therefore, whilst they're taking the pit stops, Benjamin McCluskey will be aware of this as well. He will have heard it over the race director's voice channel that's plugged into all the cars, and therefore he'll be aware of the fact that he will return to be the leader of the race when we do head on to what will be the final lap. But as our drivers are all the way on through, the sun's coming out here at the moment. Unfortunately, we haven't got a rain monitor graphic available at Katie in the YouTube chat. We'd love to have it up to see where the rain is at the moment, but it's not available. But as McCluskey continues to roll on, we need to take a look back at some of the moments from earlier on in the race, including what happened at turn number 1, and here is the replay. And this was an incident between Lewis Delmont, Jamie Dory and Nick Clibbins, and this is the incident that's led to Dory and Clibbins being jumped up the order, albeit erroneously. And as we can see, that a small tap between Horn and Delmont, turning Delmont onto the path of Dory, and in the end, Nick Clibbins being escorted out in a separate incident, and all 3 drivers end up with a nightmare start to the race. We also see the car there of what was none other than, I believe, Kieran Smart being turned around in a separate incident. But meanwhile, we look back at this now with a focus on Nick Clibbins. What exactly happened to the iRacing Esports driver? Well, a brief bump on the back there from Dory, and well, that was the contact from Delmont being turned by Horn and Clibbins being spun round as well. But then what happened afterwards to what was the Track Scotland car that was involved in that? Couldn't quite see what happened to it. We will try and get a replay of what happened there. Stuart Winus, in fact, that was not Kieran Smart, my apologies. And this was Winus' race in terms of how he started. Luca Monroe on his outside, bit of elbows out there, further elbows out, and he came through the corner. The 2-1-2 just taps him on his inside rear quarter panel and sends Winus to the barriers. The whole field escorted its way on around. And, well, that explains the story there. But we also had an incident for none other than what was Tom Davidson at the start of the race. And how did that happen for Tom Davidson? Well, this was side-by-side contact between himself and Sam Bernals. In fact, I think it was Andy Fox this contact was with. And that was coming down to the braking zone there for what would have been Hatzenbach. And in the end, the two of them fought over the position. And then only one of them could go through it. And in fact, I think that was the car of Bernals. That was not the car of Andy Fox. I might be mistaken. I'm not going to play my cards on who it was. But what I can tell you is, wrong way for Davidson, that is a certainty. But those are the major incidents on what was the race start, and as the drivers continue to push on, well, we do look to McCluskey, and well, I'm being told, ladies and gentlemen, in my ear that we've got a lot of rain down the pit straight, and I look out the cockpit window, and in fact, we're going to now look down to our drivers, and in fact, there is one of our distant camera shots, and it is rain on the GP. Look, the rain is arriving, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, well, right now, whoever is on slick tyres, well, they've got a dry circuit for now as they make their way around the Eifel Mountains, but when they come to the end of this lap, when we go on to lap number 3, keep in mind we are not on lap 3 right now, we are on lap number 2. We will go on to lap 3 shortly. There is the rain, you can see it on camera now. So the rain is arriving, and it means that McCluskey and many of those slick tyres, where it was the right investment for the first 2 laps, will it be the right investment on the final lap? And keeping in mind, a tyre change here is going to be the best part in terms of total time lost in the pits, and somewhere in the region of what will be about 30 seconds if my maths is correct. Well, therefore, you've got to imagine that if you are on a dry tyre, you might as well go onto a wet, because to go round what will be the best part of a 9-minute or so lap on a slick tyre with rain coming down, well, you would be absolutely throwing yourself in the lap of the racing gods. But as that rain continues to come down, and well, as our drivers make the way onwards here down the Dottinger Höhe, well, McCluskey will be trying to fight for what will be as much warmth in those tyres as possible. But you can see already Isaac Doble, Andrew Pike, Sam Vanos, they're all catching up, but they're all slick shod runners here. They're all on dry tyres. The highest placed wet runner, and right now, in theory, you would imagine that he's going to be going on. It's not Luca Monroe, because he's on the slick as well. It's the man behind him, William Guthrie. Guthrie right now could suddenly steal this away from Tilke Motorsport by just simply being on the right tyre and making up the right investment. As we say hello there to Ballistic Bali in the YouTube chat, who was cheering on Sean Dobe, ends up in that major incident. But I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Dobe is still out there racing. He's down in P32 at the moment off camera. Well, as our drivers roar their way on around, and well, we look back up to the leaders here. McCluskey is struggling. In fact, McCluskey's had an absolute mare towards the end of this lap. I think he's had it off track. He's into the pits, as will be Isaac Doble. So they're all piling into the pits here. Surely nobody who's on that dry tyre is going to gamble. Sam Vanos is gambling. My goodness, no. The Doble Motorsport driver is staying out on the dry tyre, and he's going to go the distance here. Now, this is brave from the Doble Motorsport driver in the 90s. He's doing already! Almost losing it on the curbs. Sam, you can't be driving on the curbs. They're soaked. You need to keep off the curbs. And in that runoff area, that's only going to take all the temperature out of his tyres. And the number 92 driver for Belgium right now, well, he's absolutely going to throw everything at this. Meanwhile, it's going to be the game of who will catch up, as Nick Clibbins is in the pit lane still. I believe he and Jamie Dory are going to have to serve those 5-minute penalties and any value-added time with regards to all drivers who are coming into the pits, but they're not allowed to rejoin the race. But as our drivers make the way on through, well, I can tell you right now, William Guthrie, the leading wet runner, Luca Monroe, has stayed out behind him. He's on slicks. Monroe, that Honda you see behind in orange and black, is on slick tyres. So right now, Monroe is gambling as well. Surely this is a gamble gone too far, because it's 33 seconds for Guthrie to close down on Vanos, and he will be stripping time out of Vanos every corner from this point onwards, as it is pit stop season down the pit lane for all of what was the slick runners. And well, in all of the chaos, in all of the craziness, well, Kieran Smart right now struggling. He's on the slicks. He's gone all in on it, thinking there's nothing else but gamble here, given the fact he's moved up the order. But surely this isn't the right move, because it's just going to be an absolute nightmare to drive for the entire lap. Elsewhere, we've got some drivers that are further down the order. We're still running around, being 1 or 2 laps down in some cases. And as we look back to Sammy Arriva, the Quartmass Motorsport driver, this is live pictures coming from what is the run into the Stefan Beloff S, and that is now soaking wet, or at least the water has definitely picked up there with the rain. Rain is falling over the circuit at the moment, and it means that as the drivers make their way through, in terms of the Quartmass drivers, well, they're all continue to push on the wet tyres. And well, here's Sammy Arriva, who's P7 in the AM class, as we say hello there to Robert Savage in the YouTube chat, who's asking for an update there, and we're more than happy to give you one. We've got Andy Chell, who is on the first lap after the opening lap incident he was involved in. He's down P42, P10 in the AM class. And then meanwhile, we've also got out there, I believe, what is the other driver of the team, albeit have we got their third car out there? I don't believe we have, in fact, but we know that is where Arriva and Chell are at this time. But we will give you further updates when we can. But they are running P37, P42 respectively, or 7th and 10th in the AM class. But meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, Sam Vanos is trying to push on His advantage has already been slashed from 35 seconds at the start of this final lap of the race down to 20, and he's only cleared on paper what is approximately a fifth of the lap. Well, if you do the mathematics, that's 15 seconds in 20% of the lap. Therefore, you would imagine that Guthrie is going to be there with him well before he gets towards the final quarter. And you can see that is struggling here as he makes his way on around, and as he tries to keep his head down. Well, William Guthrie, meanwhile, right now will be humming to the tune of what will be his favourite rain dance song, because that rain has arrived and is absolutely just cruising right now. That's all he needs to do in order to get the car all the way to what would be potentially victory. Of course, he'll need to catch up to Knowles, then he'll need to pass him, but he'll have a lot of time available to him to pass if Knowles can offer any defence whatsoever. Meanwhile, further back, we've got Tom Davidson here for the Sim Racing Collective, who right now trying to push onwards here, chased after Eduardo Gonzaga. And well, Davidson, who decided to start on the dry tyre, has had to make the change to the slick, so a lot of drivers have fallen out of position. Davidson as well, also involved in that early incident that sent him to the wall, coming through Hatson back. So therefore, the Sim Racing Collective are having a nightmare start to today, as he continues to push onwards as much as he can. He'll try and pick up places. We then look a bit further up the road. Double rises under pressure of Jaroslaw Cebula here. This is in the fight for what is P6 in the overall running order, and it's not for class position given the fact that Cebula is a pro, whereas he is a prime. And Jaroslaw Cebula starting from the pit lane. Well, that investment from starting from the pit lane has actually paid dividends in the fact he's got all the way up to P7 and will continue to just push down as much as he possibly can. As there comes Cebula looking to be what will be on the inside, down through the run into the compression, and Cebula takes the place out of Moraes, so I think he's backing off and decided just to play it safe. But in doing so there, Moraes will have quite a bit of a gap before the next driver comes on through. And we'll speak of the next driver, that's Luca Monroe, who is on the slick runner, leading slick runners. Meanwhile, we had a change for the lead, and that is coming up towards Callan corner, and it is William Guthrie who takes the lead here with half a lap remaining. Well, just over half a lap at the Nordschleife as he makes his way on around there and in towards what will be Drive Fat Rex very shortly. He'll go through the Spiegel curve, sliding his way through the fast chicane, and now into the triple right-hander. And Guthrie right now, all he's got to do at this point is not make any errors, and he surely will be bringing it on home. And Ben Altria will be the next driver to take on the Knowles. And for Full Tilt in Motorsport, this right now could mean they're looking for a 1-2, and that would be absolutely magical if Altria can find it in the 504. But first he's got to pass for Knowles. But what a topsy-turvy race it has been as gravel is being strewn onto the circuit. I think the Knowles is barely able to keep the car on the circuit. And here comes Altria looking around the outside. And you can see at this point for the Knowles, it's about fighting to keep it on the circuit. He can't fight to hold any places. And well, as he gains that place, let's take a look back at what happened with regards to Guthrie's pass for the lead. Well, this was coming up towards Callanhard, and Guthrie went deep. I think the Knowles went very deep. Yes, he did, and rejoined, and Guthrie just sailed around the outside and took the place there. And well, everything's going gently downstream for Guthrie. Meanwhile, for Sanford Knowles, it's almost as if he's battling upstream as they roll their way on through towards the end of this lap. Also, some other special shout-outs to mention here. Dan Mould, who started from the back of the field, having not set a qualifying time. He has moved up to P10, and he's looking for even more places here. His investment in the wet tyre compound has paid off massively, and the SRN NXTGEN Gold driver is absolutely picking up the places left, right and centre. And I get the feeling this might be retribution for the strategy error that was made at Motorsport earlier in the season when they pitted the car with only 2 laps to go in the first race of the day, what was looking to be a guaranteed win, and it all disappeared as we do see him breaking his way on down into Berwick corner, looking up the inside of Watts, what being in full place of prime drivers, and meanwhile Mould, a pro driver, in one of Watts' prime position. It only changes overall. And Mould gained another place, and with it a few more points to go towards his overall Driver Championship campaign as he roars his way now all the way up towards Butch Curve. But as we look from there to a bit behind, here's McCluskey, and we jump on board looking down over the top of the NXTGEN Peak 28, the car that was leading for so long, but he's been passed by many a driver, including Isaac Doble in fact, and the transition from the dries to the wet seems to have benefited Isaac more than it has McCluskey as they head up the rise here and in towards what will be curve corner. But this is going to be unsighted essentially for McCluskey, given the spray coming off of Doble's car. Reese Watt in front as well, just trying to keep the car together. And well, these drivers right now absolutely going all in as they can as he makes way through the right. They're crawling through these corners compared to normal pace. Reese Watt is struggling, it should be pointed out in front there. Hasn't seemingly got as much confidence in the wet compound compared to Isaac Doble, Benjamin McCluskey, but he's still holding his position, and they are all queuing up together as they make the way on around. But meanwhile, whilst all that's happening, we have had some further news whispered into air with regards to James Smadsgau, who's had to be towed to the pits, and we've also had an incident for Luca Monroe, who is your leading AM driver, who's got an absolutely huge advantage in the AM class right now of what is to Daniel Fritz, who's P2. He has got a 2.5 minute gap he can play with, but Monroe has had an off, which has almost seen him go into the barriers, I think. In fact, we have a quick replay to explain what happened to Luca Monroe, and at the time he was running inside the top 15. This was under braking, and this was through Metzgertsfeld. Oh, goodness me, and turning the 65 of Joe Doble, who did extremely well to hold. No, that Isaac Doble, in fact, that was Isaac Doble who caught the car in time, and well, for Isaac, that's got to be one of the saves of the season, and for Luca as well, that could have been an absolute nightmare moment for the pair of them. With both of them surviving that just about as we return to your live racing, and as we do, well, Monroe will try to keep it together. Meanwhile, Russell Fowler, who is your leading prime driver, who's made his way up the road. And what with the gamble that was made by Sam Van Olst, in fact, we've lost Van Olst. I think Van Olst has had to be towed to the pits. It's been an instant for Sam Van Olst. Not quite sure what's happened, but we do have a replay coming up shortly to explain. But right now, it is Russell Fowler who is your prime leader, with Duncan Rise 11 seconds behind. But what has led to this happening? Here's the replay to explain. In fact, this is not the replay. That's where he ran off coming down to turn number 1. In fact, I think we can actually get the replay of what happened. And this was Van Olst. And this was, oh, goodness me, just going for the fast right-hander after mid-curve. Car into the barrier. And you can see that the car is literally careening along the barrier. Front left suspension has collapsed. And Van Olst's race was over. That gamble to go on the dries to take prime victory has not paid off the 92 driver. It is heartbreak down at Goldwyn Motorsport because Van Olst threw everything in order to be able to try and bring home that win, but in the end that dry tyre has not rewarded him whatsoever. But instead, as our drivers continue to push onwards here, Russell Fowler now knows he's got enough of a gap that all he's got to do is survive this race to bring home the prime win. As so many of our drivers are struggling here in the closing stages, and well, the gaps between drivers are open up by the dozen. Duncan Moraes has had to be towed to the pits. It's a nightmare now for Goldwyn Motorsport. Everything's going backwards, but meanwhile going forwards is William Guthrie, who, as you can see, as he makes his way on down the Dottinger Highway, he has got a 10-second advantage in the number 36. He doesn't need to worry at all at this point. He could literally start to lean off the throttle if he wanted to, and the 36 driver would bring it on home. And well, right now, absolutely just carrying on as best as he can. Meanwhile, we look back to Reese Watt, who's got the company of Michael Lease. And remember, Michael Lease did not qualify. He was in the YouTube chat with many of us, and he decided to start for the pit lane. He's battling here with his teammate, and I think they're going to try and double team what will be none other than Gavin Gardner just in front of them. But from them, we must, as they drag race the way down, it'll be 3 wide. We must look to this man who, by gambling on strategy and starting on the wet tyre, in the end the rain did come, and with it victory has come for William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport as he crosses the line, your winner by 10 seconds, and he will cross line your winner to bring home with teammate Ben Altria a 1-2, as it will be the 504 Altria for Full Tilt Motorsport who completes an emphatic result for the team. It will then be Adam Delmont who takes P3 in a return to the podium for the SO NXTGEN Gold driver. Jaroslaw Cebula finishes P4, having started from the pit lane. And from the NXTGEN Pink driver, it's a win in the prime class. For Rhino Esports is Russell Fowler, who is rewarded for his perseverance at the 73, ahead of Dan Mould, who will shortly come out the final corner. He started last, and for Dan Mould, he finishes P6 for the SO NXTGEN Gold, having held off Michael Lease just the line. And what a drive for Dan Mould that is. That's going to go down one of his drives of his NXTCC career. Fend off Michael Lease, who finishes P2 for JWM Motorsport in the prime class. Gavin Garner takes P8 overall, just ahead of Reese Watt for JWM Motorsport, who rounds off the prime podium. Mikey Doble takes P10, a solid result there for the Doble Sim Racing driver. We've got more drives to come in due course, ladies and gents, but you'll have to bear with us. More drives to come, including Alan McCain, as he makes his way to line for iRacing Esports shortly. And as he does so in the 2-1-2, well, it's a car that's damaged, there's no doubt about it, but that damage isn't going to dent his hopes of finishing the race. He takes P4 prime for iRacing Esports ahead of Daniel Downing, who's P12 in the back of your picture. And then we'll have Jake across the line to round off the prime top 5. as he makes his way on through for Aztec Racing. Alex Reddiff just behind him, P14. Lee Horn, P15. Andrew Pike, P16. He's just slightly further up the road for the Sim Racing Collective. But meanwhile, this is a man who's struggling. His suspension, in fact, it's collapsed on the front right there. Luca Monroe's trying to crawl to the finish line. As a way, we're going to have then none other than Matthew Shepperton take what will be P17 off him. But Luca Monroe, despite a huge knock to the wall, the United Sim team on his debut is going to take and victory here in the sprint race. And what a drive on the dry tyre. He survived it, albeit I don't think the car survived the bumps and scrapes too well, but Luca Monroe has held on to see the checkered flag with then Tom Davidson. It all went wrong in the opening few corners of the Nordschleife Loop, but in the end he's turned 2 wrongs into a right as the Sim Racing Collective driver comes home P19 with a decent result as he comes across that timeline and takes his checkered flag. It'll then be Joe Doble who makes his way on down there for Track Scotland, and the number 39 driver, well, in fact, he's overtaken Joe Doble. That's Kieran Smart, I should say, who's taken P20, and we're P7 in the Prime class. Joe Doble just behind there, and a very heavily wounded Doble Sim Racing machine, as Kieran Smart gambled on the dry tyre, and in the end it didn't quite work out, but he managed to creep it to the end. And then we'll have Sam Bradley, who comes home P22 at SO NXTGEN Gold ahead of Andy Fox. And well, I believe Fox is somewhere away from finishing this race so far, but Sam Bradley there, a middling result for the 69 driver for SO NXTGEN Gold, but still he'll feel as though he's got the car home at least, and that's the important part. But here is Andy Fox, who after early drama in this race, well, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver we'll just be happy, I think, now to see the checkered flag and look forward to race number 2 of the day. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a crazy race this has been. And well, we thought we'd be getting the feature race underway at 9 o'clock this evening. It's already 3 past 9. I can tell you it is going to be a long night for many of our drivers, and Fox will be feeling that as he comes to the line there to finish P23 when all is said and done. We've still got some more lead lap drivers out there at this time, and we're going to welcome them all home one by one. Ben Gregory makes his way out of the pit lane, and well, the 42 Motorsport driver, I think that might be an error on our timing line. And Jamie Dory crossed the line there for NXTGEN pick. He takes P25, I believe. Ben Gregory might have fallen out of the order. And then we do have what is Josh Brown still to get to the finish and to look to take what would be P2 in the AM class. We've yet to have our second place AM driver make it to the end of this race, which we pointed out. In fact, a number of them had total picks in this final lap. Something's gone very wrong for them. But as he makes his way up through the last couple of quarters, the Ashdale Racing Team driver will know that for him, that gets his championship charge back on track after what was a major momentum hit in what was the race at Monza. But Brown brings us home P2 in the AM class there, P26 overall. And then we will have the best part of 17 seconds behind Sammy Ariba, who is going to come on home to take P3 in the AM class. And with it, Quartermass Motorsport, they don't get many AM podiums, but they celebrate when they do. And Ariba is going to take one of them today for the team as the number 99 driver crosses the line there in a very bruised but not broken Audi RS3. And then we will have Daniel Fritz, who will be your last lead lap finisher here for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey runners. We've had so many cars had to be towed to the pits on the final lap with all the craziness of the weather, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore I can tell you we're going to have to walk you through those results and try to decipher what exactly has happened and where drivers have fallen to. But as Fritz makes his way to line of the car, that's not spray, that's smoke coming off the back of that car, and spray, I believe. So that engine is about kaput, I would say. Well, the NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners driver manages to get it to line, and that is P4 in the AM class for Daniel Fritz on his return to the grid. The Australian driver in the end, never giving up and doing exactly what he needed to do to get the car to the checkered flag. Well, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a chaotic race, and it was a brilliant race in the dry, and when the wet weather arrived it led to absolute chaos for everyone who was on the dry tyre, and what a mad dash into the pits. But with that, let's take a look at those race results when they are confirmed. I think we still got some drivers out there, funnily enough, so therefore we're not going to be able to quite bring you those results immediately. But what we are going to be able to do is instead, well, we'll look to have our safety cars making its way on around, and there is our safety car being piloted by none other than Ian Manners right now, the NXTCC safety car, the Aston Martin V8 GT Advantage, as he roars his way on around there, and well, enjoyed what is a trip around the circuit in order to cool things down. And while those safety car drivers weren't needed in race number 1, but they definitely, I think, felt as though there was a high risk there at any point. But as we do wait for those results to come in, what a crazy race. And well, I think many of you talking there in the YouTube chat in particular about the fact the results absolutely go topsy-turvy throughout the entire race, and I would 100% agree with you there. As we do say hello in the Twitch chat to MOP Jibril, and same with regards to the fact the bravery there exhibited by none other than Sam Van Olst to stay out on the slick tyre, and well, in the end being made to regret it through misfortune right at the close. But as all the drivers come towards the end of this race, and we are just waiting for those race results now come on in, well, we do have here none other than our safety car making its way around and giving us a little bit of entertainment as to how it's done in terms of driving on around and driving around on the wet tyre there. And well, as we do wait patiently for those results to come in, we do look back to the pit lane of Gabriel Yilmaz, a car that the Aztec Racing Machine finishing P29. And well, as we do bring up what is the statistics of the times out on the left hand side of your screen, that shows you the top 35. Yilmaz as listed, still theoretically on a lap. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Yilmaz, other than the fact he's yet to be classified as finishing the race, so therefore that's why we are still waiting for those results to come in. But he's now listed as P29 and a lap down there, the AM driver, so that'd be P5 in the AM class. So something's gone very, very wrong for Gabriel Yilmaz there. I think the car's recently left the pit lane and he's going to just get it on round and back into the pits. And indeed, I think he's going to be turning off at the end of the GP loop and making his way onwards towards the pit lane, and that will treat him as having finished the race as classified, and then we can walk you through those race results subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, ladies and gentlemen. But it's been a crazy race, without a doubt. Plenty of major moments out there, and as the drivers all begin to cool things down, we do take a look to what is the race for Ben Gregory and what exactly happened to Ben Gregory towards the end of the race, and here is the replay. And this was Gregory chasing after, at the time, I believe that's Jamie Doyle, losing the rear of the car before the entry to Hatzenbach, and the car just hitting the wall, and the Full Tilby Motorsport driver, whereas his teammates for Full Tilby Motorsport having an absolutely phenomenal end. Well, 1-2, it wasn't so for the Prime driver, who was chasing after a Prime podium, and then it all came to an abrupt halt. But we return to your trackside pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We're still waiting on those results to come on in, and then we will be permitted to then advance ourselves on to what will be the feature race. But as those results are still in waiting, well, we can definitely tell you that William Guthrie and Ben Ultrier, your winning pair there. 1-2 for Full Tilby Motorsport, and Adam Delmont rounding off the top three. And in fact, the results are now in, and we can walk you through them. So, as the results now come up on screen, these are the provisional results for what was our sprint race in round 5 of season 8 of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship, as powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing. William Guthrie making the right call and strategy and playing those cards right to take home victory for Full Tilby Motorsport by 9.5 seconds over teammate Ben Ultrier. It's the first ever 1-2 overall for Full Tilby Motorsport, and they are going to be absolutely jubilant down in that garage of the British outfit. Adam Delmont, P3 there for SRL Next Gen Gold. And well, what a drive there for the 37 driver, making his way back onto the podium. And indeed, it's a great day with Delmont's on the podium. I can tell you that he'll be celebrating that one. Head of Jaroslaw Cebula, the driver from Next Gen Pink, taking P4, having started from the pit lane. Well, definitely a start that well and truly was the right one to make his way up into that order and keep his championship well and truly alive. Russell Fowler, P5 there, your pro and winner for Rhino Esports, keeping it calm, cool, collected. Head of Dan Mould for SRL Next Gen Gold, who started from the back of the field and made his way to a P6 finish. What a job by him. Michael Leach, your prime runner-up, P7 there for JWM Motorsport, ahead of Gavin Garner. The Next Gen Peak driver having one of his best results of the season, ahead of Reese Watt, who ran off the prime podium there for JWM Motorsport in P9. And then Mikey Doble finishing practically where he started with a P10 finish. He started P11 and made up a place, but the Doble Sim Racing driver will know that success balance he's carried into today stays with him for all today, and therefore a top 10 is exactly what he needs. Alan McCain, P11, unfortunate to miss out on the prime podium, but still a P4 in class of the P11 overall. Isn't too bad a performance to the Irish Esports driver. 2 seconds ahead of Daniel Downing for Goldwyn Motorsport. And then Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, the Welshman, completing the prime top 5. They're a P13 ahead of Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners pair of Alex Meredith and Lee Horn, who took home the final overall championship points. Andrew Pike, P16 ahead of Matthew Cheverton, with Luca Monroe on his debut as a guest driver in the AM class, taking the win in the AM class United Sim team. And then we see the top 20 being rounded off by Sam Van Olst for Goldwyn Motorsport and Tom Davidson with a Sim Racing Collective driver having all his momentum quashed before he could complete the first lap. Duncan Rice, P21, ahead of Kieran Smart, the Track Scotland driver, opting to make that gamble on what's the dry tyre, and not quite working out, but credit where it's due to the 39 driver, bringing the car home, much like Luca Monroe. And we can see Joe Doble there, P23, ahead of Sam Bradley, with Isaac Doble losing out late on in the race and finishing P25. Benjamin McCluskey, P26, ahead of Ben Gregory, with Andy Fox, P28, and then completing your top 30, it was none other than Jamie Dory and Marcel Fritsch, who was, in the end, I believe now, with all the results adjusted, well, in fact, Marcel Fritsch now is listed as your second place finish in the AM class Rhino Academy. Well, something's happened after the race, ladies and gents. So I think there might have been some black flags automatically stapled onto drivers' racing times at the end of the race. So I'm not quite sure, but according to these results, Marcel Fritsch now your runner-up in the AM class Rhino Academy, ahead of Sam Smith, with Jonathan Collins completing the AM podium there for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners racing in P32. Josh Brown, P33, it has Sammy Ariba, with Stuart Wine is P35, and then to complete your top 40, it was Daniel Fritz, Eduardo Gonzaga, Nick Clibbins, and then James Scout and Sean Doby. Misfortune for Doby struck early, the ATEC Racing driver who qualified so well, and well, unfortunately they're not quite able to bring on home a great result. He's got one more race to go. Lewis Delmont P41 ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz, with the results being rounded off then by Lewis Mason, Mark Sykes, Craig Tillerson, Dylan Hunter, Andy Chell, and Gilberto Schruck. But all the drivers finished in the race, and well, the majority of drivers there had 48 finishes from 48 starters, and we can see 37 finishing on the lead lap. Well, that was only race number 1 of the day, ladies and gentlemen, for round 5 of the championship here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, short without arena, and we will be back in approximately what will be 6 to 7 minutes time for the build-up to race number 2. Don't go anywhere, because coming up shortly is the 60-minute feature with that all-important mandatory pit stop, and who will take victory? Well, we'll find out shortly. But until then, here's a word from our title sponsor of the season, and that, of course, is none other than Doble Motorcycles. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page, or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back now for the build-up to race number 2 here at a relatively dark Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke in the Eifel Mountains of Germany. However, don't be alarmed, because the sun is gradually coming up in the distance here at the Nürburgring City Circuit. And as all of our drivers get themselves ready to go, well, we have on our schedule a 60-minute feature race to wrap up proceedings for today. Now, we have got a little bit of time before we do go racing, and when we do, those 60 minutes will absolutely fly by, there's no doubt about it. But as all our drivers get themselves absolutely set and ready to go, we do look to the likes of none other than Andy Chell, who makes his way on around the Courtmass Motorsport driver, and as he roars his way on through, we see all the drivers absolutely itching to go green flag race. No doubt about it. 2.5 minutes left on this practice warm-up time. And the reason it's night time at the moment is because we are in that practice session. But don't be alarmed, we will be seeing the racing get underway in daylight. It will be the morning and the sun will have come up, and all the drivers will be getting themselves absolutely ready to go when they do. And well, what a race number 1 we had, no doubt about it. But could we be seeing more wet weather in race number 2? Potentially not. We know there's a lot of cloud flying over the circuit, and those of you asking questions with regards to why did we see such a shuffling of the finishing positions after race ended, it's all to do with where our drivers have gone onto cool-down laps and then decided to detour their way into the pit lane by cutting off the circuit via the final hairpin of the GP loop. Well, that leads to iRacing automatically giving drivers black flags, which leads to a post-race time penalty, and a number of drivers have picked up those post-race time penalties erroneously. But what will likely be done is that after all the racing is completed today, and in between now and next week, there's going to be an investigation as to how those results suddenly got shuffled, and will those places will be readdressed. And that's we saw a similar thing with regards to Nick Clemens and Jamie Doria, as we see there Craig Tillerson taking too much speed through the left-hander of none other than what was Freudenkreuz there, and the car absolutely falling apart. And that's how easy it is to get wrong when you're in any machine, including the 34th Verona Academy. And Mikey Doble, meanwhile, just using this as an opportunity as he takes a bit too much speed there, going into Hudson-Bug, and so easy to make an error, no doubt about it. But as all our drivers get themselves set, and we say hello to key teams in the Facebook chat, well, all of our drivers now will be looking to their watches and thinking there's only a minute to go. As you can see, the ambient light is now starting to come up. The sun is gradually rising here at a wintry circuit, and well, those temperatures are low, but expectations are not low. They're exceptionally high for what is going to be a race, remembering that the grid is set based on reverse class championship order, with the AMs that start ahead of the Primes and the Primes starting ahead of the Pros. So the Pros have got it all to do from the back. The AMs start at the front, will be overhauled, however, we expect, by the Primes and the Pros as time goes on. It's a mandatory pit stop as well. It is a race where it is all to play for. But who exactly will be the one who comes away with all the big points in their class for the overall? Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as Matthew Sheridan takes his way on around for a few corners before he'll be called back into the pits, it is time for us to find out. So as the drivers make their way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up in the Class Championship reverse order grid. We begin with the AMs, and it will be Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing who lines up on pole position. He is joined on the front row of the grid by none other than Sammy Arriba for Quartermass Motorsport. Behind them on row number 2, it'll be Eduardo Gonzaga for National Racing Team and Andy Chell for Quartermass Motorsport. And then Jonathan Collins line up P5 for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and Gabriel Yilmaz for Aztec Racing starting at P6. Josh Brown will start P7 for National Racing Team ahead of Marcel Fitch Verona Academy, and that's how the AMs will line up, keeping in mind that we do have the AM drivers of Craig Tillerson, Dylan Hunter, Sean Doby and Daniel Fritz starting from further down the grid, as they have missed a round of the season so far, and therefore they are excluded from the reverse class championship order. We then see starting on prime pole, P9 overall, it'll be James Smaskersgal for Aztec Racing. He'll have in the company alongside him on the 5th row of the grid, Gilberto Struck for National Racing Team, and then Sam Bradley will start P11 for SO and Extra Gold, best the rest, and in the company of Michael Lees for JWM Motorsport. Behind them on the 7th row of the grid, it's Alan McCain for iRacing Esports and Lewis Delmont for SR NXTGEN Gold. Keep your eyes out for Lewis Delmont. He'll be looking to make amends after a difficult race number 1, and I suspect we could see the younger member of the Delmont family potentially try to chase down what would be his first ever Pro-Am win. Duncan Rise starts P15 for Goldwyn Motorsport ahead of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. Now it'll be Russell Fowler for Rhino Esports ahead of Track Scotland's Kieran Smart. To complete the top 20 on the 10th row of the grid, it's Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing and Sam Knowles for Goldwyn Motorsport. And then Stuart Winnes starting P21 for Track Scotland, and Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport completing that 11th row. Starting last of the Pro-Am drivers in the reversed order, it's Reese Watt for JWN Motorsport, your Pro-Am Championship leader. You then have your Pro order, and it will be Joe Doble who starts on pole for the Pros at P24 for Doble Sim Racing. He'll be followed up on the 13th row by Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport, and we do have Ben Altrier for Full Tilt Motorsport. Alex Meredith starts P27 for NXTGEN Orange Whisker Runners Racing in the company of Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing. Dan Mole then lines up P29 for SR NXTGEN Gold, and Gavin Gardner sits P30 for NXTGEN Ping. Behind them on what is the 16th row of the grid is Daniel Downing for Goldwyn Motorsport and Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing. We then have on the 17th row Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Ping and Nick Clibbins for iRacing Esports, and then we will have Benjamin McCluskey starting P35 for NXTGEN Ping and Andrew Pike alongside him P36 for the Sim Racing Collective. Carrying on down the order, we then do have our final full pro row of Jaroslaw Cebula for NXTGEN Ping in the company of Adam Delmont for SR NXTGEN Gold. And then it's Mikey Doble, our overall championship leader, who starts P39 back of the reversed pro order for Doble Sim Racing 9 now. He's got all the weight in the car, and he's got a lot of progress he needs to make. He's joined on the 20th row to complete the top 40 by Craig Tillerson for Rhino Academy. And keep in mind, the drivers from this point onwards are in class reverse order once again, based on where they sit in the championship. But these are all drivers who have missed at least one round of the season so far. So Craig Tillerson starts P40 ahead of Dylan Hunter for DH Racing, with Sean Dowie for 88 Tech Racing joining him on the 21st row of the grid. Daniel Fritz lines up P43 for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and the Australian is joined by the guest driver Luca Monroe for United Sim Team. We'll then have Jake Pitt, the sole prime in all of this group, starting P45 for Aztec Racing, ahead of Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective, and then it will be William Guthrie starting last but not least of our 47 entrants for Full Tilt Motorsport. But as all our drivers get themselves at position and ready to go, we do seem to have everybody we can on the grid as absolutely set as they can be, and well, it is going to be an absolutely exciting race as we look back down towards the front, and it does look as though the circuit now coming alive, and the lights, well, in fact the sunrise has now started to come on, or in fact you can see the sun is gradually coming up, albeit we still do have quite a bit of ambient lighting having to be enforced by what is, having to be enforced there by the circuit lights, but we suspect we will see enough daylight if we wait a little bit longer, and we still got some drivers who need to get themselves in position on the grid, so everyone absolutely itching and ready to go racing. But when they do, will be Lewis Mason, who starts on that front row of the grid, and he'll know that it is a short run down towards turn number 1, but a row where he'll be hoping that he can pull off a bit of magic. But then again, we've seen plenty of magic in the NXTCC over its history. Could we be on course to see some more magic today? I think many of us would love to, there's no doubt about it, but how exactly will it all play out, that is going to be the big question that sits with us all the way through this race. And as our drivers get themselves set and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are waiting for what will be confirmation of those lights going on. But I think we are just waiting a little bit for what will be where's the ambient lights come on. In fact, it has, and I've just had the 30-second call whispered in my ear, so therefore we are not too far away from going up racing for the second and final time today, ladies and gentlemen. And when we do, well, it's going to be a thriller, no doubt about it, but who is going to come away the victor, we will find out very shortly then, as we've got 10 seconds before those lights go on. And well, when they do, it's all going to be about that charge down to number 1. As everyone gets themselves set, we bring the time, and also, where's the lap number on the top center of your screen? Remember, this is a 1-hour race. There's no lap count on this race. We'll keep the laps up there for reference. The lights going on then, ladies and gents, for the second time today. It's a 60-minute feature, And after 5 red lights, it is going to be lights out and away we go as Lewis Mason pulls off the line and gets a brilliant start. They roar away, and as they head down towards turn 1, the whole field immediately now goes on the rampant charge. The AMs get a good start, but the Proms immediately started to get involved here as all drivers coming down. You can see there Samuel Reba going very late on the race to get back ahead of Eduardo Gonzaga. We've got somebody going on very strong there, and in fact that's the National Racing Team drivers all elbowing each other wide. Josh Brown and what is there, I believe none other than Gilberto Struck getting caught up. Many drivers coming through here. Oh, going to be one car being turned very sideways and just about surviving. I believe that's Jamie Dory who survived the sideways motion. In fact, no, that was Gavin Gardner who survived that. Let everybody on safety through the opening couple of corners. It's a successful start. The Constantina now right starts to ramp up in towards the touring car hairpin, but as they all made the way out, well, we've had a brilliant start to this race on the opening couple of corners, and the fighting gets underway. As Gabriel Yilmaz here looks to try and do battle with Sam Bradley, but Bradley has already got ahead as they come out of the Bilstein curve and now towards Vidal they charge. Remember, the aim of the game here is going to be, if you're an AM driver, about just trying to get some distance from your rivals and then let the rest of the field filter through. Meanwhile, if you're a Pro AM driver, it's similar, but if it's a Pro, you've got to pick up the places. Meanwhile, off the road, that's Sammy Arriba, who's had a spin out onto the grass. We'll get a story as to what's happened there shortly as all the field make their way up onto the Nordschleife Loop. We can see Lewis Delmont immediately attacking it, trying to find his way past Andy Chell. He can't do so, and he's been passed by Sam Bradley at the start of this race. So therefore, Delmont right now, knowing he's lost some ground early on, that he wouldn't like to have lost otherwise, but it's going to be Chell who's going to be on the front of the slide and overtaking on the Nordschleife Loop. Can prove challenging at the best of times, but Delmont here's thinking about it as he looks to the outside on Chell. The Quartmaster Motorsport driver going defensive as they make the way on through. We're really just taking the race in line and trying to say to Delmont, look, don't pass me right now, do it a bit later. And we jump on board here with the number 23. As he gets very close, tapping the rear. Chell's car gets a little too close, and in the end almost gets a tank slapper on with the rear of the car, expecting Chell to be as fast as him. But that's the thing as well, when you're in different classes with the reverse class order, you've got to be ready to anticipate the fact that you are going to be racing drivers who are less experienced or not on the same pace as you. But as they go onwards then, up through Quidderbacker and into Flugplatz, well, Delmont here just waiting again, but his patience will be rewarded if he perseveres with it, in the fact that he will now pick up a long tow on the Audi. Remember, all these touring cars are rated for the same maximum top speed. It's how they get to it that differs, and this Honda, well, it's got the better brakes, and if Delmont can stay close enough here, he can look for an opportunity to try and pick a move. But as they head on through a left hand, no so far, as they roll off now out towards Arenberg Corner. We've got a driver going a bit wide. That is none other than Eduardo Gonzaga, who's taking the trip almost to the gravel, and we're going to go Sam Bradley pushing James Smatterskow past as they head their way down in towards the compression, but roiling their way on down the dip and in towards the compression now. Well, these drivers keep each other close together. You see Andy Chell meanwhile absolutely swamped. We've got Russell Fowler, the South African one, it's Michael Lees for company close behind, albeit you can see it's also Smith looking for an opportunity, can't find it. Lees tries to stack up the inside, but the JWM Motorsport driver not quite able to make some magic happen as Fowler goes very deep there and mounting all over the curve is Stuart Wyness, but in the end Sam Smith will get on through as it looks like Wyness been a little bit premature with the curbs. But as the drivers come on down, well, we have had an instant for what was Sammy Arriba spinning out coming through the Vidal chicane. We have had another instant further on down. You'll have seen multiple drivers affected, and we've got Craig Tillotson and a heavily wounded car. We will try and get a replay of that shortly as to what exactly has happened, but we believe there's been a nasty shunt involving multiple drivers, and that has explained the story as Daniel Fritz gained in another place and start from the back of the running order. But as our drivers continue to charge onwards here, we look up to the front of the field and it's Collins versus Mason for the overall lead so far. These are the two lead AM drivers who will be trying to make as much headway as they can. I suspect as this race goes on, well, I think Mason and Collins both have an opportunity to try and take a little bit of time out of each other, but Smatterskow being only 5 seconds back, well, I would imagine that Smatterskow was starting to wet his legs together and think about how he can potentially now start to take this lead of the race. As the drivers come down and around, well, we do have a little bit further back, a number of pros all gathered together here. Remember, these are all pro drivers who started towards the bottom end of the top 30 as per where's the reverse class order grid, including Mikey Doble, championship leader who started P29. He's already gained 7 places overall and it's making some great progress. He's back in Summerside with Pike as Andrew Pike looks to go all in on the inside of the right show corner on the left-hander, but now make the way up to the Pixel curve. This isn't somewhere where you want to go too wide as Doble losing the rear of the car, catches it in time, and in the end we can see the the bumpy road surface. Well, for Mikey Doble, it's just another day in the office there in terms of catching the car like that. Isaac Doble had the save of the season in race number 1, or a candidate for it, and Mikey Doble says, well, hold on, I can also do that as well. As meanwhile coming absolutely barreling on the inside. That is Adam Delmont, and well, I think we're now starting to see Adam Delmont's values. Clearance is into the wall. That's clearance round, and with him, Joe Doble has been collected. I believe that's Joe Doble. Jamie Doyle makes his way on through. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened with regards to whether Clemens was nudged out by the dive to the inside from Delmont, or whether it was side-by-side contact, or whether it was a mixture of the two, or something else entirely. But Nick Clemens' race, and Joe Doble's with it, and Doble now falling by the wayside. Meanwhile, back up the road, what we can see as they make the way towards the curve corner. This is the battle for P4 in the road overall. Benel Trier right now keeping everyone by. Adam Delmont is absolutely holding no punches. Up the inside he goes into the curve corner, and the number 37 driver, well, I don't know what he had in between race 1 and race 2 in terms of his had the half-time oranges as they would in football. What he's had right now, he's absolutely going all in it. We love to see what is this absolutely bold approach, but I think the paint missing on the left-hand side door panel of the 37 Honda is a sign of where he's had some contact with Nick Clemens, and I think some contact perhaps earlier on. But still, more than that to come when we do get a replay of lap 1. There's everybody comes together there. Car going deep, and that is Gilberto Struck, I think, struggling. Oh no! It's all gone wrong for Andrew Pike, who's collected alongside Alex Meredith, and the two of them come together. Well, the race and road service comes clear, but I think in the end, drivers stepping on each other's toes, and well, picking up some major bruises as a result. But it's a long race, and keeping in mind we've got a lot of cloudy if the rain were to come, even for drivers who end up a long way down the order. You never know, they could suddenly sneak their way all the way back up towards victory. As Cebula here battling with Nick Clemens, and Clemens has got that car back in order. Cebula seems to be struggling. It looks like Cebula's got front left suspension damage, or at least front left bodywork damage. You can see there, front right on our picture, but now the front left as the camera turns around. But that front left tyre is protruding significantly from the car in terms of the bodywork has peeled away from it. So therefore, I think for the number 80 driver, there's been a big knock somewhere, and that has definitely knocked the wind out of his sails. But meanwhile, Alex Meredith battling here with Daniel Downing. And as they come down through the left-hander and now heading in towards what will be Brunchen shortly, firstly coming out there none other than what is, coming out of Eifel and now in towards Brunchen. Well, Alex Meredith continue to just try and keep the car all together as best as he can as they come on down towards what will be then the next section of corners. Meanwhile, Jonathan Collins, well, he's broken away from Lewis Mason. I think there's been an error for Mason at some point in this lap, because Mason is absolutely falling away, and meanwhile, Jonathan Collins is flying by comparison. There is Lewis Mason. There you can see Smazerscow and Lewis Delmont coming together. Well, Lewis Delmont up the inside there. I think both he and his father, they've had a chat to each other in what was the sprint period. And I think they've just said, you know, we're just going to go for it in race number 2. And well, Lewis Delmont right now absolutely chasing after James Smazerscow, but no fortune this time. Meanwhile, further back down the order, we have had multiple cars have to be towed to the pits in this opening lap, and in terms of tyre compound choice, we will show that on screen for you, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of what tyre compounds each driver is running here. And well, as in fact, that's rain. There's rain that's fallen on the backstretch on the Dotting. Oh, I can't. Well, there's Sunday. I still not say I can't see any rain droplets on my camera. It's almost as if it's absolutely been predicted to take the words out of my mouth. But we've had some rain. It seems to me very fractional rain, however, in the fact that we have a tiny bit of rain, and then suddenly there is no rain whatsoever, albeit we've got a damp circuit. So I think we've got some clouds going over that are dropping rain on the circuit, but how much rain will be on the circuit? And I can hear away the race director and the safety car driver talking this. Hold up, is that Jonathan Collins? No way, is that Jonathan Collins? Is that car beached on the curb? No, he's trying to get it back together, but that car, I don't think is going anywhere. I think Collins has been involved in a shunt at what is the last couple of corners coming through home and rain, and in turn, Collins now is just trying to roll. In fact, that car is wood. You can see, look at this left-hand side. It's not moving forward, and that has released Lewis Delmont into lead this race. We've got Lewis Mason, Russell Fowler, Gabriel Yamaz, and Sam Smith in the pit lane. We've got everyone coming into the pits because they all started on slicks. So right now, Lewis Delmont leads this race. Isaac Doble, meanwhile, well, he's been listed as being a bit further up the road and then shuffling back. So the SO NXTGEN Gold driver right now, Lewis Delmont, leads, and he's also your prime leader ahead of Stuart Wyness, who in all of the drama has found his way into P2, ahead of Isaac Doble, who's your leading pro driver, P3. Keep in mind that these top 3 drivers are on slicks. The same for Michael Lees, who's P4, just behind him there. You can see Michael Lees going in very, very deep under brake. He catches the car before the tyre barrier, but the JWM Motorsport driver wants to make that mistake twice. I can tell you that. That was a very near miss. And then we do have Ben Gregory, P5, and then we've got Ben Altria, P6. The 2 Full Tilt Motorsport teammates, the 2 Bens, running quite close together. Gavin Gardner is P7 ahead of teammate Jaroslaw Cebula. Keep in mind that Gregory, Altria, Gardner and Cebula are on the wet compound. Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink has just made his way past Adam Delmont, who's on the dry compound. Dory's on the wet, so therefore that's understandable. That is a tyre compound difference that's enabled that pass to happen. And then we've got Adam Delmont who completes the top 10 ahead of Lewis Mason, who, having pitted, has gone onto the wet tyre, and he's back into the lead of the AM class. So he's played this very well, and the fact that he's opened up enough a gap at the start of the race that he can just continue to charge on here on the wet compound and seemingly continue to pull this race away into his hands. Meanwhile, whilst all this has been happening, we've had further complications for what is Lewis Delmont, who's just dropped to P6, and I think with the wet weather he's absolutely struggling out there. As you can see already, we have had Gregory and also Altria and Cebula make their way through. There goes Gardner as well. So I think Lewis Delmont here staying out on slicks. It is, well, as Andy Rooney very appropriately says there in the YouTube chat, if you stay out on slicks and realise it's wrong, it's a very long lap to regret life choices. And indeed, I think a number of drivers who have stayed out on slicks might be regretting the fact that this rain is really starting to build up on certain parts of the circuit. But unlike in race number 1, which seemed to be survivable, in race number 2 here today, it is definitely not, or you're going to strip full pace out the car. But meanwhile, we can't focus too much on that because we have got more battling drama here. Lights on the screen as Stuart Wyness goes straight on there. He's on the slick tyre. So he got ahead of Lewis Delmont, and then, well, either he's been escorted off the road, alternatively, I think he might have felt as he was nudged there, given the fact he was flashing his lights. But Ben Gregory now has taken the Pro-Am lead. He makes his way through the foreground camera shot. You can see those puddles building there up into Puddleback. And as they head on through the far section, Wyness will just have no grip here compared to his rivals, and therefore he's going to have to really approach Flip tentatively, because this car is going to want to only go one way, and it will be straight on. If he goes that exit curbing, that car is going to go flying to the wall because there will be no grip there, less than the grip he's already got. As you can see, Cebula taking a very inventive line to make his way around Wyness, going on towards the run all the way up towards what is Freudenkreuz via Cottonborn. And we can also see Isaac Doble now starting to gain a little bit as time continues to trickle away in this race. As Jamie Dory now moves forward, chased after Gavin Gardner. We have had Nick Clibbins have to be towed around to the pit lane, and therefore that's why Clibbins now shows as your leader in this race. He's not, it's Ben Gregory, you should point out. So I think we are going to see Clibbins potentially be given what is a 1 lap time penalty in order to be reset onto the correct lap. We are on lap 2, it should be pointed out, ladies and gents. We haven't suddenly jumped to lap, but there is a slight timing error with regards to how this race is being timed at the moment. Jamie Dory there makes his way past Stuart Wyness, and as he does so, moving now up into P4 overall, and continues to chase after teammate Jaroslaw Cebula. Further down the order, we do have Mikey Doble battling with Andy Chell. These two both on the wet tyre. They're fighting over what is P17. Doble on the inside. Chell hangs around the outside. Drifts and collects Mikey Doble. Doble into the wall. Chell in turn goes sideways. Both of them end up parting the seas of the racetrack. And that's going to be a very frustrating moment for both of them. I think both drivers will feel as though the other should have given up. You can see Doble is trying to carry on there with a car that's crabbing, which means the wheels are not pointing straight. But in fact, to get the car to go straight, he's having to point the wheels in a certain direction. So the 88 car right now is just trying to get to the end, but that is a nightmare. I wouldn't be surprised if that car is very quickly towed to the pit shortly, as meanwhile Luca Monroe and Daniel Downing make the way on through. We've got more drivers coming on out, and as all drivers push on, well, unfortunately I'm also hearing in my ear, and I can see that in the YouTube chat from Mark Kent, that we've lost William Guthrie, and that's very unfortunate given the fact that, well, William Guthrie taking that victory in race number 1, we're not to see him in race number 2. And as all drivers continue to push on here, well, this race is absolutely now going from drama to drama within the space of 3 or 4 corners here. 100% of them, well, that is too much drama to cram it into what is 1 lap, let alone a whole hour of a race. I can tell you, we try to dissect it, decipher it as we can. As Luca Monroe right now, P3 in the AM class, He's just trying to push on and chase after some rivals as meanwhile. That's James Smansisgal into the wall. Smansisgal coming on out of the compression up into Arsenal Force and the car into the Baron. The Aztec Racing driver having a nightmare moment as meanwhile his teammate Lewis Mason just carrying on here in the AM class, dropping down places overall. But the important thing for the 991 driver is he drifts sideways. That's a Callahan corner. The car goes round a little bit greedy with the throttle pedal. I was just about to sing his praises of the commentators. Kurt Strikes has been saying, oh my goodness, and Matthew Sheraton, I think, showing how you can get it done by drifting out of Callahan corner. But Lewis Mason right now, is he stuck on that curb or is he just waiting for everyone to come on through? Well, it's patience from him, which is very good to see. I think that car might almost be beached there. In fact, he's going to push it forward to get it back. And, well, the number 991 driver, that is going to be an absolutely frustrating one. He's going to drop all the way down the order. And then his teammate, Gabriel Yilmaz, will take the AM lead for the time being on lap number 2 here. And, well, I can only imagine what's going to happen next. But speaking of things that are going to happen next and replays that we need to go through, we need to take a look back at what happened to Sammy Ariba on the opening lap. There was a big question over that. And, well, this was, I believe, in fact, we're going to only briefly get it, and, well, he had a connectivity issue and then got propelled out of what was the Vidal chicane. We don't know what led to that. We believe he might have lost through his own volition, but that was the instant for Sammy Ariba on what was the opening lap. And then a little bit later on, we also had some big incidents for drivers, including one for the likes of Dylan Hunter and William Guthrie. And what happened to them here? This was Dylan Hunter making his way through the blacks. Already an incident unfolding in front, and this explains the story. Oh my goodness! Well, it was at Floodplatz where everything went wrong, and William Guthrie came to the scene of that. I think, in terms of drivers who were initially involved, we take a look back at what happened with Andrew. So this is the SO NXTGEN Gold driver coming into the corner. Firstly, attack there between Delmont and was the 33 car, and that was Duncan Rise. And then we saw behind Jake Pitt gets involved in the incident, and that is what set off what was the domino effect and led to Guthrie, also Hunter, and multiple other drivers there, including what was, I believe, the car Craig Tillotson, all be involved. So that was the open lap incident that brought their races to a close and put William Guthrie out of the race. So that explains. And then we did have the big incident, the carousel, which took Andrew Pike out of the open lap of the race. And here's the replay for it. And this was Andrew Pike losing the rear. I think he might have been caught out initially by Gonzaga, and as he tried to come back, he's come across the line of what was the car of, I believe there, Isaac Doble, and that is a complete mishmash of an incident, I must say. We take a further look back at an earlier instance that, no, we can't really, but the number 91 car there, well, it does look as though Gilberto Stroll may have been out of position. He got into the carousel, that's for certain, and actually quite seemingly caught out, and in the end, all the drivers coming together. But as we return to the race, no safety car as of yet. Indeed, it does look as though we're going to get away with not having safety cars for the time being, albeit we'll have to wait and see whether that's going to pay dividends. We've still got plenty more racing to go here, and that's going slowly. That's Lewis Delmont, who is on the slick tyre still, trying to get to the end of this second lap. We're not on lap 3. I'll just remind you again, we are on lap 2. We have had a slight glitch of our timing tower. Your race leader is Jaroslaw Cebula at this point. It is not Nick Clemens. Nick Clemens, however, has, due to the way he's had to come into the pits, it's due to the timing error of our timing tower, and therefore it does mean that, in effect, we will see him take a penalty in the pit lane, and that will then reset the running order once that penalty has been served. But Lewis Delmont is absolutely crawling around here, and he's making his way right now, coming on down into the sequence of corners known as Hedwig and then Whipperman. And, well, for the number 23 driver at this point in time, it really just is about getting the car all the way to the finish line. As we do say hello to Berry Racer, Jonathan Berry there in the YouTube chat, who is the Courtmaster Motorsport driver I was thinking of earlier when I said there should be 3 here, but he wasn't able to make it today. And, well, saying that I need a day for my voice to recover, well, I can definitely agree with you there, Jonathan, and, well, I hope you're doing well and happy new year to you. But as we look to Dan Mould, well, right now he's continuing to pick up places here, and the SO NXTGEN Gold driver is absolutely flying in this race at the moment. The top 6 runners now on wet tyres. Isaac Doble is a slick runner, as is Winus behind him and Lees. The slick runners are just trying to get to the end of this lap at the moment, and well, if they do so, they'll be in this race once again. And remembering the fact that the pit window opens at the end of this lap, it runs from lap 2 through to lap 5, so therefore we are expecting for our drivers to try and get all the way to the end of this race, and if they can, with regards to what is that pit window, get into that pit window and get through it nicely, well then it will be the situation whereby we could see some strategic hiring, hijinks play out, and that may shape up the race even more. But as we do see Jaroslaw Cebula make his way on out of the final corner, well, as he comes to the timeline, it will mean the pit window is now open. And, well, as he crossed that timeline, he carries on leading this race. We do have Nick Clemens, who will need to come around and serve a penalty in order to be essentially reset the timeline, if you will. But Cebula is your race leader, and that pit window is open as Ben Gregory has immediately come into the pit, so he's deciding to get his pit stop out the way as soon as possible. That releases Jamie Dory, and all the drivers continue to push on here as we go deeper and deeper into the race distance. But we've got a long way to go, and with that in mind, as Dory makes his way on around here, well, it is all going to be about survival for our drivers, and well, I can only imagine how long they've got to go before they will be able to get to what is the end of this race. It is going to be one of those distances whereby I think for every driver it's going to be about commitment, it's going to be about just sticking to what is the best of your ability, and in doing all that you may just be able to get it to the finish. But we will see who exactly is going to be the one to be able to bring it on home, and who in turn may find themselves in the end just falling a little bit short. But there is a long way to go in this race here at the Nürburgring. As our drivers continue to push onwards, and will the pit window continue to be open there? We have got Ben Gregory, and he's the only driver so far who has opted to go into the pit lane out of all those that have passed it. We look to Stuart Moyniss, who surely has got to be coming in, given the fact that he is on the dry compound. And in fact, we've got a lot of gravel being run into the pit lane there. We've got a wounded car for Isaac Doble, and will they all make their way down? Lee Horn also in. Horn in on the wet tyre, so he's deciding to take that pit stop early. And, well, as our drivers make the one through, there's Ben Gregory coming out. He's going to have Gabriel Umas accompany the leading AM driver, and Gregory opting to essentially come in and get the pit stop out the way, and when doing so has actually bought himself 9 seconds of open road to Russell Fowler in front, and with Gabriel Umas behind him, this could actually be a huge call on the strategy for Ben Gregory. The only thing he has got to keep in mind is we do have what is the best part of 40 minutes to go, and therefore with the wet tyre he's invested in and the fact he'll put on a new set of tyres, well, if we do see the circuit suddenly start to dry up, it does mean he'd have to come back in and go to the slick tyre or gamble on running on a wet tyre that may run out of life. The flip side of the coin, of course, being that those who are on wet tyres who stay out as long as possible before pitting, if we do see a transition back to the dry tyre, then they would only need to do the one pit stop in order to optimise this race, if they can make that pit stop before the end of lap 5. So therefore, there's a lot of strategy to be played out here, and we'll have to wait to see exactly where that strategy plays into determining this result. But looking further down the order, we do see Alex Meredith here in P12 chasing after Reese Watt, and these two old rivals when they were both in the prime class, but Meredith now in the pro class, and well, he won't be ashamed of chasing after his old prime rival, I can tell you that. And these two good friends off the circuit, but great battlers on the circuit, a lot of respect for each other, and what they're going a bit deep as he makes one to North Loop. Over the hill to Spin Schmidt curve they go, and well, right now Meredith is staying nice and close, but both of them on the wet compound here, and both trying to see where the grip is. But it's very noticeable how planted the Elantra, the Hyundai Elantra, it seems to be compared to the Audi. As soon as I say that, Meredith gliding sideways there, so perhaps I'm being made to mark my words very soon. But as the drivers come down in towards Hudson back, you can see both tiptoeing around here, trying to avoid those puddles which are forming on the insides of the corner apexes, and that is definitely going to be something whereby if you dip a tie into one of those, you could see your race very quickly going from good to bad to disastrous as quickly as you can clear the corner. But a struggle there from Watt, going a little bit wide, going out Hudson back into Horn Rain as he comes together here, or Hoheiken I should say, as he comes out of the right into left. Right now Meredith trying to look for the move and absolutely pushing all in here to look for an opportunity. Going to look around the outside for quarterback of her, but surely they're not going to go too wide into flood flats, so at least one of them's going to have to give way. But who's going to give way on the other? Neither driver wants to give way. Then in Alex Meredith commits all the way round, and you can see Reese Watt lifting off a little bit there, respecting the too wide, but knowing he can't commit to the corner, and Alex Meredith deciding to throw caution to into the wind. Reese Watt a little bit cautious, and well, for Meredith, it was just simply a situation whereby he just wanted the place more in the number 19, and what, knowing he doesn't need to battle Meredith, well, Reese Watt has got Alan McCain now only 7 tenths behind, and McCain will be looking at this and thinking that Watt could be quite vulnerable to what is the opportunity to take away P5 in the Prime class from him. As the drivers make the way on around here, trying to pull down through Orenburg, and now they'll roar the way all the way in towards the compression before odd now forced. Further down the order, Andrew Pike, after that huge shunt coming out of the carousel, he's now looking to go on the offensive, chasing after Isaac Doble, is a Sim Racing Collective 57 Honda driver, and it has been a very frustrating race for multiple drivers so far. It must be said, we've got multiple drivers in the pit lane. We have Ben Gregory, in fact, recently have to tow to the pits. What's happened to Ben Gregory? That's happened off camera. We're going to replay that very shortly. We're going to stay with this battle for his P18 for a little bit longer as they make their way through Flickerblack's corner, and you can see there the Audi starting to open up a bit of a gap with the straight line speed. The flip side of the coin is the Honda able to carry speed through the corners. That has really been the story of the season between these two machines. The Audi, the straight line monster, meanwhile the Honda by comparison, the car that's got all the speed through the medium and low speed corners. Side by side they go over the crest then and in towards Schroeder Crow's corner, and in the end Andrew Pike makes it around, and Isaac Doble doesn't offer a defense all the way through the corner, and well, given how challenging it can be for Schroeder Crow's to go one wide, let alone two, I think there Isaac Doble trying to back out, deciding to play the bigger picture. Meanwhile, speaking of the bigger picture here, well, here's Alex Meredith taking his way into what is P8 on the inside there through what is the Stillstrucker versus versus none other than Gabriel Yilmaz. So the pro driver continues to pick up places. We now got Reese Watt batting side by side here with Tom Davidson. Davidson in all of this, in all of the chaos we've seen, well, he's made his way all the way up into P10 as he goes around the outside of Reese Watt at Wickham corner. That is a very well practiced move there for Tom Davidson. He made it look like clockwork, and Reese Watt is gradually muscled down this running order, but then again he hasn't lost any places to what is class drivers at the moment as a prime driver. There with all the great ones, and McCain has fallen a bit further back. But speaking of the drivers falling back down the order, let's take a look at what happened to Ben Gregory on number 3. Well, this was the run in towards what was turn. Oh, goodness me, for the compression, the car just kicked loose, and for Ben Gregory, this is like a lot of drivers were talking about in the build-up to today, in the fact that the compression is where the car just lets go, and will we take a look on board with regards to that one, and just listen in. You can see they're just coming on down, the rear lets go as he starts to take the left-hand turn to go uphill and just grinds to the wall. And Ben Gregory, a passenger there as quickly as he was in control, and in the end of the race, all out of his control before he could say anything else. But meanwhile, more still to come, as in fact, we have had Lewis Mason have a further incident, and Matthew Cheverton now is your leading Pro-Am driver ahead of Sam Smith, just trying to unpick exactly where the place changes that happened here. But Cheverton has taken that spot, and well, in fact, he's found his way past Smith quite recently. But how has that happened, I hear you ask? Well, here is a replay to explain. And well, in the end, Smith, I think, getting it wrong, coming up to the run towards Canal Corner. In fact, going straight on there to the barrier, just simply running wide onto the grass, and the car being pinched off the road, and Matthew Cheverton therefore gaining the place, and doing so with what was relative impunity. As the drivers head onwards, Will Cheverton right now absolutely continues to push on as much as he possibly can. More cars making their way into the pit lane, it would seem. And we do have both Jonathan Collins and Nick Clearins both in with damaged cars, so therefore they will be listed at the top of your time tower, but they will be moved to the bottom of it when we do move on to the next lap. And we do look to Jane Pitt now, who continues to race on. As we have been seeing the corner, by the way, where Ben Gregory got it from there is called Foxhole for the uninitiated, and something I only learned today as well. Today, I must say, with regards to the corners and the Nürburgring. But meanwhile, Jake Pitt looking around the outside of Isaac Doble here as they continue to move onwards. This is an uphill run towards Mud Curve, and well, Pitt goes around the outside, and I get the feeling that Isaac Doble might have a car that's got a bit of damage on. Alternatively, he's playing the game of just to get higher, and his Pitt takes too much speed, runs wide, and just keeps out of the barrier. My good lord, you couldn't have put it any closer to the barrier there if you tried in that number 15 Audi. And will Jake Pitt in the end just about surviving that through the skin of his teeth. And well, that's going to be one of the Welshmen that he's not going to forget for some time. And well, as he makes his way on now through the right-hander still Strecker and roaring onwards towards the Caracola Carousel. Well, for Jake Pitt in P5 in the Prime class, he's got Sam Bradley converging quite rapidly now. I think Bradley will be thinking, you know what, I might just be able to pressure Jake into another mistake, but we'll have to wait to see whether that is how it plays out in practice. But looking on further down the order, let's talk a little bit about the AM drivers. Craig Tillerson here down in P9 in the AM class, P34 overall. He's chasing after Sammy Ariba, who is the best part currently of 52 seconds up the road, but Tillerson is gradually closing on him, I believe. In fact, that gap, excuse me, being a lot closer than that, I should say. The gap being the best part of about 30 seconds now as he roars his way onwards towards Freudenkreuz. I think there might have been an error for Sammy Ariba somewhere out of the circuit, and that may be the contributing factor as to why we have seen Ariba's advantage over Craig Tillerson be slashed, but Tillerson there sliding for Rhino Academy as he makes way for Ehrenberg corner. Got to be careful of that. Sean Doby, the driver who was looking to be on for some heroics in our sprint race of the day, well, it didn't quite work out for him in what was the sprint race in the end after a brilliant qualifying session, and well, in this race right now just trying to keep his head down and push onwards on lap number 3. Not quite a lap down at the moment, but our race leader of Jaroslaw Cebula has gone on to lap number 4 now, as we're keeping abreast of everything that's going on. But Sean Doby's still trying to make up a bit more progress while this race is done, and keeping in mind that a number of drivers have yet to serve their mandatory pit stops, and I think several might be trying to hold out because we haven't seen, and some of you may have noticed this viewing at home, we haven't seen much rain on the camera lenses. We may have a circuit that is gradually drying here, albeit I say gradually drying, I must emphasise gradually, given how large the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke is, that the best part of 15 miles. But could we see some drivers opt to gamble at the end of lap 5, given we're on lap 4 right now for the leaders? Could we see some drivers gamble on the slicks with nothing to lose? Well, it's a big question mark, but as we look to what is Meredith and none other than Tom Davidson here side by side, making their way up towards the end of the Dottinger High, and that's going to be the slipstream aided pass for Davidson. But Meredith now will tuck back in and think about trying to come back at him, and this is all going to be about who, if they get side by side coming down into Tiergarten and Hohen Rain, who's going to be the one who's braver than the other, because going side by side through that, I can tell you, is one of those experiences whereby the roads are only wide enough for 2 cars just about, and if you make even the slightest contact with each other or a curb, it can end in tears quicker than you know it. But they make the way on towards another lap. They go on to their 4th lap of this race, and into the pits comes Tom Davidson. So he decides enough's enough. It's time to make his way into the pit lane. Will he gamble on the tyre change? We'll have to wait and see. But nothing so far, and well, in all of this, some further drama, the fact Benjamin McCluskey in the end not quite making it to the grid and completing a lap, and I think something went wrong for Benjamin McCluskey along the road. But meanwhile, back on the road, it was Stuart Menace, P22 chasing after Sam Van Olsten, the battle for P8 in the Prime class, and Minus right now making his way out Galgenkopf corner, and you can see there the amount of water that's gathered on the inside as Minus, a lot of steering lock there, leads to a bit of a sideways slide, and that's going to cost him a lot of speed, making his way on down the back straight, albeit I don't think he'll mind that too much in the fact that for the 61 driver here, it's all now going to be about running in the distant toe of that Audi and trying to pick up a little bit of speed, although that Audi does gradually fall away as we can see that gap extending now to the best part of 1.7 seconds and might be 1.8 by the time they get to the end of the Dottinger Haar. But as they make their way towards the end of this lap, your AM leader, Gabriel Yilmaz, staying out in the Aztec Racing Machine, and with the number 26 driver under pressure from Alan McCain. We do have Luca Monroe. He is closing quite rapidly. The gap now between Yilmaz and Monroe standing at the best part, I believe, of what is 18 seconds at this time, but it is coming into the favour of Monroe, who may just yet make it back-to-back and wins on his first appearance of the season. But Yilmaz here in the number 26 car just trying to keep things together as he makes his way around. We've also, I believe, had an incident recently for Alex Meredith that has seen him had to be towed to the pits, and that's why he's suddenly leapt up to the top of the time and standings, but he hasn't suddenly taken the lead of the race. We should make a bit of reassurance of that, but here's the replay as to what happened to Alex Meredith. And this was on the GP loop as he made his way out of Vidal and just pulls the car into the pit lane. So something went very wrong for Alex Meredith, perhaps a black flag of some description, but in the end having to come into the pits, alternatively perhaps not enough fuel in the car. Well, if so, then that would mean the next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners driver, well, he's going to have a nightmare. He'll have to serve a major penalty, and then, well, only then he'll be able to put the fuel in the car. The window is still open, but I get the feeling that Meredith may have been running low on fuel, given how things have played out. As we see some more rain briefly falling there, as the drivers make their way through Hatzenbach. So this is right now, it really is becoming a race of trying to survive these conditions. I don't think anybody would dare to step off of what is the wet tyre at this time, but you never know, come the end of lap 5, somebody may just yet decide to go for the gamble here and hope it pays off. But as McCain makes his way up the rise in towards Flugplatz, and we're still keeping Yilmaz behind, and McCain moving up into P6, Yilmaz to P7 now. We've got a lot of drivers in the pit lane, including Jonathan Collins, Daniel Fritz, Josh Brown, Sam Bradley, also Adam Delmont's in there, Nick Clemens, Stan Van Olst. In fact, I think we can look at what is there. Adam Delmont here is leaving the pit lane, tucked in by Kieran Smart and Sam Bradley. So a lot of drivers coming in for their mandated pit stop, and practically the halfway point of this race. Nobody coming out on a dry tyre, everyone on the wet tyre still, and I think that's the sensible call if you've had to pit at the end of lap number 3. But as these guys now make their way on around here, well, they're going to have to try and get that tyre up to temperature in these wet conditions and then keep it in the zone while also keeping it out of the wall. But as they head in towards the TC hairpin, or the TCR hairpin, the drivers make their way through. Oh, going to be a big slide there for Kieran Smart as he catches the car just in time. And well, that's going to see Adam Delmont for an opportunity around the outside here as they make their way through the left-hander and now switching back to the inside for the Bilstein curve. And well, Adam Delmont will take that place. So you can see there Kieran Smart not fighting it too hard and deciding he's lost the place and he might as well relinquish it and just let it go until a later point in the race if he can go for it. Meanwhile, whilst all this has been playing out, we have had an incident for Alan McCain, who was further up the road. And, well, what exactly has happened to Alan McCain? Here's a quick replay. And this was McCain coming down through Foxhole into, well, the pressure's also on in the rear of the car, snapping loose. Oh, goodness me! And the car going round and bouncing there over the stricken car, I believe. That is the car of Gilberto Struck, who's in the wall there as well. So Struck was involved in an incident earlier, and Alan McCain, well, in the end, he managed to get it turned around, so the car wasn't too broken not to carry on. But for McCain, now that could have been a race ender. A very nasty one at that. And Gilberto Struck, in the end, being involved in a separate incident beforehand, was the two of them had come together, that could have seen the whole road blocked. But as they make the way on through, and Adam Delmont right now continues to push on, tucked in behind none other than Sam Bradley. They're so NXTGEN Gold drivers pushing each other along here as much as they possibly can. I would imagine that as we ride on board with Adam Delmont, he would be very keen for Bradley to now get a move on. It seems like Bradley is struggling a little bit, and Delmont's going to touch the inside. In fact, they're going to fight for this, and well, they are going to fight each other. Two teammates going on, and Bradley goes a little bit wide as a result, and around the outside of them in the distant camera shot. And in fact, our cameraman right now sighted way too far away to see what's going on. Well, there is none other than Delmont. In fact, no other than Adam Delmont has found himself ahead of Kieran Smart, and Sam Bradley in the end has lost out 2 places on the price of one very, very impatient teammate. But as they roar the way through Flugplatz, you can understand why for Adam Delmont. He just wants to get a move on. He's down here, but right now it feels like he's getting a day job route from season 7 in terms of what happened in the feature race of Spa-Francorchamps, where everything went wrong, whereas his rivals had everything go right. But as they make the way onwards towards the Schwedenkreuz corner, well, they'll go to one line formation now, and these drivers will push each other to the absolute limit. They may be on paper fighting for places outside the top 20, but as this race goes on, we could see things get a lot closer. As we've had further incidents on the running order for Russell Fowler and Tom Davidson. And right now, this race is definitely going to be a question of who's going to survive it rather than who's going to be fastest out there. And here's a replay of what happened to Russell Fowler. And this was at the Foxhole, and it's the compression and Fowler being claimed by it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Davidson potentially also experienced a similar fate a little bit later on. But both drivers in the end in a nightmare. And here is Davidson by comparison, and he seems to be in a rather safe place. Oh, the rear of the car coming loose, and that was coming on down through none other than the Spiegel curve and carrying too much speed, too much steering lock to go with it, and the car just going straight to the wall there. So whether it be Foxhole or Spiegel curve, both sections of the circuit, absolutely brutal. Sam Bradley now in the pit lane. I think that may be for something that's gone wrong for Bradley. Alternatively, he's having some work done on the car, and in fact, Sam Bradley had to be towed to the pits. And therefore, his race now is going to be at the mercy of the misfortune of others. As meanwhile, here's your race leader, Jaroslaw Cebula, in a car that definitely has had some damage to it. He's just carrying on his happy way. He's yet to pit. And, well, credit where it's due to NXTGEN Pink driver from Poland in the fact that right now he is putting on an absolute masterclass here as he makes his way almost down the Dottinger Hurt with what is the gap at his current time of 40 seconds over Jamie Dory. And Jamie Dory, it should be pointed out, has yet to pit as well. So Cebula, having picked his way through the starting order as quickly as he could, has then just simply gone on to run away with this race. And, well, right now for Cebula, everything is turning upwards. At a critical juncture in his championship, after losing the lead to Mikey Doble come the end of what was round number 3, well, now going into what will be round number 6, this could be the day where Cebula strikes back. But heading on towards what will be the end of lap number 4. Remember, they must pit for their mandated pit stop by the end of lap number 5. After that, the pit window will close, and Cebula makes his way onto one more lap. He's going to go the distance, and this is a smart choice from Cebula by going onto that 5th lap and deciding to run it all the way on strategy. What this effectively means is now, if the circuit does evolve towards the slick tyre, he comes in, he moves to the slick tyre, and he does that as part of his mandated pit stop. Whereas, if it happens on lap 6 and the slick tyre is the way to go, that's the tyre everybody goes to, because everyone would have to come in, and even if everyone else has done the mandatory pit stop, everyone's got to come in once more. So that's why Cebula has stayed out as long as possible. Alex Meredith, meanwhile, in the pit lane. Repair work still being done on the car, so you will see his name drop down the order shortly as our running order is reset to how it should be as they run the circuit. Meanwhile, Andy Fox here still chasing after Lee Horn. We jump on board. This is a lot further down the running order, but still an entertaining battle nonetheless, as Fox versus Horn roar the way on down out of X-Muller, and through X-Tal they go, and it's going to be a run here for Fox, getting the better exit out of X-Muller corner, albeit on the outside as they go through Lauder Links, and Fox being made to back out there. If it was the dry, they could go side by side, but in the wet, they can't. You can see their Horn carrying way too much speed for Bergwerk corner, but somehow getting some traction coming out the corner, and Fox, I think right now, I think he was predicating on the fact that Horn would end up losing it, and then Horn just suddenly finds all the grip, and what an absolutely brilliant bit of control there from Lee Horn, and Fox now is going to have to chase after him as they make the way up the rise, firstly through Kesselchen, then Klosterol, and then it'll be the fast left-hander, but there they go as they make the way up the hill into Klosterol now, and behind him is Benjamin McCluskey, who is multiple laps down by comparison on our leaders after that opening incident. McCluskey's still got some time to go this race, and anything can happen before they do hit that checker flag. And given the rate of knots we're currently tracking at, and our lap times being in the region of what is the 10-minute mark, minus if your name is Jaroslaw Cebula, where you're lapping in the 9-minute 56s, we are going to see what will be a 6th lap, and maybe no more after that. We may be allotted to 6 rather than 7 laps here today, and that's because the weather has decided to have its way here in Germany. But as Andy Fox comes out of the hairpin and now downwards towards the carousel he goes, well, meanwhile McCluskey closing quickly, and from there we have got, oh goodness me, what on earth is happening? Gabriel Yilmaz is going slowly. I think Yilmaz has been involved in an incident, because that car is not going quickly at all, and indeed Yilmaz's race may be unfolding on him now. But what exactly has happened? Here's the replay. So as he made his way on down that, oh goodness me, the rear just snapping loose. That was into Flugplatz 2, and in the end the car just cut loose. Yilmaz installed leading comfortably into what was that run, and the number 26 driver in the end hitting the wall, and now that's always race falling apart because it has released Luca Monroe into the lead of the AM class, and Yilmaz will just try and get this car to the pit lane if it's got enough momentum, and if he can, well, that will give him the confidence to think to himself, you know what, it might just be, well, that's not Flugplatz, that is Flanskade de Zwei, I should say. My apologies there for the name, but we can see here the number 26 driver just trying to carry on his merry way as he makes his way down. Luca Monroe into the pit lane, decides enough's enough, he is going to come into the pits here and serve that pit stop, and we'll get that pit stop out of the way as the rain is continuing to intensify again now down the start finish straight. But all the drivers here continually having to work out exactly when is the best time to pit, and well, in doing so, how are those conditions evolving, and whether they need a new set of tyres or whether the tyres they've got are going to go the distance. Cebula now makes his way towards what will be the run towards Metzgertsfeld very shortly. Well, number 80 driver here still in full control, even with that bodywork damage, and showing no signs of wilting under any pressure as he runs very close to the exit there. Metzgertsfeld, and I think right now Cebula, we've just seen just how much grip is there. And conscious of the fact he'd love to get the fastest lap point, he already does hold the fastest lap of this race by some considerable margin, as I'm to believe. I'm just double checking our data. In fact, he doesn't hold the fastest lap. That fastest lap has gone to Ben Gregory much earlier on in the race when we had the dry conditions. So therefore, it does mean that as things currently stand, the fastest lap point will be going to Cebula whatsoever, albeit he'll push on as much as he can here as he dances his way through dry flat brakes and into a Whipperman he comes on to the brakes there. And making his way on through, we look from one next-gen pink car to another. This is Gavin Garner chasing after Reswap. And the gap between the two of them currently standing at what is 1 second or thereabouts. They head through the hairpin, and Gardner at this point, just right now, trying to eke out this race to bring home what would be a top 10, and indeed a return to top 10 form for Gavin Gardner, something we have not seen on a regular basis in a few seasons, but he really has come alive since what was the round at Monza, where the results started coming in. Even at Mosport, to be fair, Gardner seemingly just refinding that form that was with him in his first couple of seasons of the NXTCC, but he really has been on a bit of a journey since season 4, and now he seems to be coming back to the very best number 11 driver. And drivers do go through that, where they have these peaks and troughs, as they're known, and sometimes that trough can be very large, and it can feel like it goes on for an eternity, and suddenly everything reclicks again, and you find the form of old. But as the rain trickles down there on our camera as he makes way through Vido, will go on the right now, just simply taking it corner after corner as William Guthrie behind. That car, the full Doble Motorsport car that was out the race early on, is out all the way back into P10, and well, it is absolutely crazy out there. And I think Mark Kent in the YouTube chat, who mentioned earlier on the incident for Guthrie, and we did catch it on camera when it all went wrong at what was Flugplatz on the opening lap. Well, for Guthrie now to be back up into P10, I mean, to say that he has a prospect of winning this, I think would be a stretch of the imagination. But to say that he could potentially go chasing after what would be a top 5 in this race, if not a podium, that's not impossible to imagine, given the gaps and the rate of knots at which he is closing drivers down. But we will see, given that the performance he's putting on at this time. But even just to take a top 10 here, that would be an absolutely incredible result, given how badly things started off in this race. But that's why with this feature race, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And well, Guthrie embodying that spirit. But we have lost a lot of drivers over the course of this race distance so far, including what has been Josh Brown, Benjamin McCluskey. Well, I think it is Josh Brown. Yes, Josh Brown we have lost. We've got McCluskey in the pit lane at the moment for what would be his 3rd visit to the pit lane. We've also lost Lewis Mason, Craig Tillerson, Jonathan Collins. But in fact, no, they're all in the pits. I'll be able to excuse me there, my manners for getting the names wrong, in the fact who's actually retired in this race. The retirements in this race have included Daniel Downing, James Smasser's-Count, and Eduardo Gonzaga. We haven't lost that many drivers, but we have had a lot of drivers come into the pit lane, as there is Gilberto Struck just recovering, and that, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, in terms of where he's had to recover the car from, as he loses the rear, that is Gilberto Struck losing it coming out of the Bilstein curves. That's on the GP loop, and Struck just absolutely having a difficult time in the 91 of getting that car to click whatsoever, as he now tries to turn it around. P33 overall and P12 in the Prime class, so therefore points being found wanting. Ben Gregory further up the road, and in the running order, he's currently P13 overall. And as we look back from the rear of the 113 car, the full Doble Motorsport driver trying to keep at bay Jake Pitt, who's fighting hard with him for this top 5 spot in the Prime class, and will Pitt all over the back of it this time as they make the way on for the ride over. Pitt almost losing the rear, catches it just in time, trying to get the power down there. And I think some standing water on the inside of the Arenberg apex curve, just unsettling the Audi RS3, and will Pitt there getting away with a near miss murder with regards to losing control. And well, I can tell you one thing, we have had a couple of Code Brown moments today, as Pitt there once again almost losing it, coming out of Foxhole, and will catch the car just in time. Ben Gregory right now absolutely cool as a cucumber by comparison, albeit we should point out it all went wrong for him much earlier in this race out of the Foxhole, but he's learned from that, and therefore Pitt now learning from the man who has already been through that situation, has learned by experience. The one way of learning you don't want to do under racing, ideally you just want to learn by never making a mistake, alternatively finding it in practice. But as I head in towards Metzgertsfeld corner, Pit over the back of Gregory here, and you can see Pit, what he's trying to do, he's trying to take tight lines towards those apexes. He's trying to run as close as he can towards the dry line, but the car just doesn't have the grip with the amount of standing water. Gregory must play it safe. Into Callan Hard they go, and Pit really trying to force the issue here, and Gregory saying, well, you can do that, but where are we going to race? And you can see Gregory getting a slide on there, going for a Callan Hard corner. Luca Monroe just in front, and they have closed up to the AM leader quite rapidly over the course of what has been the last lap or so. But as they make the way around here through Drive Out Rex, you can see the standing was that puddle there on the inside of the second apex curb. And well, Gregory here looking up the inside into the Whipperman entry on Monroe will take the place. Monroe just taking it nice and easy. Pit will tuck in behind him. Ben Gregory getting a bit of daylight between himself and a very fast charging and rather hell for leather bent one is Jake Pitt, and Pitt throwing everything at this to try and chase after a top 5 finish in the Prime class. But as they come in towards Brideside, well, right now Pitt's not able to find his way past them. Right, you can see they're all standing water really confounding Pitt's lines, but Pitt will go around the outside to get the inside into X-Mule Corner, but he will have a very tight entry, but he just about catches the car there as they exit, and now onwards towards what will be at Bergberg in short order. Whilst all this is happening, meanwhile, it's more of the same right at the front of the field for Jaroslaw Cebula, now leading by 1 minute and 10 seconds is his advantage for Cebula. Cebula absolutely opened up this gap, and now he comes into the pit lane. The pit window is still open, and it should be pointed, but Cebula will come on in, and it will be quite an extensive pit stop. 55 seconds stationary time, but how exactly will that play out versus Jamie Dory? On paper, at least, you would imagine he'll come up ahead of Dory, I should say, by about 5 to 6 seconds, if my mathematics is correct with that stationary time. But then again, Jamie Dory might be able to find a way to do that. But as Dory makes way down, in fact, Dory is yet to pit, so therefore it won't be Jamie Dory who takes the lead this race, because he has to pit at the end of this lap, because the pit window will close at the end of lap number 5, and for Jamie Dory then it will all be about just surviving that final lap of this race, because we will get 6 laps here today, ladies and gentlemen. This feature race, it has been a feature race that has been just as much about survival as it has about being an absolute hero out of the circuit. Just to get to this race, I think all the drivers who do so could be classified as heroes, and Dory right now not too far away from that pit stop, and then one more lap to finish what has been quite an ordeal for many a driver, but for some this could be a huge injection of points. So he makes his way into the pit lane, and now it will be the turn of Matthew Cheverton, who has already pitted, it should be pointed out, and to make his way on through. And well, given the way he is on the circuit, Dory would take back P2, and Matthew Cheverton as your pro leader. He's got a comfortable gap of the best part of 40 seconds to Michael Lees. Well, that gap will be more than enough to see him all the way to the end on that final lap. As Cebula's already left the pit lane, and Dory is down in the pit box at the moment. Cheverton there showing us how sideways you can go for the Stefan Beloff S, and well, in the end now bringing the car down. In fact, you can see there how the car really lost a lot of speed, and I think the Aztec Racing driver decided not to cook those tyres anymore through the risk of potentially losing it. Now, from one Aztec driver driving on the limit to another, this is Jake Pitt, who we ride on board with as he continues to chase after Ben Gregory for P12 as it stands between the two of them. And as they make the way there on down through the combination of what is at Whipperman, and then shortly they'll go over the crest before it's the S-back corner, where it's going to be all about trying to keep it nice and cool here. But you can see Gregory, he's just putting his lines right where Pitt wants to be in terms of on that optimum wet line, and well, where there's no standing water, as little as possible, and Pitt in turn being made to explore the circuit. And every time he does so, well, he finds as soon as he's able to get his foot down on the throttle, that's where the standing water will catch him out. But as they head out of Brunchen in towards Ice Curve, well, now it's all going to be about one line formation all the way through the jump and through Flansgarden Irons, because you can see here there's no way surely for Pitt to look for a move, or if he does so, it's going to be one of the bravest moves of the season. That spray is absolutely abhorrent as he heads into the jump. The car's not leaping off the 4 wheels, I can tell you that, given the speed they have to neutralise themselves from. But Gregory right now absolutely just simply doing everything right, which is just make Pitt have to race his race. You can see Pitt have bounced off the limiter, such is the speed he wants to carry and how close he's getting. But as they come through Flansgarden's Violet or the Stefan Beloff S, oh my goodness, and there's a car out of nowhere, and is that the car of Andrew Pike? And Pitt in the end not seeing the car due to what is the water and Jake Pitt's race ends up in tatters through what is a car just pointing in the wrong direction. And what exactly happened to Andrew Pike to lead to all that? Well, here's the replay. Pike was ahead in all this, lost the rear of the car, goes to Stefan Belofes, tries to catch it, and then hits the barrier. The car spins sideways around, and well, to be fair to Andrew Pike, I think he's trying to get it out of the road, and will then hold in the brakes. When that starts to turn it, and oh goodness, in the end, well, I think that's going to be one which is not going to be looked upon quite kindly by the stewards, as I think that Andrew Pike misanticipating how much time he had before he could get that car turned around, and well, that is definitely not going to be one in the happy books of the Sim Racing Collective today. But return to your live racing pictures, and as we do, well, that neutralises that battle, and Ben Gregory surviving, whereas otherwise, Jake in the end will use up all his 9 lives, it would seem. And was this race continues to push on. 6 minutes left on the clock, and Jaroslaw Cebula right now just making his way all the way to a Schroeder-Kreuz corner. And this will be his last lap, as that pit window now is effectively closed. And we still have a lot of drivers on lap number 5, but as he makes his way on through, the next Pete driver just keeping his head down little by little. From them, looking a bit further back, Alan McCain starting to look to try and do dueling business with Luca Monroe for P14. The iRacing Sports driver chasing after what would be a further point or two in the overall championship, but nothing more than that. You can see Andrew Pike limping along there in the foreground of your camera shot. And that will mean for Pike we need to come into the pits at the end of this lap. He has already served his mandatory pit stop, but this pit stop is going to be mandated on him given the damage on the car. Monroe backing off there considerably as they make the way into Hohenrenn and Tiergarten, and you can understand why. But the amount of water on where's the run through that complex, you will not want to carry any speed near what you would on a dry line. And these drivers just trying to keep it together as they make their way onto their final lap of racing. And Pike, meanwhile, he's decided to stay out, so he feels as though the car is manageable despite the damage. So he's going to lose a lot of straight line speed, given the fact he's missed the front bumper and the aerodynamic drag that will cause. I think he feels confident that elsewhere he can keep things together. As meanwhile, we can see Nick Clearance backing off the back there of Adam Delmont in the battle for P16, and we've got Delmont missing the front bumper as well. We've got quite a few Hondas running about front bumpers today, and well, that's not a welcome surprise to be sure of. And as they come towards the end of their lap, we've also got some change inside the top 10. In the fact we do have William Guthrie and Ben Altrier. They've recently swapped places, and I believe there's been an off track for what has been Ben Altrier, but here's the replay to explain. And it was coming out the Beale Street curve. In fact, it was a poor run from Altrier. Pulls over to the right hand side. I think they might have swapped the place around there. Swapped the places around there then, in terms of say that multiple times in quick alliteration. William Guthrie there taking the place, and Ben Altrier following in his footsteps, and I think both drivers there respecting the pace of the other and opting not to impede each other. Full Tilt Motorsport as well. So, oh my goodness, and we come back to Ben Altrier hitting the wall coming in towards Hatzenbach, and well, the 504 driver struggling here, and perhaps also struggling on the GP loop. Has something gone wrong? We haven't had any data recorded to say he's been involved in a shunt, but has Ben Altrier potentially been involved in some sort of knock, and right now is just trying to get this car back to the end of the race, because he's currently P8, but he's got Reese Watt only 5 seconds behind him. You can see what they're briefly in the camera shot, and Reese Watt is closing quickly, as is Garrett Gardner. This could be a heartbreak for Full Tilt Motorsport after that phenomenal race 1 result. A double top 10 for the pair of them would be absolutely brilliant for Guthrie and Altrier. They won't want it to end this way, because if so, that could be an absolute nightmare for the pair. As the drivers make their way on around, well, they continue to roar, and Reese Watt right now has got Gavin Gardner quite quickly catching up behind him, as Nick Clearance, meanwhile, I believe has had to, well, they've had to do something with the car, because it looks like it's been retired from what I can see on the time screens. We've also got Lee Horn in the pit lane to take a pit stop to complete his race, so therefore it's shuffled further down the order still, but Garrett Gardner chased after Reese Watt in the battle of the 2 Audis, and these two pushing onwards. But meanwhile, speaking of Audis, there's one driver we haven't really spoken about as he slides his way into Ardenau Forst, and that is Isaac Doble, the Doble Sim Racing driver in the number 65, who are running in a very silent but confident P5 right now. I can tell you one thing, you'll be the 3rd place of the pro drivers here, and doing everything right at the moment to bring home a top 5 result and a good set of points here. And Isaac Doble really has gone under the radar in this race in terms of just how well he's been performing. As he makes his way from Metz, gets fell, car drifts a little bit deep, but to be fair, it's not uncommon. We have seen him do that multiple times in these conditions, and he just seems to know exactly where the grip is and how wide the circuit is to get the most out the corner as he rolls on through. And as he comes on down in towards Callan-Hard corner, well, he has got behind him there was the company of Stuart Wyniss, and Wyniss going very sideways through Callan-Hard corner. The Track Scotland driver trying to chase after a top 5 finish overall here, so he sees Isaac Doble and he thinks, oh goodness me, Wyniss there. Well, you've got to be careful with that one because he almost loses it there, coming on down through what is the Spiegel curve, and I think the Drive Rex corner proves to Stuart Wyniss the fact that whilst he feels that he's got a lot of pace in a very light car, that he might be pushing his luck at this point, because as much he wants a P5 finish, a P6 overall is nothing to laugh about in the fact that it'll be a huge result given the conditions and given the fact that this round is going to be for many a driver in their championship an absolute bogey of a round, in terms of the fact that many will not have made it to the finish, or when they do get to the finish they won't finish anywhere near where they would like to. An example of that is Mikey Doble, who after that incident on the opening couple of laps, running now P29, missing the front bumper as well, and just trying to get to the end in order to salvage anything from this race. And that's why you've got to get to that checkered flag, because you never know what can happen until you get to the very end of it. But speaking of that, we have had a brief off track for Jaroslaw Cebula in terms of what I'm seeing on my timing data, albeit no major incident. But Cebula right now, all he's got between him and a checkered flag is what is the Stefan Beloff S, and then it will be the run down the Dottinger as he makes his way over the jump there, albeit not getting airtime this time, but he's getting plenty of airtime on our cameras. And well, for Cebula, surely now it's got to be just keep your head down and concentrate and don't put a foot wrong, because he's not far away from putting off what will be, I think, quite an exhausting win as he takes on what is the spray, the rain, and what the challenges the Nürburgring circuit has to offer. But as he heads upwards towards what will be the Schwalbenschwanz for the final time, well, most of our battles now seem to have calmed down. Stuart Wyniss has fallen away from Isaac Doble. He has chased after him. As they make their way out of the curve, the gap has opened up to 2 seconds, and it seems like that momentum that Wyniss had earlier has finally fallen to the wayside. Oh my goodness, almost losing it there. Coming on through the corner, but not quite. And the 61 driver right now, he is playing with fire as he makes out a still track, I can tell you that. And Isaac Doble, I think, will be looking in his rearview mirrors and thinking, how has he not lost that Elantra yet? And well, that's because Wyniss right now is wrangling that Wyniss. It's like a bull, and he is its rider, and he is just taming it constantly, because the Track Scotland driver is absolutely running on the ragged edge of adhesion. But as he comes on up towards Poston 147, further back we look to Luca Monroe, your pro, not your pro leader, your AM leader, but he's put on a pro performance today running P15. I can tell you that in the AM class, and absolutely untouchable. And in all of it, Matthew Sheraton, your Pro-Am leader, as he makes his way through Brunswick corner, where he's got a comfortable gap there of the best part of what is none other than 33 seconds over Michael Lees. And well, the 390 driver here will know that this win is going to be a big one. He just needs to get it to the end. But speaking of getting it to the end, here is the man in the number 80 who, when it came to the end of round number 3, the momentum started to not go his way. At Monza, it was difficulty race after race, and in the sprint race day, it was an absolutely solid performance. But when the weather proved tricky, when the Nürburgring proved nasty, the one man who kept his head above it all and takes the checkered flag here in our feature race is Jaroslaw Cebula, who will take what will be victory overall. And also, hold up a second, are we doing another lap? Well, I apologise, we are doing another lap. We're being forced onto 7 laps, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not quite sure why. Well, I'm going to have to hold his victory speech until what is the end of the next lap, because we've had another lap added on to this race, and I'm not quite sure why. But what I can tell you is we're now on to 7 laps of racing here, when we've gone definitely over the hour, and Cebula carries on here, and Jamie Doyle pushes on as well. So this race is not over yet. And with that in mind, well, that means now, have any drivers underfueled thinking they're only doing 6 laps? Because if so, we are going to go into what could be very unknown territory here for a lot of drivers. So hold the phone here. This is completely unexpected. I can tell you one thing, I'm being left speechless by this, but the next gen pink driver here, Jamie Dory, pushes onwards. But I can only imagine there's been some sort of timing glitch, because the race would have finished after, what was that, lap 6 if it was being run to the hour, but we're definitely not running to a number of laps either. But as Dory makes his way on through, we've had an incident, I think, for Gardner. Oh my goodness! And that is Gavin Gardner and Reese Watt together. They've had it coming together, and is that, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that's coming from the Stefan Beloff S. What exactly has happened? Where's the replay? So what coming on down then? And as he did lose in the rear of the car cuts loose into the barrier, and Gardner follows him in. It literally mimics what happened to Reese Watt. They've got no control there, and the two drivers, well, this could be huge drama. It already is. It's just, this is crazy. Well, for both drivers to lose it there, and you've got to feel for both of them in the fact that both Watt and Gardner were both delivering top 10 performances, and it's all fallen apart. And now Matthew Sheridan makes his way on around here, going on to one last additional lap of this race. And prime leader here, well, Aztec Racing's 390 driver, pushing on as much as he can. Well, has everybody got the fuel to get to the end? That is also going to be the big question, because if not, and if we suddenly see some dives to the pits here, this is going to be an absolute change of fortune. But then again, I get the feeling, if anybody, well, if nobody's got the fuel in the car, if our leaders haven't got enough fuel in the car, and I don't think anybody will, we might see people duck to the pits. But Lewis Mason is in the pit lane. He's being serviced once again. Is that for fuel? It could potentially be, as meanwhile, we've got battling on circuit between Daniel Downing, and then we do see, what is there? None other than Lee Horn. I can see there Mr. BF John saying, because the race at least an hour, the last lap is the first lap after the time expires. Well, that's absolutely fair, John, and well, thank you for clarifying there. Previously, I'll be honest with you, it's normally been the case that as we're getting closer towards the end, we end the race on the lap that's going to take us to what would be the end of the time allotted, but it seems as though today it's been a bit of a different story, so therefore it does mean we are going the full distance. We can remove the session time now as we are on lap number 7, and we are going to be heading towards that checker flag shortly. As the drivers roll their way on through, well, right now the number 36 driver just doing everything he can, Lee Horn, in order to try and chase down Daniel Downing. But it looks like Downing may have got the upper hand, and here's how the move was made in the first place. And it was coming out of the Bilstein curve, and it looks like Lee Horn just had no momentum to battle with, and in the end Downing just simply streaming on through in the battle of the two Hondas. Well, it was the Goldwyn Motorsport Honda that took a very inventive line as well, in fact, so decided to go full throttle, and in the end gets it back onto the circuit. Now, I don't know if you call that an overtake off circuit, but Downing doing very well to bring it back onto the circuit and cement the move, but the number 17 driver throwing everything at that one in order to make it happen. But as we return to your live racing, ladies and gentlemen, there's still more to unfold here, surely, as our drivers all continue to push onwards as much as they can. And well, for Lee Horn, a sideways moment. In fact, he's had a bit of a bruise to the side of the car, so therefore that could also be a sign of where he's perhaps had a brush with the wall whilst we're looking at the replay. But it does look as though here Lee Horn falling away. But meanwhile, Adam Delmont, as they push onwards here, Adam Delmont side by side with none other than Lewis Delmont, father and son there, with what is son overtaking father on the left-hand side of your picture. And well, I think Adam Delmont's car with some bruises and knocks to it. Just continues to push onwards here as these drivers make their way to the end of lap number 6. And we're coming down the end of the Dottinger. I think for Adam Delmont, it may be, if not a trip to the pit lane, then it's going to be just a lap of solidarity here in order to get the car home. He does have the best part of what is a 28-second gap to Daniel Fritz, the P2 and runner behind. So therefore, Delmont will feel some degree of comfort, but how comfortable will he be in driving in a damaged car? That will be the challenge that he'll be confronted with. Now, as our drivers make the way on around and onwards towards what will be, we presume, their final lap, coming down towards that timeline, we look up to Alex Meredith, a driver who has gone a little bit anonymous over the distance, but now is back in full force. He's got Ben Gregory for close company as they come onto the Nordschleife loop, and well, Gregory, they're getting close, but not close enough to think about a move. They're heading to the Sabine-Smith curve, and well, Meredith right now just trying to hold on to this P9 position to the very end. It's going to be a long distance to go, no doubt about it, as he roars his way on in towards Hatzenbach in short order, and you can see Gregory there watching on the distance, but no real move coming at this time. We have had a bit of drama for Lewis Delmont off camera. We will try and get an update on that shortly, because Adam Delmont is now battling with Lewis Delmont once again. Not quite sure how that's happened, but you can see here Meredith right now just opening that gap back up for a bit versus Gregory, so therefore we're feeling quite confident he can manage this gap, at least in the first half of the lap. But now heading in towards what is Hoheiken, where it's now going to be all about the run up towards Flugplatz, where we can get a good exit. But Meredith does seem to be really opening up that envelope here, and Alex Meredith started to come alive in these conditions. A bit more rain falling, there's more rain to come yet, and well, this has surely got to be the final lap, and with it, with the rain tipping on down here. Well, will that rain catch anybody out before all is said and done? Hopefully not. We don't want to see anybody else in the barrier. We've seen plenty of moments of the barrier so far. To the credit of our drivers, we do still have the best part of about 35 runners in this race, as I'm aware. And looking at my pit window over the pit lane, I tell you, we have got Andy Chell, Sean Dobe, Duncan Rise, and Sam Smith in the pit lane, all having work done on their cars at the moment. As Alex Meredith slides his way through Schweider Kreisel in towards Arenberg, will Gregory behind us close that gap back up to a degree, but then again it is all going to be back and forth. It's going to be a seesaw between these two as they make their way further and further around. Now, as for what happened between Lewis Delmont and Adam Delmont, well, we saw the two make the swap and the overtake as they made the way on through the run of the Dottinger Herb, but we'll stay with them here, and Gregory as they head in towards the foxhole. Coming down for the left hand, you can see all that standing water straight across the road. Gregory on suit, but again, just not quite able to stay close enough there to think about a move. But meanwhile, we have had a moment for Isaac Doble. Isaac Doble has gone around. Now, where is that in the running order? I believe, is that coming into Drive at Rex? Yes, that is. That is coming out of the Spiegel curve and it's Drive at Rex. And the Doble sim racing driver who was running in P5, the front left suspension of that car's gone, and he's going to have to try and get that home now with over half the lap here remaining. But what exactly happened? Here's the replay. When it's coming down in towards the Spiegel curve, carrying the speed, really let's go, and in the end, can't stop it. I thought it was going to hit the apex curve at the second part of the right-hander, but not to be in the 65 drive there, in a huge impact to the wall. Well, I can tell you one thing, that is going to absolutely bring tears to the Doble Sim Racing team, because he was looking to be carrying, was a huge points haul for the team on his shoulders, and all those points have very quickly gone astray. We're coming back to the live race. Isaac Doble was struggling on, but I don't think that car is in a very comfortable spot. He's going to try and get it to the end, but it may be, if it carries on too far, it might have to be a tow to the pits and it will all fall away. We'll have to wait to see. But the next Doble Sim Racing driver is Mikey Doble, all the way down in P24. So this is going to be a rough day for the Doble Sim Racing team, both in the championship of the teams and also the individual drivers' championships. But we'll have to see, because they did lose Joe Doble early on in lap number 2. But as Mikey makes his way on around, he's just going to try and get to the end for as long and as easy as he can. But again, getting there is much easier said than done, but he's going to be the one to try and prove it can be done. But as he makes his way up towards what will be the next in fact, heading on down in towards the jump here, as he makes his way through what is none other than Flansgarden Zwei. And in fact, there is the jump there, so we were right, Flansgarden Hines, I should say, but then head off into the Stefan Beloff S. Meanwhile, we look to Alan McCain, who has got Andrew Pike for close company, and how things are completely turned around for Pike after running in the top 10. That major moment coming down for the Stefan Beloff S, which saw him in the end collect what was one of our drivers making the way through. Now McCain finds himself under pressure because the repair work has been done to Pike's car, and he carries on. Off camera, Tom Davidson has just found his way out to P13 But as the drivers head up towards what will be Lauda Links via X-Style, well, right now these two, McCain and also Pike, just seemingly wanting to get to the end and also wanting to have a little bit of a fight. As you can see, Isaac Doble, meanwhile, as he makes his way all the way out towards Costerol and then curve, still struggling on, but I suspect he's going to lose more places before this race is all said and done. But he is limping it along as he can. Can he get it to the end, and can he get some points with it? That will be what he's banking on. Meanwhile, we look back to the front of the field, and well, we gave him a little bit of a victory speech earlier, but as he makes his way through the last few corners this time and heads on out of Horn Rain, well, surely the checkered flag will wave, and there it is. And as it waves this time around, Jaroslaw Cebula will know that it may have been more than an hour, but the time has come through to take victory. It is your winner here in the feature race at the Nürburgring in the number 80 car, and well, what a way to do it in the end by over 1.5 minutes, and he's absolutely ecstatic. You can see they're weaving it from side to side, but this has been a race fully controlled by Jaroslaw Cebula, and well, I can only imagine right now as he makes his way on through just exactly what will be in his mind, other than the fact he's absolutely nailed it. And well, as he cools the car down, we look on board. Well, for Cebula, it is going to be one of those races whereby everything just clicked, and in the end, he was the man who stood tall over everybody else. But whilst he continues to make his way down the cool down lap lane, we've got Jamie Dory making his way on down. Hold up a second. The same happened to Dory's car. It has. It's not going fast at all. Has Dory had a moment at Galgenkopf corner? Surely not. This is going to completely upset the Apple car. In fact, the car's going slowly there. So Dory's had an instant earlier on. I can't quite tell you when he's had the instant, but that was going up into Galgenkopf. The car was already wounded. So for Jamie Dory, in fact, I think we do have the replay footage to explain. Here it is. It was coming down through what was, I believe, Flansgaard and Svile, Stenbell for S, lose the rear of the car, and on the final lap, grates his way into the barrier, and, well, can the number 13 make its way home in P2? He's only got what is a 6-second gap to this man, who's coming up very quickly behind the former Matthew Sheraton. I think Sheraton's going to take P2 here for Aztec Racing. The 390 driver may just about steal this. And as he heads onwards, well, right now, Dory is going to lose out with Cebula already into the pit lane. Call down that. So Sheraton will stream on through, and this will be a P2 overall for the Pro-Am driver. But more importantly, presumably he makes the last few corners, it will be a Pro-Am win to remember here in the wet of the Nürburgring. So drama is unfolding everywhere we look. And as he comes on through the last couple of quarters for Matthew Sheraton, it is going to be P2 overall the line for the Aztec Racing driver, and more importantly, a win that sends his Pro-Am Championship into new heights in the class as he crosses the line there. Flashes lights, absolutely ecstatic in that Hyundai Elantra. Jamie Dory will gradually make his way to line in a car that doesn't want to make it to the end, but he's going to force it to the checker flag. It won't be the runner-up spot and a 1-2 for Next Gen Pick, but it is a double podium for the team, and that is going to lead to their team's title defence moving forward at an absolutely brilliant rate as he takes P3. He survives the test. Michael Lees in the end will take P4, and the JWM Motorsport driver will make his way across lines as the runner-up in the Pro-Am class for that P4 finish overall in the 55. And, well, what a drive there for Michael Lees, and indeed, what a drive to revive his championship campaign. And William Guthrie, who would have thought, after an early instant put him out of this race, he was able to get back into it and take P5 for Full Tilt V Motorsport ahead of Stuart Wynis, who winds off and wraps up the Pro-Am podium there with P3 in class, P6 overall for Track Scotland. We then do have a little bit of time before we do get to Ben Altria, who right now is making his way in towards what will be at Tiergarten Horn Rain. But as he makes his way through the last couple of quarters, all he's got to do is keep it together here. And I think that's really what we've said about many a driver over the course of today. But for the Full Tilt V Motorsport team, I don't think they're going to believe their fortune, how they've suddenly turned this around from being what was looking to be only one car in the top 10 to one in the top 5 and 2 in the top 10. But Ben Altria, with steering damage, comes to the line and takes P7, and well, what a result there after their 1-2 in race 1 of the day. Alex Meredith will shortly make his way on around for the Next Gen Orange Whiskey runners, and it's going to be a deserved P8 there for the number 19 driver. And well, I don't think he's going to quite believe. I don't think he's going to know which way to turn once this is all over, other than get that car to the pit lane and get out of it to celebrate with a team and family. But a good drive there for Alex Meredith. And then we do have some more fight, and that's Nick Clemens versus Alan McCain. But Ben Gregory first, cross the line, P9 for Full Tilt V Motorsport, P4 in the Pro-Am class, and now Nick Clemens there fighting alongside Alan McCain. Well, in the end, the two iRacing esports drivers, I think they were running side by side, but decided to swap the places in order to make sure they didn't trip over each other's toes. And well, Nick Clemens will take the spot of Alan McCain. And well, this is important for Nick Clemens in terms of finishing P10 for the overall points he'll get in the championship. And he heads towards the line here for iRacing esports. It was a nightmare race number 1. But race number 2 has all come up good for the number 13 driver. McCain behind him, completing the top 5 of the Pro-Am class, P11 overall. And then we will have Andrew Pike, P12 there in the Sim Racing collective car that was looking to be on course for a top 5, but then it all went wrong for the Stefan Beloff S. And well, in the end, a P12 was what he was able to salvage. His teammate Tom Davidson, he's not too far behind, so it's P12, P13 for the Sim Racing Collective, with Davidson just behind him there, and will survive into the very end. And then it will be, after that win on his first appearance of the season in the sprint race, Luca Monroe for the United Sim team is going to make it back-to-back wins on his debut here today, the NXTCC. And what a pair of drives in the AM class. He's going to be ecstatic for that, no doubt about it, as he comes across the line. And well, what a drive there for Monroe, which looked one way, then the other. We've then got Lewis Delmont battling there with Isaac Doble, who's still limping that car on around, so he's still trying to get it to the end as he falls out of the overall top 15. But even if he gets that car home, that'll be a huge achievement, and that will be considered one of the drives of the season. And as we see Lewis Delmont coming across the line, that will be P15 for the SO NXTGEN Gold driver, the final overall points paying position. And then we will have Isaac Doble crawling to the line here for Doble Sim Racing. P16, he'll miss out on some key points, but at least he got the car home. And well, then we do have a bit of a time before we do see our next driver come across the line. That was Isaac Doble crossing the finish line. We saw Lewis Mason a lap down finish, P27 just behind him. Adam Delmont makes his way to the line. A bit of a drag race versus re-swap. But what's going to gain the upper hand in the end and just put Adam Delmont to the post of P17. So Adam Delmont takes P18. And then we will have your runners up in the AM class making the way on through. And well, here is Daniel Fritz. And well, right now, after a P2 in race number 1 down the AM class, after returning to the grid after a bit of an absence, we will have the NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners drive make it 2 P2s in a row here today at the Nürburgring Germany. Well, what a drive there for Daniel Fritz, the Australian driver, who really right now turning his fortunes up for good. And will the number 31 driver cross the line there, runner-up spot on the AM podium. I think he'll be absolutely beaming with that. But we've still got a couple more drivers to get to the end of this race, ladies and gentlemen. One of whom is 2 laps down currently, I believe. And that is going to be Benjamin McCluskey. In fact, he's a lap down as classified. And here he is in the NXTGEN pink car as he just powers his way on down the Dottinger Hoa. And what a frustrating second race of the day for Benjamin McCluskey. Things just did not work out whatsoever. And well, as he makes his way in towards what will be the last couple of corners, he'll know that a championship campaign is built not just on one round but on multiple. But could this be the round that potentially sets him back in chase after his maiden NXTCC title? Well, we'll only know as the season rages on, but definitely this has not been the round today that he's waiting to be as he comes to checker flag and takes what is P28 of the circuit, being a lap down. We're going to have one more drive yet to finish this race, and it's Gabriel Yilmaz, who weaves and winds his way on through down through the Stefan Beloff S. He's got some time to go, but the Aztec Racing driver just keeping his cool as he does so. And as he makes his way through Flanscon, Irons there, not quite the Stefan Beloff S yet. And as he does, you can see that in the car that's definitely wounded, but if he gets this home, it will be P3 in the AM class. There's a lot of points on the line, given that Marcel Fritsch finished a lap down on him. So Yilmaz needs to get this to the line to be guaranteed that third place result. And as he winds his way on through the S-curves there, well, right now the 26 driver doesn't need to do anything more other than get to that finish line. So therefore, in his mind, I think the focus is going to be just keep his head down and carry on as much as he can. And well, as he does so, right now, he knows he hasn't got to do any theatrics. He's just got to simply keep the car pointed in the right direction all the way. Excuse me, all the way to that finish as he heads in towards the Kleiner carousel, or the small carousel as it translates, and well, he'll take the high line there, knowing there's no need to risk putting it into the depression and cause the rear of the car to cut loose. But even then, oh goodness me, the car cutting a bit loose there as he tries to make his way up the hill. I think that's just the steering rack on that car, the suspension, definitely in a very, very sad state of affairs. But for Yilmaz, just trying to bring it on home. And well, as the car seems to just want to now pinball its way around, but he's got a long straight to come. You can see there just how challenging it is. He tries to get onto the Dottinger Hoa, and now it's just a bit longer before he gets to the end. As he does so and makes his way on through, none of our other drivers to make it to the end of the race. And well, Yilmaz now just, I think that car may have had the steering, had to be realigned there by knocking it into the wall. And well, the 26 driver now just powering on through. Benjamin McCluskey just making his way on the cool down lap there. And well, as we said earlier, frustrating day today, no doubt about it. But you'll know there's still more rounds to go, and what's to come is the question that only he can create the answers for. We're just waiting on Yilmaz now to head to that checker flag, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will give you those race results subject to any assured inquiries as he rolls on down and as he continues to power his way on through here. Definitely a very challenging race for so many of our drivers here today at the Nürburgring circuit. And well, it's no surprise here, given that the challenges confronted by our drivers, well, in the end, some of them have not quite been able to keep it together all the way. And the big question I see it being asked by what is Mark Ken in the YouTube chat is, are there any cars out there that are undamaged? I think there were a couple, but not too many. But also to take the word there from John Meredith, that was a blinder, and indeed it definitely has been around to get us right back into the racing form. And what I can only imagine now as we head into what will be the remainder of the season, whether this could set the tempo of what is to come. As Joaz crosses the line to take the final lead lap finish in position P20 and P3 in the AM class, and congratulations to him. Well, he crosses that line. We've still got one safety car to make its way to the end of this race, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, we can definitely show you our safety car driver making his way on around. Here he is, and that'll be none other than Gaz Williams, our own Burt Meilander over the NXTCC, with Ian Manners being the other safety car for today, just making his way on home there. And our safety car drivers has been much appreciated. A special shout out goes to both what is there, Gareth Williams, and also Ian Manners for their patience and for having the cars parked to the circuit. We didn't need to trigger the safety cars in the end, but the fact they were there, it means a lot to be able to have those live safety cars if we do need them. But we will see that our safety car driver come on through, and that will wrap up what is our day of racing here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke. As he does across that timeline, when we take a look to the scenic view, some results still to come on in, and it should be said those results all being tossed and tallied right now, and well, we will be able to walk you through them shortly. But there's the provisional, what will be top 35 before we do get all those results coming in, and we are just waiting for their confirmation. But Jaroslaw Cebula, your winner by an absolutely tremendous margin, and after Jamie Dorey's late incident into the wall coming through the Stefan Beloff S, well, in the end, Cebula taking the win by over 2 minutes, and well, what a margin to do it, by the longest margin we have ever seen somebody take a victory in the NXTCC, albeit we are an exceptional circuit for such a victory to be taken. But with that in mind, it just goes to show that Cebula today really was on his A game in our 60-minute feature race. And well, hopefully we might be able to get a word from him after the race is all said and done today. And in fact, I think we will be able to get a word from him, and we will do that when we can. As our drivers all make their way towards the end, well, we will get you those race results as soon as we can. And we do see our safety car driver there making his way on home, but we are just waiting for those results, and we will take you through them. And well, ladies and gentlemen, definitely has been a pair of races to be remembered and to kick off 2025 here in the Next Gen racing community. But the results are now in, and let's take you through them subject to any stewards' inquiries, and here they are. And as we can see, Jaroslaw Cebula, after 60 minutes of racing in the first feature race of the season in round 5 of season 8 of the NXTCC Championship on iRacing, Jaroslaw Cebula, your victor for Next Gen Pink by 2 minutes and 9 seconds over Matthew Sheraton, the runner-up and your prime winner for Aztec Racing. Congratulations to the pair of them. A brilliant pair of results, and well for both drivers. One of their finest drives of the season, if not their finest so far. Jamie Dorey ruined what could have been a 1-2 for Next Gen Pink, but still will take the double podium with that P3, surviving to the very end in the 13, ahead of Michael Lees for JWM Motorsport, runner-up in the Prime class, and then William Guthrie round off the top 5, then the full tilt Motorsport machine. Now, it all went wrong at the start, but it's how you finish that matters, and doing exactly what he needed to do to get a top 5. Stuart won his P6 for Track Scotland, completing at the Prime podium ahead of Ben Altria with a full tilt Motorsport drive. P7 there, with some damage on the car in the late stage of the race, preventing him from bringing home a top 5 result, but you'll still take a top 10 with open arms. Alex Medov just behind him there for Next Gen Orange and Whiskey runners, and he was P8 ahead of Ben Gregory, the full tilt Motorsport driver, completing a trio of full tilt Motorsport cars in the top 10 this time around. And then Nick Clearance holding on to P10 for iRacing Esports, just ahead of teammate Alan McCain, was best of P11. Andrew Pike finished P12 after a late shunt for the Sim Racing Collective ahead of teammate Tom Davidson, where Luca Monroe back-to-back and winner on his debut there, P14 for United Sim Team. Congratulations to him. Then we did see Lewis Delmont finishing in P15, last of the top 15 positions there, and with the SO Next Gen Gold Drive taking the last of the overall points. Isaac Doble P16 ahead of Reese White in a frustrating race of both drivers, given they were both on course for his top 5 finishes overall, and indeed at podium finishes in their respective classes. It wasn't to be, and then Adam Delmont just behind, with the top 20 being completed by Daniel Fritz, your runner-up in the AM class there for Next Gen Orange and Whiskey runners, back-to-back P2 staying class, and a P19 as well. He'll be absolutely pleased with that. And then Russell Fowler completes your top 20. Behind the Verano Esports driver, the final drive to finish on the lead lap, Gabriel Yilmaz Aztec Race in the heavily wounded car, completing off the AM podium. Well done to him. And finish a lap down, Gavin Gardner, Sam Van Olst, Dan Mould, Marcel Fritsch, Sam Smith, Sean Doby, Mikey Doble, And there to wrap up the top 30, Lee Horn and Daniel Downing. Also a lap down, Sam Bradley, P31 ahead of Sammy Arriba with Lewis Mason, Benjamin McCluskey finishing off the lap down finishes to P34. 2 laps down there to Jake Pitt, Andy Chell and Gilberto Struck. And then we did see more than 2 laps down to Duncan Rise, also to Kieran Smart and Andy Fox, who completed the top 40. Joe Dole P41, Jonathan Collins P42, and then 4 laps down to Josh Brown and Craig Tillerson. And then Dylan Hunter 5 laps down, P45 ahead of James Mazasgal, with the finish in order being completed by Eduardo Gonzaga with that unfortunate early retirement alongside James Mazasgal. So 47 starters, 45 finishes in the end, of which we did see 21 on the lead lap. And that wraps up all of our racing here today, ladies and gentlemen, at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke circuit. It has been an absolutely crazy pair of races, no doubt about it. But it's not all over yet because, of course, we do now need to catch a word from some of our drivers in post-round interviews. So we'll be back in approximately 10 minutes time for those, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss them. We will see you very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews with our volunteer drivers. And what's quite nice today is we're going to be hearing from winners in all three classes of the feature race. There are plenty of interviews that put themselves forward, including, I must give a special mention to Michael Lees, who started from the pit lane and made his way all the way up to a P7 finish. But unfortunately, we've only got time for 3 today, and we're going to be hearing immediately from Jaroslaw Cebula for NXTGEN Pink in the Pro class, hearing on what was his absolute brilliant pole lap and how he brought it all together in the feature race. And then we'll go into your Pro-Am winner for the feature race, Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing, who's had a bit of a topsy-turvy day, but got it exactly right in the final race of the day. And then we'll be hearing from our newcomer to the grid, our guest driver in the AM class for today for United Sim Team, that being Luca Monroe, who made it an absolutely brilliant Grand Slam across the board with a win in each of our sessions today, including both races. But without further ado, joining me in the interview now is none other than Jaroslaw Cebula. Good evening to you, Jaroslaw, and what an evening of racing you've had today. I mean, I have to say, coming into this round, the championship fight looked to be very close between yourself and Mikey Doble, with also Adam Delmont in the mix, amongst others. But today, you seem to absolutely nail it.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, today it ended up very good, but it didn't start very well because I missed the start of the first race in the beginning, so that complicated everything. But it ended up very well at the end. I really like Nordschleife and rain as well, so that combination was actually very good for me.
Well, an absolutely solid combination, and we'll come into what happened with the first race and that start shortly, but let's talk a little bit about qualifying firstly. An absolutely brilliant qualifying time. It was your first fine lap out there, an 8-minute 34.0. Was that your target in qualifying, or was there more out there? Because it just looked as though nobody could come close.
Yeah, it wasn't much more to it. I probably done like maybe two small mistakes where I could gain maybe a tenth or 2 tenths max. So I knew that after I crossed the start finish line of the first lap, I won't be able really to improve from this. So yeah, that was just a good solid lap.
Oh, without doubt, an absolutely solid lap, and nobody was able to quite come close enough to defeat it in the end. And with regards to the Nürburgring circuit, what is it you enjoy about this circuit? Because you seem very at home here.
Yeah, just one thing to add on that quali lap. Also, it was very helpful that Benji was giving me a tow for and it was actually very lucky because I only catch him on the latest straight, so it was like perfect timing. So that's why the time was pretty good as well. And generally, I really like Nordschleife because I did few of the 24-hour races in on that track. So I had spent a lot of hours on this track, and I really like it a lot. So for me, it's just a pleasure of driving on it. That's why maybe I'm quite good on it.
Oh, I'd definitely say so. And a good mention there in regards to the teamwork from your teammate Benjamin McCluskey to give you that tow at the perfect time down the Dottinger. I mean, you couldn't ask for a more perfect teammate in that regard in order for you two to lock out the front row. But coming on to the race then, I mean, what happened? You missed the grid, you end up starting from the pit lane. It just didn't go quite the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. We were still deciding like what tires to go, and I look on my setup and I changed the tires, and I was just about to click the start, the grid button, but I didn't catch the fact that the admin has changed the countdown to like 30 seconds or whatever it is. So then I realized that I missed the start, so I had to start from the pit lane, which was a bit crazy. The whole that race was very crazy, actually.
Well, I'd definitely say so. I mean, the fact that over the course of what was the 3 laps of racing, you managed to negotiate your way all the way from effectively the back of the field all the way up to a top 4 finish. I mean, a lot of places must have been gained through instance of others, but I'm also curious as to where did you find the overtakes would happen?
At some point, the overtakes were happening like pretty much everywhere, but also I gain a lot because I think loads of people started on dry tires, so they had to pit it, and yeah, I started on wets, so this is where I gained the most positions. But also I had a few good overtakes, a little bit risky ones, but at that point I was like, on a full attack mode, so so I wasn't really going easy with the overtakes.
Oh, that's absolutely fair, and I think a smart and sensible approach. And coming on to the weather situation, so in the end, we of course did see that rain come down, and when it did, it completely split the field because those who gambled on the dry tyre, they had to either stay out there and try to survive, alternatively they had to come in and lose the race time. But for yourself, a wet tyre, it all seemed to click at that point. But I have to ask, what was it like driving on the wet tyre? Because it didn't look easy.
Yeah, you should actually see our Discord, because the weather was like changing 4 times faster. So the time was going actually 4 times faster. So you had to calculate how much warm up is left and how much of briefing is going to be. And then we calculated that actually we will have one, maybe 2 laps of dry conditions. But what I figured out is that even if it's going to be like 2 laps on a dry, we still won't be on a full speed, because the whole field will be so congested, and we will have to be like easy on the first lap or two, um, just to try to survive. So we decided that actually it's going to be better to be on wets and be a bit slower, and then let other drivers who will be on a dry to pit early, and then we can gain the time within next 3 laps. We can probably gain a lot of time within next 3 laps uh, on the like clean circuit without the traffic. So yeah, at the end it worked out even better because we only had like 1 lap on dry. So yeah, that was really good choice.
Well, indeed, it was a good choice and it paid dividends for you, and a P4 finish in race number 1 of the day, our sprint race. But meanwhile, coming on to then race number 2, and in that one, we saw you starting far down the order as per the reverse class championship grid. But you made early progress, and in that race, at least it would seem, the weather was unrelenting, the conditions were a nightmare, there was chaos everywhere, there was a bit of damage on your Honda as well, but you seemed to be the only one who was just able to survive the conditions without issue.
Yeah, from some reason I really like the wet, and particularly the wet on North. That is really working well for me, and I did enjoy it as much. Probably I shouldn't be going so fast, because I could have taken it easier. I actually had a one very bad moment, very lucky moment, that I didn't end up my race there on the last lap. So after that, I was a bit more cautious, but I should probably drive a little bit slower. But it was so tempting to be going like a full speed and sliding a little bit here and there. So yeah, I couldn't say no to that.
Oh, indeed. Well, to be fair, sometimes you've got to risk it all to take a big result, and you did exactly that. And I mean, in the end, finishing the winner by over 2 minutes over the rest of the field, it is a huge margin, it must be said. But it means that your championship campaign is now very much back underway. And in terms of the standings after this round, you've closed the gap to Mikey Doble significantly. How are you feeling now going into the final 5 rounds of the season?
Oh, it's a great feeling actually, because the last round was such a disaster for me, and I was very disappointed with my performance, and I've done some mistakes as well there, which I wasn't proud of. Yeah, to having a good race here is really good for the championship points, and as well I see that Mikey, he had like a pretty bad run this time, so we are back close again. But there is lots of other drivers here close, and the situation can change very quickly. So it's still too early to have hopes for the championship, but definitely it makes it a bit better from my point of view.
Well, I'm loving the positivity there, and like you're saying, I think indeed that for all the drivers in the championship, it's all going to come down to those fine margins and performances, and this being one of your key ones. Next up, in round number 6 in a week's time, we head to Scotland for the Knockhill circuit. How are you feeling for the Scottish circuit?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because the circuit is tight and twisty and bumpy and everything. So it's going to be probably very, very difficult to make a good result there. But I'm sure it's going to be fun as always. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, brilliant. Well, we look forward to seeing what you're able to do in Scotland in a week's time. But just before we do let you go, Jaroslaw, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, especially to the all admin staff for doing a great work behind the scenes, and for the whole next gen team. Yeah, for helping me out with everything, and yeah, I think we are doing really good as a team as well. So yeah, thank you to you guys mostly.
Well, Jaroslaw, a huge thank you to you for joining me in the interview room this evening, and well done on an absolutely superb set of results. Not quite perfection, albeit we talked about that in the sprint race, but came close to it, and arguably one of our best ever drives that we will ever see in the feature race. We look forward to more in Scotland in a week's time, but until then, we wish you all the best and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Paul. See you next week.
So hearing it there from Jaroslaw Cebula, ladies and gentlemen, a man who absolutely ecstatic, I can tell you that, with his performance this day, and looking absolutely untouchable. And how about that in the end? A late strategic call was too late to get him on the grid for the first race of the day, and that's why he had to start from the pit lane, because he was to in and froing with regards to what tyres to run in the sprint. And if you pick the right tyres and manage to get the car on the grid, can you imagine what the margin may have been in that sprint race? Well, I can tell you one thing, I think we could have seen him pick up what have been both wins plus the bonus points of pole position, and that would have led to him even picking up more than what he was able to do so today. But still, as he mentioned, striking back versus Mikey Doble after the misfortune that beset Jaroslaw at the Monza circuit in round number 4. And it swings and roundabouts, but it definitely seems though right now things are swinging on the upside for Cebula, and what could await him at Knockhill? Well, he's looking forward to the racing there, but only time will tell where he's able to land a Goliath result like he has today. We're coming on to our second interview, ladies and gentlemen. We've just heard there from Jaroslaw Cebula, and now let's come on to our Pro-Am driver and really one of our Pro-Am heroes of today, and that's none other than Matthew Cheverton, who is going to be joining me in the interview room very shortly, and we'll get to hear his perspective on definitely what has been a tough day at the office as he does join me now. Good evening to you, Matthew, and well, what could I say other than, as far as race days go in the NXTCC, you normally have a habit of pulling out brilliant results in the final race of the day, but that feature race result, a P2 overall, a victory in class, after what was, to be fair, a fair P6 in the sprint racing class as well, it's been one of your best days of the season so far.
Yeah, well, good evening to yourself, Paul. I have no clue how I did all of that. It was an absolute monsoon and a flood out there. It was, oh god, yeah, good fun, great fun. Well done to admins for putting that on, but crazy. And if I want to do that again, I'm gonna need a minute.
Oh, goodness me. Well, off of the back of that, and let's try and dissect it a little bit. In terms of qualifying, P20 overall, P4 in class. Looked as though there was pace there, but there were some drivers who were able to find a bit more. But how did you approach qualifying? Because surely from some perspectives, some would argue, well, you've got a 3-lap race in the sprint, you've got a feature race where the grid is already set. Is qualifying actually that important?
Yes and no, because obviously, like I say, we've got the big race where the big points are. It's already a set grid, so the sprint race is more of a sort of a presentation, a bit of a. Obviously, there's points involved, and you've got to take it seriously. But you know, the big one's the feature. But it does care because obviously, I think that it is the Nürburgring, and obviously, the higher up the field you are, the less people you have to pass when you actually get onto the ring, which is always a challenge. So, but I think strategy for qualifying was just get a lap, obviously. and not crash, because obviously we had to do a full out lap, which is about 8 minutes of driving 130 corners. It's very easy to bin it on cold tyres in a touring car, especially with our rearward bias there on the brakes. So yeah, it was just about getting a lap. Obviously managed to get a half decent lap. I didn't realise I was P4 in class, so I just looked myself in like 19th, 20th, and was like, even at this kind of track, I'm still in my average qualifying position, so that was quite funny. Yeah, I mean, got helped a little bit because I had both, I think, Reese and Gavan and their Audis pulling me along the dotter, so cheers to them. I think that gave me a second or and a half, so yeah, we got a lap on the board and a good grid spot.
We did a great lap on the board to get you up into that grid spot, and then going into race number 1. I mean, it's a 3-lap sprint, so it's always going to be a bit hectic, but perhaps not as hectic as our other sprint races. But it looked as though literally from lap 1, turn 1, it was elbows out and nip and tuck and chase everyone all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, because obviously we knew the weather was coming and we was looking at it, and the whole team, we all agreed, if we play this right, start it on dries, we should be able to get at least 1 lap out of it before the rain starts coming down. And so we all put the dries on. Obviously some people put wets to start with, and yeah, we made quite a few grid spots just overtaking wet runners, going left and right everywhere of them. Unfortunately one didn't turn out the right way. Obviously I can't remember who I clipped, I think it was one of the gold wing cars, but we clipped each other, it's both of us in the wall, which is a shame. I mean, yeah, no, don't really want to get caught in a crash like that with this kind of race on the line, so that was a shame. Had to do half a lap of the Nords with bent steering, so down on speeds, down on not handling, so lost a lot of spots there. Luckily, obviously, the rain came down, so I could just pit in, get fast repaired, get some wets on, and then just drive, and well, that seemed to work. Seemed to be a lot of people ahead crashed or got into incidents themselves. So yeah, and in the end came out in P17, 3 places ahead of where I started, and P6 behind in the pro-ams behind my teammates. So managed to salvage something, in fact gained something quite good.
Well, I would say so with that, salvaging something out of a sprint race where it didn't go quite right, like you say, due to that incident. Although I have to ask, and perhaps this also carries into race number 2, let's talk a little bit about the arrival of the wet weather. I mean, starting on a dry circuit, whether you start on the dry tyre or the wet tyre, that's one kind of beast around here at Nürburgring. And then, particularly in the feature race, the rain came, it sort of came in dribs and drabs, and then it decided, you know what, it's just going to be unleashed all over the circuit. And as we look back at some of the replay footage of you, it looked like you were dancing around there, almost as if you were on an ice rink.
Ice rink would be the best word to describe it. There was, I think every lap there was at least 5 moments of opposite lock and quite a few code browns. Yeah, it was a bit treacherous. It was obviously as the rain, especially the feature, because obviously the rain started and then it stopped for a second. Obviously it wasn't going to dry up. The track wasn't going to dry up even with 50 odd cars. It's just too big for that. So obviously that was changing there, and obviously it got to a point the heavens just completely opened and it was just completely treacherous. So you had to rethink what you're doing, because so many different corners were once fine have suddenly become complete death traps if you don't take it the right way. So it's just really like everyone says in the wet, you got to drive it, you got to feel the grip, you got to find the good spots, and then as well try not to crash.
Oh, without a doubt. Well, avoiding crashing is perhaps the key thing, but like you say, finding those grip spots, particularly on a lot of corners where there's some hidden standing water. But coming from that and then coming into a little bit of the closer aspects of the race, it looked so throughout, it was all going to be about picking also the right time to pick, get yourself out in some clear and be able to run the race. How did you come up with the strategy for your race there, given the pit window?
I'll be honest, the weather did it for us. We was looking at it, and obviously with the 4 times time speeds, it obviously threw a new curveball. We thought, you know, we could definitely get 1. If it's light rain, possibly, or if it comes late, we can possibly brave out 2. But then, obviously, the race started. We all were on the lap. We got to the dotter, and well, the heavens opened, diffuser spray and all completely blind up there. So I think the weather really did the strategy for us. So we all, as I think everybody, because I think come end of lap 1, I think the entire grid was in the box.
Well, that's absolutely fair. If the weather dictated it, then so be it. But as the race went on, we saw many fall, but not yourself, as the race went the full distance over the 7 laps. I mean, by the end of it, surely, at what point did it click that you were leading the Pram class? And not only that, but you were chasing down at least the top 5 overall, if not a overall podium.
I saw, well, obviously I was more focusing on staying alive for at least the first 2 laps, and because there was lots of people around, and it was just picking people off, overtaking, and then hopefully just getting into a good rhythm of things. I wasn't really paying attention. I knew I was high up, but I didn't know where I was pro-am. And then I got to a point, I checked it, I had a quick moment to check it, and I think I saw Ben Gregory ahead of me in about 6 places up and a good minute and a half ahead. So I was like, it's a good spot. I don't think I'm going to win it, but a P2 would be nice. And then, well, I just kept driving, not thinking about it. And then I checked again, found myself in about 4th, saw he wasn't there. I assumed he just pitted before me, because obviously I had the P5 ballast, so I had a bit more fuel, I could go a bit longer. Obviously ran out, had to come in, did the stop, came back out, and then ended up in 3rd. And I was like, hang on a minute, there's something good here. So it was more. I literally deafened myself with my team, and then focused trying to keep myself on the track and bring it home. Thought obviously a bit annoying when I came across and realised we had to do an extra lap, even though the time ran out. So thanks to Jaroslaw for being too damn fast. But yeah, and then obviously that clearly worked an advantage, because obviously Jamie had a mistake putting wheels on a curb, just catapult him to the wall. I mean, it's a simple mistake in these conditions, anyone can do it. So that's unfortunate, but yeah, I suddenly saw the delta drop massively and saw him was going about half speed down the dot, so I was like, hang on, there's P2 here. So yeah, we got him right at the end, and then came across P2, so a good day at the office.
Oh, without a doubt, a brilliant day at the office, like you say, and well, a great set of points coming your way as well. I mean, we've got into the second half of the season now, and in the Prime Championship, it's looking as though things might be turning your way, because this now moves you to P2. Respot still holds a rather comfortable 57-point advantage over you, but you're winning it down little by little. How are you feeling now for the chase in the final 5 rounds?
I think the plan, really, it sounds a bit odd, is to not think about it. I mean, that was the same scenario last season. I came in saying, alright, I did alright, I'll be happy with a top 10. This season, did some races, got some good results, and ended up in a sort of prime position for either a championship win or championship podium. So I think really sort of not worrying about it and not putting any extra pressure, just do the drive. Sort of similar to what Jake Hill did to win this year. Just, you know, if you can get a good result, great. If you can't, just keep it clean, collect the points, and then just keep racking them up, and hopefully you end up in a good spot to win it at the end.
Well, in taking that approach, of course, the next place we go to, which could push that approach to the test, would be none other than Knock Hill. How are you feeling for the visit to Scotland?
It's going to be an interesting one. It's obviously fun track, fast track, short track. There's quite a lot of... It'll be difficult to overtake. There's quite a lot of one-line corners. And then obviously on the overtaking, I think there's maybe 1 or 2, possibly 3 overtaking spots on the track. So I think hopefully they'll all be smart about it. Obviously there might have to be some make or break moves, but yeah, I mean, we'll see it as a new chapter, and we'll put the practice in, get a set of lap time, and then we'll see how we do. Gonna, obviously, being a British track, I'm gonna bring out that Laguna livery I had for my Elantra last season. Hope my team will join me in bringing back the retro liveries, but I don't know, we'll see. Let's see what it does.
We look forward to seeing how you do at Not Kill in a week's time, indeed how all the team do alongside you. But just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, obviously cheers to the team and the sponsors. Obviously, I think across the board it was a pretty good night for all of us with good points and I think a couple of podiums in the AMs as well. So cheers to those guys. Cheers to my parents. I think they're asleep now, but they always watch because they always watch and always find it quite amusing because they always hear if something goes wrong on my end before the stream shows it. So that's always quite funny. And then obviously thank you to you guys, obviously commentary and the guys at NXTGEN for putting this on. Obviously I'm reading the chat and like Jamie said, it's taken up the last 4 days of his life and like that's a very big commitment. So well done to them putting it all on. So yeah.
Thank you, Matthew, and a big thank you to you for joining me in the interview room this evening. It's been an absolute blast to see you get it all together out of the circuit and also to hear it from your perspective tonight. But with that, congratulations once again on your fantastic results, particularly the win in the feature race, and we look forward to plenty more at Not Kill in a week's time.
Yep, cheers, see ya.
So hearing there from Matthew Sheraton, a very happy Aztec Racing driver, and I think a little bit awestruck with regards to the fact being able to pull off that win and that overall P2, albeit on course for a P3 overall until Jamie Dory's late error coming through the Stefan Beloff S in the final lap cost him that and enabled Sheraton to just simply glide on past. But sometimes you've got to be in the right place at the right time and just keep it out of the wall, and that was the theme as we do see him almost putting it in the wall there coming through the Foxhole Corner complex. But still, for the Aztec Racing driver, qualifying went well. Race 1 didn't quite go the way he wanted to, but managed to salvage a result out of it. But race 2 is where he got his head down and got the job done. And trying to channel a Jake Hill style approach for this season, much like Hill going on his way to take the 2024 BTCC Championship title, one round at a time and not thinking about the championship, thinking instead about just extracting the results. And will we see many a driver try and go for that approach before? For some it's worked, for some it's not. But could it work this season for Matthew Sheraton, still chasing that Pro-Am Championship crown? He's had many a Pro-Am win and he's had many an overall podium and even some overall wins, but could this be the season where he finally gets the job done? Well, right now it seems like if he can carry that on at Not Kill, he could emerge as a favourite going into the later rounds of the championship. And now coming on to our final interview of the day, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard from 1, you've heard from 2, and now you're going to hear from 3 in terms of our winners today. And we're going to be here from Luca Monroe, whereby we're going to be hearing from our AM driver, and on his debut, absolutely loving the racing today, no doubt about it. But you're going to hear the perspective from the man himself with regards to bringing on home back-to-back AM victories and absolutely locking out the AM class as he joins me in the interview room. Good evening to you, Luca, and well, what a way to announce yourself on the NXTCC scene. Taking pole in the AM class in qualifying, victory in the sprint race by a comfortable margin, and despite it all in the feature race, still bringing home the victory as well. I mean, you must be absolutely pleased.
I'm absolutely delighted. Apologies I came in a bit late there. I thought you were going to drag me in. I didn't realise I could just click on it and go in.
No problem at all, and you didn't come in late at all. You came in at the perfect time, but less about me, more about you. I mean, what a day today for yourself. I have to ask, with regards to the Nürburgring circuit, is it a circuit that you've normally gone well at in the past? Because everything just seemed to click for you today.
Yeah, I do drive. Obviously, do drive this track a lot. I'm always loving to do those NEC 4-hour races on my own in every type of class car. And the last time I did an NEC race, it was actually in the Civic, and I finished second. And there was only 7 in because, quite frankly, I don't understand why people don't give touring cars a chance. They're absolutely a blast to drive. Yes, they're front-wheel drive, but they have their own unique appeal as a result of that. You know, people really should be giving these cars more of a chance. But yeah, I do think. Look, I came in only for a guest drive because I had nothing to do, and I am already friendly with NXTGEN through my escapades in their Proto GT3 multi-class league, where I won the Proto Silver Championship back in August. So I appreciate this community a lot. It was my first ever sim racing championship. I've since won 2 more. One of them being Motorsport UK Esports Prototype Challenge. Immediately, like 5 weeks after. Just doing this race was something that I'd wanted to do. Love driving Nordschleife. The races themselves were so like fulfilling, so precarious. I did the entire sprint race on slicks. Thankfully, no one else in the AM class thought to change over on the last lap, and they probably would have beaten me as a result. But then that other race, the feature, I was, I think, fourth after pitting in on the first lap for wets, and 2 other people like dropped it, and then I was set about trying to get into a position to hunt down the leader. Can't remember who it was. I think his first name began with G. I apologise, whoever it was. And I was catching them by about 10 seconds a lap on one lap. Then it kind of stabilised, and then approaching the end of the lap after, they had a crash with someone, and I was like, "Oh, I'm in the lead again." So yeah, P1s all around, and I'm delighted with that.
Oh, indeed. Well, I can hear it in your voice how delighted you are. And it's so great to hear as well a little bit of the background about yourself and how you've come from winning the silver class in the Proto GT3 Championship to then go on to even bigger things and then to join as a guest driver today, and to show as well the fact that you can jump from one discipline of sim racing machinery to another and achieve so much. And you're doing that again here in the Honda Civic Type R FK touring car machine. But coming on to the racing itself today, we saw many a moment, whether it was in the sprint race or alternatively in the feature race, where we saw you having to negotiate not just the inclement conditions, but also the other drivers around you in the mixture of cars. And I have to ask, why the Honda out of the 4 available? Because you just look so hooked up in the Honda.
It's actually not even anything to do with pace. I'm really glad you asked that question, because yeah, out of all of the touring cars, you know, I mentioned there front-wheel drive. The touring cars have their appeal being from. If you have a rear-wheel drive touring car, yeah, it's completely valid. You know, like in British touring cars. But the whole like unique aspect, you can have rear-wheel drive cars anywhere, but in touring cars, if you're going to have the definitive experience, you go front-wheel drive. But obviously, all the touring cars in this are front-wheel drive. But for me, the Civic is the only touring car I have, and the only touring car I'll honestly need for the longest time, because, well, all the other cars are sort of like saloons or sedans, as the Americans call it. The Civic's the only true like hatchback touring car, and that just added a sort of appeal to me that I can't really quantify it in a way. Like, it was just that's the only reason. There was no pace, no. I just feel all right in this. You know, I haven't even tried all the other touring cars, so I can't really say which one I probably might be much quicker in the Audi for all I know. But for me, the Civic is the only one I'll need, and I love it. And also on the note of testing and driving multiple different cars, I write for Overtake GG, which is why you see that name on the car. And for me, I got into sim racing because I was enamored by professionals, sim racing esports drivers. And to me, the best sim racers are the ones who can jump across multiple disciplines, multiple cars, and are quick. And early this, I'm starting to forget, it's in 2025 now. Last year, sorry. There was an event that I had a hand in conceptualizing called VCO Infinity, and that is 24 races in 24 hours. And I personally worked with VCO, who headed that up, to create the concept for it. And because for me, sim racing is more than just replicating real life racing. It's doing things that you can't do in real life, like going from multiple different cars in multiple tracks in quick succession. And so, for me, I'm always really eager to take on the next challenge, driving multiple cars, multiple tracks in very quick succession, and this was just another stepping stone on that particular journey I have right now with trying to diversify. Hang on, let me think. Doing a variety of cars. There we go. That was what I was trying to say. I don't know why I struggled.
That's absolutely fair. And again, I appreciate the insight in that and the discussion with regards to the fact jumping from one discipline to another and that variety, and it really does show, and there's certainly plenty of techniques that you can take from one to the other. Now, of course, coming back to the NXTCC specifically, we've seen you on the grid today as a guest driver and you've put in an absolutely stellar stint at the Nürburgring, but can we expect you back on the grid later this season?
Yes, you can, because I had a look at the schedule. Next week is Knock Hill, and a couple of weeks from now, Thruxton. And I am interested. I can't obviously say if I can definitely commit to all of them, but I fully intend to be back on the grid. Also, I will say, maybe I should move up a class, because I was about, what, 4 seconds quicker than the next AM in qualifying. I might be wrong there. And yeah, I probably would have been last of the Pro-Ams. But honestly, I probably wasn't taking points away anyway as a guest driver. I don't think I score points or take any away from the people behind me. Whichever works best for the admins, I'm happy whatever class you put me in. I just want to enjoy the races at Knock Hill and Thruxton if I end up committing to them.
We'll definitely take away that, Luke. I'm sure the admins are already thinking about what to do ahead of Knock Hill when you're next on the grid. But again, the fact that you're approaching these with an open mind and just giving you all and enjoying the racing, that's what we love to hear. And we would love to, no doubt, have you on the grid for any of the rounds in the second half of the season. And well, if it is Knock Hill and it's Scotland the Brave, I mean, what can we look forward to from yourself at the Knock Hill circuit?
Nothing different from anyone else, honestly. It's just, I mean, funnily enough, the fact that you have Nürburgring, Nordschleife, and Knock Hill back to back, it's the two polar opposites. You've got the longest track and one really compact, short one. And also, coincidentally, both tracks are exclusively featured on many racing series schedules, like the Nürburgring Endurance Series in real life, obviously only ever races at the Nordschleife. But then you've got Scottish Formula Ford, where 8 rounds at Knock Hill, like with how short the track is, I can imagine that most of the drivers who race in Scottish Formula Ford can probably do it with their eyes closed. But yeah, I did actually visit Knock Hill last year for the touring cars. I'm actually living closer to Croft, but I went there specifically to meet Abby Pullen, the F1 Academy champion who was racing British F4 that weekend. And it was a joyous experience. The track, even though it is very small and compact, it's like an oversized kart track. That's part of the appeal. It's bloody brilliant to drive around, and I'm looking forward to the race. And even if with how big the grid is, I imagine it'll be quite a concertina effect. I imagine, you know, pole position only a few meters behind last place, because we're all just looped around the track, parking up right at the back there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next week. I'll see you guys there.
Oh, we definitely look forward to it, Luca. But just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast?
Well, funnily enough, I was listening to Matthew's interview, and he's thanking to his parents, and he said, "Oh, they're probably asleep." My mum was trying desperately to stay awake when I said I was going in for an interview, and poor her, she had to tap out. You know, age and all that. She's gonna hate me for saying that. But yeah, the obviously also, I think my team manager for United Sim team, Sophie Aaron, was also watching along. So yeah, here's another victory for the team. And that's about it, really. I imagine a few other people might have tuned in every now and then, but those are the ones I can think of right now. And if I try to name more, and I will inevitably forget some, so I won't bother.
Well, Luca, that's absolutely fair. And once again, thank you for joining me in the interview room this evening. It has been an absolute blast to have you on the grid and tell us all about your experience tonight and how you made it all the way through to what is that absolute slam dunk of pole position through to the 2 race wins. We look forward to plenty more from yourself as the season goes on, and I'm sure everyone on the grid would love to see you back on the grid at Knock Hill in a week's time. But until then, thank you once again and have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Thank you. You as well, Paul.
So hearing there from Luca Munro, I mean, what an absolutely bouncy chap. I must say, the fact that joining the grid as a guest driver from United Sim team, and well, you can just hear the happiness in his voice, enjoying the racing out there, enjoying taking on the fight and the challenging conditions. And talking a lot about the fact translating his driving ability from other disciplines of machinery into the touring car racing class, in particular to the Honda Civic Type R, and talking a lot there about how he feels the car is the much truer what is a touring car machine because it's the sole hatchback in its class classification compared to the other cars available on the iRacing platform. That's what drove into the car, and just feels naturally comfortable with the car, and that combined with his previous experience really leading him on to deliver an absolutely superb performance today. Also talking about thinking about moving to the Prime class as he continues to be on the grid as a guest driver for what will be the upcoming rounds of the season. I'm sure the admins have been listening in and thinking about that already, and we'd love to see him take on the Prime drivers there and give it its all. But with that in mind, definitely a driver to watch out for, and I can't wait to see if he's at Knockhill, and if he is, what he's able to pull off in Scotland. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our interviews to a close. And we've heard there from our three drivers, three winners today, and that's why we picked them. Jaroslaw Cebula first and foremost for NXTGEN Pink in the Pro class. Then we heard from Pro-Am classes winner in the feature race, that being none other than Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing. And then last but not least, we just heard from Am class winner and dominant driver today, the United Sim Team's Luca Munro. Congratulations to all three drivers on their fantastic performances, and thank you to them all for joining me in the interview room. Now, as we come to the end of today, we need to give you a quick update on the Provisional Championship standings after what has been 5 rounds. And after today, as we can see, starting with the top 15 overall, Mikey Doble's lead stands tall, but it has been cut significantly by the rising charge of Jaroslaw Cebula, with now the points being cut down to what is a gap advantage of only 45 points. It's still a considerable margin, but it looks like the momentum may be shifting back into the hands of the NXTGEN Pink driver, but at Knockhill we could all see it shift once again. Adam Delmont sits in P3, with his P3 now looking a little bit distant from the top 2, and Jamie Dory has moved just that little bit closer. Benjamin McCluskey has fallen to P5 after a frustrating day by comparison, with then William Guthrie in P6, equal on points with him, and the full Doble Motorsport driver demonstrating the reward of keeping your head in it to win it all the way through when it all goes wrong. Andrew Pike falls to P7 now, only 3 points off the battle for P5, with Nick Clemens a further, what is there, 40 points, with in fact 38 adrift in P8. Then it's Lee Horn and Ben Altrier who complete your top 10. Well, Lee Horn being seemingly anonymous for a good portion of today, and Ben Altrier meanwhile having a challenging day, but some positive points picked up at the races. In P11, it's Dan Mould ahead of Daniel Downing, with Matthew Sheraton, Stuart Winess and Reece Watt completing the top 15, and noting there that now Matthew Sheraton moving into the lead of the Pro-Am drivers, with Winess hot on his heels by 12 points. We then come on to the Prime drivers top 15, and this is the points adjusted for the class finishing positions. Reece Watt still leads with 57 points over Matthew Sheraton, but noting there how we're seeing the swing back and forth of momentum, and that Sheraton now seems to be just inching a little bit closer, but Stuart Winess in turn only 3 points further afoot. It's a further 17 to Ben Gregory, as the full Doble Motorsport driver's frustrations did not hold him back too much today, and therefore Gregor will be hopeful that those results continue to come at Knockhill in a week's time. But Russell Fowler a further 40 points behind after what was a brilliant performance at the start of the day, which didn't quite unfold the way he wanted it to towards the end of the day, but still he's keeping himself well and truly in the hunt. Sam Van Olst sits P6 ahead of Kieran Smart, and then we have Alan McCain, Michael Lease and Toby Prosser completing the top 10, with Prosser not on the grid today. Best of the rest P11 is Sam Smith on 368 points, 16 ahead of Sam Bradley. Then Lewis Delmont, Duncan Rise and Matt Emmons complete your top 15. In the AM Drivers' Championship, where it's Marcel Fritsch who is the big name who stands at the top, and indeed the Verano Academy driver moves back into the lead, but with Gabriel Yilmaz now ascending to P2. Behind him, Josh Brown with a frustrating feature race falls to P3, but 9 is still more on the table, and Sammy Ariba, interestingly, now moves into P4 on 439 points. I say interestingly because it's the first time he's earmarked himself to be inside that top 5 and quite confident in that top 5, but then again, it does seem as though that for Ariba at least, perhaps he's going to be at the dark horse that gradually arises in the group as the season continues to head towards its conclusion. Kevin Smith sits in P5, not on the grid today, so therefore we'll consider that as his drop score. But Jonathan Collins sits a further 7 points afield, within Lewis Mason, Eduardo Gonzaga, Mark Sykes and Andy Chell completing your top 10. It's P11 for Jonathan Berry, who wasn't in attendance today, but we can expect it to be back on the grid in a week's time, I do believe. Then Gabriel Papaconstantou, P12 ahead of Sean Doby, with Dylan Hunter, Craig Tillison and Mark Kent completing the AM Championship standings. Then we come to the Teams Championship, last but not least. And NextGen Pink continue to lead their advantage now up to 372 points. But look at that, SL and NextGen Gold leap ahead of Doble Sim Racing after today, and the gap between the two teams only 16 points. Full Tilt Motorsport as well inch closer to what is the battle for P3, and with it the Sim Racing Collective also follow suit, albeit Golden Motorsport, iRacing Esports, NextGen Orange Whiskey Runners and Aztec Racing all stay in close reach. If anything, this team's championship might be going the way of NextGen Pink, but who is in P2 to chase them and P3 to follow? That is anybody's guess, as we are Track Scotland in P10 fall a little bit further away from the big contentious battle to be in the top 5, but they hold their foothold at the bottom end of the top 10. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show, and perhaps you're sat there right now wanting to know more about the NextGen Racing community, we do recommend you check out our official website first and foremost. That may be found at www.nextgenracing.co.uk, and as our website appears on screen now, where is the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, and as we charge into 2025, there has never been a better time to become part of the NextGen Racing community. Whether you're an amateur looking to make your first inroads into sim racing, or a rookie I should say, all the way through to a fully fledged esports professional, there is a place for you within the NextGen community, and there you can find out all the latest information regarding our ongoing and upcoming series. If you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a social media person, we definitely recommend you check out our official Facebook group. That's at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing. Well, there you can find out similar information, plus also how to be part of the official NextGen Racing Discord, and add to that as well a little bit more about the guys and girls behind the scenes who make up the NextGen Racing admin and staff team, and in terms of what they do not just on the virtual racing circuit, but also on the real circuit, with a good number of our staff members being real life stewards, if not racing drivers. We'll also like to take a moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, who include PowerMax, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Douglas Motorsport, Sam Cases UK, Only Racing, Falcon PC Builds and Support, Benji Sim Photos, and last but not least, our title sponsor for this season, Doble Motorcycles. And if you are looking to have a machine which is the power of dreams on two wheels, then why not look at the UK's best motorcycle dealer when it comes to a Honda motorcycle than Doble Motorcycles. And indeed, their website, if you want to find out more and perhaps get your hands on your ultimate dream machine today, is none other than what is doble.co.uk. But as our attentions now turn to round number 6, will we make our way to Scotland in a week's time? And save the date, because on Tuesday the 14th of January 2025 it will be a roar and a romp around the shortest circuit in our calendar, indeed one of the shortest circuits in the world, as our drivers look to make their way back to a circuit that was last featured on our championship calendar in what was season 2. But who exactly will come out on top at Knockhill? Well, that's anybody's guess, but until then, ladies and gentlemen, we have been NextGen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly, as always, remember to stay on track. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, that's all from us here at NextGen Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all.